Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Female Deku Becomes Zombie? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After reviewing the security footage from the facility, I believe we should consider offering those 8 students entry into UA's heroics course. Nizu enjoyed most of the meetings he had with the faculty. Bringing together a group of heroes with diverse, and sometimes conflicting, personalities into one room and allowing open discussion was a STMLTNG mental exercise. It was just as enjoyable when he was right as when he was wrong. The addition of Tashinori Yagi, who elicited mixed feelings among some heroes, was a refreshing change that Nizu welcomed. This morning, following the attack on a quirk assessment facility, Tashinori was already suggesting taking the students under their wing. Nizu had expected to be the one to bring it up, but he thought Tashinori would wait a day or so before making such a recommendation, perhaps suggesting an offer to compensate for the lack of a full assessment rather than simply taking them in. I can't say I completely disagree, but maybe we should offer some sort of test? Snipe suggested from across the table. Nizu nodded to himself. Snipe was quick with both his words and his aim, often pointing out more logical options over emotional ones. Nizu glanced at Tashinori, wondering which examinee he felt a connection to. As Tashinori opened his mouth to respond, Nizu anticipated that he might reveal which student it was, possibly by mentioning just one name from the group. While I agree that some of them should earn a recommendation, like Momo and Osor, others might need to go through the entrance exam. Roy and Tsubaime didn't utilize their quirks and were essentially just extra hands. Hitoshi also didn't get a chance to demonstrate how powerful his quirk is, Midnight interjected. Nizu smiled inwardly. He hadn't considered Midnight stepping in between the two men, but perhaps he should have. Not to mention, while Minoru showed ingenuity with those traps, we never saw them in action. He was also the first to panic and panicked quite badly until they managed to calm him down. Tashinori nodded in agreement. True, but on the same note, Hitoshi was the first to step up and take charge when they lost their only way of navigating the building. Roy and Tsubaime may not have used their quirks, but by assisting Minoru, they demonstrated their ability to cooperate and remained calm under pressure. Nizu had to reconsider his earlier assumption about Tashinori revealing his connection. He had recalled their names after all. Perhaps the right name would be mentioned, so he began to observe Tashinori closely. Minoru might not have had the chance to show how effective the traps were and did panic, but he also displayed initiative once he was freed from that panic. Many of the ideas in the room were his, after all. Tetsu was quick to defend his fellow examinees and focused on strengthening his quirk, as it was the only one capable of taking a harsh blow in the group. Osor's assistance in the security room saved Hand of Harmony and Fat Gum a lot of effort, Vlad King added, seemingly in agreement with Tashinori's assessment that they deserved entry without the initial exam. Not to mention, Izuku survived against Rakshoni, a C-rank villain, with no training. There it was, subtle but noticeable. Nizu caught the slight twitch of Tashinori's eyes away from the other teachers and the almost instinctual motion of his shoulder, as if he wanted to scratch the back of his neck. Now he understood where the connection lay, he just needed to piece it together. Where was her file? There it was. Izuku Midoriya, quirk classification, activated mutant. The details of her mutation were fascinating and something he would revisit later. His own quirk was also a mutation, and while it primarily affected his mind, he sometimes wondered if it had altered his body as well, given he had yet to encounter another animal like himself. Someone entirely different from their original form might make for good company. Her quirk was endearingly named Patchwork Zombie, activated upon her death. Nizu felt a pang of sympathy for her situation. While he occasionally harbored a grudge against humanity for the experiments he had endured, he recognized that children were precious. Her cause of death was suicide, which caused Nizu to shift his focus from his usual mental exercises to the connection between the two. A sense of unease washed over him. According to police reports, she had been attacked by a sludge monster previously sighted in a shopping market, pursued by All Might, Toshinori's hero persona. He was later seen attacking young Katsuki, a boy on their applicant list, while Izuku was found to have died by suicide, not asphyxiation, indicating that the sludge villain had not pushed her off the building. There were also discrepancies in the locations that couldn't be explained, as the sludge villain had to have been rather quick to be pursued by All Might. Izuku's jumping location had been further from the monster's attack on Katsuki than the market. He could make out the teachers going back and forth but didn't listen. There was something very important here. He could feel it in his fur. He ran through scenarios in his head, and 3 factors became obvious. First, All Might had saved Izuku. Second, All Might had lost the sludge monster soon afterward. Third, All Might was the last person who saw Izuku before she committed suicide. That combination of factors scared Nizu. It leaned toward the idea that Toshinori was somehow responsible for her death. He kept running through what they had on her. She had been diagnosed as quirkless because a doctor was actively sabotaging children, so she probably thought she was quirkless for most of her life. An activated mutant meant she had no powers, effectively quirkless unless specific conditions were met, like unlocking a class in a game by performing specific actions with a character. The girl had also shown interest in UA's hero course. She was an applicant before her death and then renewed her application to include her quirk following her death. Toshinori had also come in to see Recovery Girl for injuries she listed as Gran Torino's work. Niza brought up a map and found the market where Izuku died and where Katsuki was attacked. He added an extra dot between Katsuki and the market, assuming that was where Izuku was attacked. Looking down the line, he saw that from where Izuku was attacked and moving in a straight line was a police station within the range All Might could jump. He added these facts in and rearranged them to create a timeline. First, Izuku wanted to enter the UA hero course without a quirk. Second, Izuku was saved by All Might. Third, the sludge villain was captured by All Might. Fourth, All Might tried to go to the police station with the villain by jumping, and Izuku latched on. Fifth, All Might lost the sludge villain despite having contained it in some manner. Sixth, Katsuki was attacked. All Might didn't appear, but he had been there according to Recovery Girl, who received a call from him at the site of the attack. Seventh, Izuku committed suicide. Eighth, his former mentor was extremely angry at him. He went over the facts in his mind a few times. Izuku must have grabbed his leg, given that Toshinori had been in the market buying something. Toshinori must have bought a drink, a large bottle he could scoop the villain's liquid form into and then pocket. All Might's form might have made those pockets tight, and with Izuku grabbing his leg for an unknown reason, the bottle slipped. Mijump. Why had she grabbed his leg? She was quirkless and trying to be a hero. And a hero was right in front of her. She must have asked if he believed in her. He doubted the children in her school were kind to her about her longing to be a hero when her quirk was inactive. People could be cruel like that. The #1 hero's opinion on heroes mattered to a young aspiring heroine. Combined with his time running out and his secret being revealed, Toshinori would be in a bad mood. He told her she couldn't be a hero, which pushed her over the edge. He felt guilty and went to Gran Torino, who scolded him harshly. Nizu took a deep breath to calm himself. He couldn't reveal this in front of the faculty right now. For one, it would ruin Toshinori, who was already feeling guilty. The man might deserve it, but if his co-workers lost faith and became disgusted with All Might, his position as the symbol of peace would be diminished. The already rising crime rate and severity would skyrocket, and Bloody Mary would become one of many manhunts, not just a sudden and extreme case. At the same time, he needed to talk to him. So, what do you think, Nizu? He perked up. It's simple. We just waive the medical requirement of the quirk assessment test. They'll still need to get a hero's approval to bypass the entrance exam, and when people ask, we'll explain that the medical exam was interrupted, but the actions they showed based on security surveillance more than made up for it. They looked at him for a moment before slowly agreeing, including Toshinori. Given that Izuku was already close with Gunhead due to the monitor system, he had no need to worry. Anyway, we should start getting ready for classes, except you, Toshinori. I'd like to speak with you about something, Nizu said, and the teachers all filed out while Toshinori remained in his seat. Soon the room was empty save for the two of them, and Nizu reached into his vest, pulling out a cigarette box and lighter. He lit the cigarette and put it between his lips. Toshinori looked worried. The principal of UA was a known smoker, but it wasn't something he allowed himself to do often within the school. Nizu sighed out the smoke, creating a thin cloud in front of him. So, Izuku committed suicide because of something you said? Toshinori recoiled as if the words had struck him like a stone thrown by a professional baseball pitcher. He coughed slightly, and even though he was not in his hero form, Nizu could have sworn the man seemed to deflate. You know, I figured it out during the meeting before I was asked for my opinion on the subject. You were quick to bring it up and didn't offer a test to replace the clinic. Nizu said, normally one to play with his words, but he felt no longing for games right now. It was a rare feeling, one he usually reserved for scientists and villains. He flicked a bit of ash off his cigarette. Once I saw your connection to Izuku, despite giving away one for all to Mirio per Sir Nitai's recommendation, I reviewed what we know about her. The facts lined up with you being the last one to see her and her having a question for you regarding her life's dream. Toshinori sighed, wiping the blood from his lips and chin. Nizu could see the regret and anguish in him. Good, if he hadn't shown that, Nizu would have felt compelled to repeat Gran Torino's reprimand. As it was, he was tempted to do so anyway. Yes, she came to me with a question of whether a quirkless person could be a hero, and I told her she would be better off as a police officer or a doctor, Toshinori admitted. I was harsh about it, telling her that dreams were nice but she needed to keep the real world in mind. Nizu sat, nursing his cigarette as Toshinori leaned forward, resting his forehead against his hand, his elbow on the table. The man was tearing up. He didn't look fragile, he looked broken. While the pieces were collected, they hadn't been fixed. Nizu sighed and pulled out Izuku's file again as Toshinori continued. I didn't know she had taken her own life. I could have stayed a bit longer, seen her pain, taken her somewhere. Instead, I shattered her, walked away, and didn't follow up. The only reason I even know is that Detective Tsukachi was in charge of her case. He listened as Toshinori recounted the guilt consuming him, Sir Night-Eye recommending he do some light, non-heroic good deeds, and Mirio convincing him to help Izuku become a hero to make up for telling her she couldn't be one. It did little to soothe Nizu's anger at the man. He was the principal of the often proclaimed best hero school in Japan for a reason. He cared deeply about children. Whether it was a remnant of his animal instincts or his higher intelligence leading him to do so, he had formed strong bonds with the people in the school, especially the children he helped nurture. To abandon a child after shattering her worldview, a worldview only he could fix after it had already been damaged. The entire situation felt wrong, not only as a hero but in general. Nizu could admit that even with his quirk, he wasn't sure what to do. On one hand, backing out of having All Might teach at the school would raise questions about why he rejected All Might, the symbol of peace, from teaching young heroes. On the other hand, allowing him to teach at a hero school after he had driven a young girl with aspirations of heroism to suicide, and not realizing it until someone else mentioned her death, was an incident waiting to happen. Still, it would be 10 months before Toshinori actually started teaching. There was time to think it over and see what the man would do. Unlike other heroes who made similar mistakes, Toshinori had a chance to rectify his error, thanks to the girl's quirk, and potentially make her a hero on par with himself. He also needed to be present for Mirio, as he had passed on the quirk one for all to the rising star, and if there were any complications, they would need him around. I honestly don't know what to do. We both need you here, but we can't allow you to stay, regardless of how I look at it. Telling you to leave will tarnish both the school and your image, as people will question why. Students will wonder if we're truly trying to provide the best education if we don't hire the best hero, while others will investigate why you wouldn't qualify. Rumors will spread, and before long, someone will connect the dots as I did. It will spread, and villains will take advantage of it to turn people into pawns. Crime would surge, and riots would become commonplace. Nizu flicked his cigarette into a trash can. At the same time, keeping you around poses a significant risk. Your mistake indicates that you haven't learned how to read people. Honestly, I would have thought you could empathize and help struggling souls. What happens if a student comes to you, opens their heart, and you unintentionally crush it? We could lose a student. they might become a villain like Kaizome or, worse, take their own life. Tashinori looked heartbroken, fully aware of the weight of Nizu's words. Nizu couldn't claim to feel happiness in such a situation, but it was the right reaction. We have 10 months before the school year starts. You need to tip the scales, Tashinori, preferably in the direction of no longer being a risk to the students, Nizu continued, and Tashinori nodded. Otherwise, I can't make a decision, and I'll have to inform the faculty so we can find ways to mitigate the risk ourselves. People will notice that we have you on a tight leash. As he finished speaking, Nizu received a call and picked it up, raising his free paw to signal Tashinori to stay. Hello, Nizu here. Gunhead calling. Endeavor and I just finished checking the warehouse where Bloody Mary was suspected to be. She's not here, and I was hoping you could help map out where she might be going. We might also need some recommendations from Recovery Girl. There are many victims here who are still alive but in really bad shape. Collateral damage? No, that would probably be a blessing for some of these individuals. I'll get on it. Expect a call soon, Nizu said, hanging up the phone. He turned to Tashinori. Bloody Mary's hideout was found, but she wasn't there. She has many victims who are still alive. Could you visit Recovery Girl and let her know to call Gunhead? Tashinori nodded, and the two walked out of the conference room. Nizu headed for his office to start predicting Bloody Mary's next move. As he walked, he thought about the case, listing what he knew to determine where to begin. First was her quirk, unofficially named Mirror Warp, which allowed her to enter mirrors and travel to other mirrors within a certain range, indicating it was likely an emitter-type quirk. She gathered individuals with quirks and traits that caused isolation from their peers, using them to create not only a powerful team but also a literal horror show. Nizu acknowledged that it was a clever plan. From the reports he had reviewed, if it weren't for Kaku, Izuku, and Osor, they would have turned that clinic into a hero graveyard. Even the other examinees contributed, taking down one of the villains after their nurse had been incapacitated. She had escaped using her quirk, which was always a challenge with warp types, to a nearby location and blended into the crowd after changing into less noticeable clothes. Nizu stopped as he realized he was in front of his office. He smiled and prepared to work. He opened the door, walked in, and closed it behind him, locking it to avoid disturbances. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and got to work. He retrieved a clicker from his desk and turned on a large screen before opening a custom program he had created. It allowed him to build a relationships board similar to those seen in police shows or conspiracy theorists' rooms, but without the mess. Once it was open, he grabbed his wireless keyboard and began. First, he placed a picture of Bloody Mary between the upper left corner and the center, surrounding it with mini pictures of her co-villains and labeling it Circus. Below that, he added an image of the quirk assessment building, finally placing a question mark in the middle. Now, you had access to an old warehouse where you squatted in tents and a homemade house of mirrors for effect. You enjoy playing a role, you're theatrical, he said as he typed, theatrical, above the circus label. He enlarged the picture of the blind girl they had brought in after she was detained by Gunhead and Death Arms. You also either demand attention or struggle to fight alone. Despite the risks of going for Hikisaku after Gunhead had knocked her out, you did it anyway, which gave him a clear idea of your angle, and he shot you. You may think it's improbable, but you managed to take down an officer with a shard of a mirror, even while clad in ballistic armor. You knew exactly where to strike, eliminating him before 5 trained officers could intervene. You crave admiration, wanting people to witness your theatrics and either enjoy or fear them. You've created a chaotic scene, using broken mirrors and turning a house of mirrors into your domain. You orchestrated your group to infiltrate various sections of the clinic, capturing key areas. You are a strategist, setting everything up like a director preparing for a play. You also seek the spotlight, having your followers handle the staff while you transformed the largest room on the first floor into your stage for combat. Your combat training, dramatic flair, and reliance on others for validation reveal your vanity. When things go awry, you retreat across the street instead of leaving entirely. You lingered to see who escaped your trap, choosing not to return home despite the presence of others. You perceived something better than what you had and desired it. Moreover, you made no effort to rescue the woman confined in the regeneration exam room, nor did you check if the enforcers in the basement could assist you. Your sole focus was on Hikasaku. He sorted through images of other villains, labeling them as expendable, while Hikasaku was marked as valuable. Similarly, the truth about Slit Mouth was revealed, and her cover was blown, allowing you to extract Kaku from security. You were aware that her quirk could pose a threat to those on the main floor, but not to those on the second floor. He placed a picture of Kaku next to the assessment clinic. However, you underestimated the children's danger, indicating you lacked their files. This attack was planned before their arrival, and your infiltrators entered on the day of the assault, unable to warn you in advance. He displayed images of Izuku, Osor, Momo, Hitoshi, Tsubame, Roy, Tetsu, and Minoru. Your team intentionally separated her, broke cover, and even had someone tamper with the building's cameras to create the malfunction at your entry point, forcing an engineer to check it, which allowed you and Hikasaku to enter without triggering an alarm. You wanted Slit Mouth to take the fall. He labeled the image of the slit-mouthed woman as scapegoat. She was devoted to you, as were most of your followers. Why discard them when they could easily carry a handheld mirror, allowing you to summon them in case of failure? Losing them was not a risk, only she was, and you personally brought her into this. He enlarged the picture of the blind girl. You demand admiration and drama, yet you were drawn to the blind girl. She was different from the rest of your group. She was not unattractive. Nizu smiled. You want to surround yourself with beauty. You used the seemingly grotesque and supernatural to craft an act that would establish you as one of the most formidable villains, attracting others so you could select the most appealing. Now that your plan has unraveled, you abandoned your resources, no matter how flawed, because you could no longer tolerate them. Ugly and useless is a dreadful combination, but to completely forsake what you had, you must have discovered a new resource, one that captivated you. What did you see? He gazed at the image of the rescued children. None of them were particularly unattractive, and they appeared healthy for their ages. He brought Hikasaku's image over to them. His eyes widened as he recognized what she saw. You saw two girls, just like your girl, sad and despondent, already beginning to break under the weight of your actions. He positioned Osor and Izuku at the center. You found appealing resources akin to the one you just lost. You hadn't prioritized capturing them before because you were unaware of their existence. Once you did, you decided you wanted them. With their help, you could rescue your little girl from the detention center where she awaits her trial. He went to his desk and retrieved his phone, dialing Gunhead's agency to share his hypothesis. He hoped the man had lookouts monitoring the victims. Izuku opened her eyes, still clutching her plushy Gunhead. She sat up slowly in the bed, taking a moment to look around. After a few seconds, she remembered the events of the previous night and climbed out of her mother's bed. Dinner had been pleasant, with Mitsuki's antics alongside Katsuki and the strange yet affectionate interactions between Ekitai and Nagar helping to distract her. However, once everyone left, the memories crept back, especially the pain. She didn't understand why she felt as if she were being torn in half when she barely felt any water and certainly didn't feel any cuts. After her mother went to sleep, she decided to conduct a quick test. She started by pressing a knife into her left hand. She felt the cold metal as it pierced her skin, but it felt more like peeling off dead skin days after a sunburn. When she pulled the knife away, her hand stitched itself up with hardly any blood spilling. Next, she stabbed her stomach, right where she had felt the tearing, and still felt no pain. The stitching was immediate. What she did next terrified her, but her curiosity pushed her to verify it. She stabbed her thigh, leaving the knife in place. While it kept the stitches from sealing the wound, she slid her fingers into the cut and pulled it wide open. As she stretched the skin apart, the wound lengthened by an inch on either end, and this time it hurt. She bit her lip to suppress a scream and withdrew her hands from the wound, causing the knife to fall out. The stitches formed around the cut, but the pain lingered longer, and more stitches appeared at the torn edges to ensure everything aligned perfectly. After washing her hands and the knife, she returned to her room, pulled out her hero analysis notebook, volume 14, and turned to her own page. She crossed out deadened nerves, which she had initially thought she had, and wrote that her pain receptors reacted based on the severity and difficulty of healing. The more effort it took to seal the wound properly, the more it hurt. Getting torn in half meant not only was her skin separated unevenly, but the stitches also had to navigate various angles over the same area where 2 stitches might suffice for a straight cut. Additionally, her internal organs needed repair, requiring another layer of stitches, as well as realigning her vertebrae to ensure her legs would still function. Once she understood, she tried to sleep, snuggling plushy Gunhead and hoping she wouldn't see Kaku's face in her dreams. Instead of Kaku, she dreamt of the monster attacking her friends while she crawled towards them, her lower half missing. She woke up screaming, startling Izuku, who rushed into her room and held her close. By the time Izuku stopped crying, Inko had led her to her room, putting her in bed and crawling in beside her. With her mother and plushy Gunhead by her side, the rest of her night was dreamless, a welcome change she never thought she would appreciate. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she walked into the main room and then to her bedroom to get dressed. She needed to train, to grow stronger so that the dream wouldn't feel so real, so possible. If it couldn't happen, maybe it wouldn't scare her. Inko watched as her daughter emerged from her bedroom, her hair covering her eyes. She knew Izuku would continue to need support to heal. The previous evening had only provided a brief respite. Her scream had been haunting, making Inko fear that something terrible had come for her. Looking down into the pot of soup she was preparing, she saw her reflection. In her grief over Izuku's pain and her inability to support her dreams, she had gained weight. Her daughter needed her now more than ever. She couldn't afford to be anything but supportive. An idea came to mind and she smiled. Izuku stepped out of her room wearing a black shirt and shorts, along with a sports bra. Inko looked over at her. "Izuku, honey," she called. Izuku turned to her, her hair still obscuring her eyes. Inko noticed that the Gunhead plushie was still in her arms, now positioned behind her clothes. "You plan on training today, don't you?" Izuku nodded. "Why don't I come with you? We could work out together." She hesitated, surprised that her mother wanted to join her. After everything that had happened, Inko still supported her dream of becoming a hero? Izuku nodded again, albeit tentatively, and Inko's smile widened. "All right, let me finish this soup and fill a few thermoses. I'm sure Katsuki will want some once he catches a whiff of the skis." Inko watched as Izuku headed into the shower, and a few tears slipped down her cheeks. Her daughter, usually so cheerful and talkative, was now silent. It felt wrong, and the absence of her voice hurt deeply. She took out her phone and sent a message to Gunhead to inform him of their whereabouts. "Mrs. Midoriya, my daughter trains at Dagoba Beach. We'll be heading there soon, and I'll be joining her workouts. Please meet us there." "Gunhead, sounds good. I'll have to send a sidekick today. I'm expecting a call from Nizu regarding the villain behind the attack." "Mrs. Midoriya, thank you." Hearing the shower turn off, Inko returned her focus to the spicy pork and mustard green soup. It was nearly finished, just needing some time to simmer. She covered it with a lid and searched her cupboards until she found a few thermoses to keep the soup warm. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 9:15. Just then, there was a knock at the door. She walked away from the soup to check the peephole and confirmed it was Katsuki, come to pick Izuku up for their trip to the beach. She opened the door and stepped aside. "It's good to see you, Katsuki. I hope you don't mind me joining you both for the workout today?" He shook his head. "No problem, Aunt Inko. I think my mother is planning to join too." Inko smiled and nodded. "Thank you." With the shower now off, she poured the soup into the thermoses. Inko hoped this would help Izuku. Just one quiet morning had hurt her more than when Izuku had begged to be a hero after being declared quirkless. She would do anything to see her daughter happy again, like she was before the clinic. Meanwhile, Himiko Toga observed as Izuku left her apartment with what she assumed was her mother, along with a blonde boy and his family. Finding her hadn't been as difficult as she expected. All she had to do was track a hero like those who had helped her escape the clinic. Izuku still wore that blank expression, her hair tied back in a spiky bun that revealed the crisscrossing stitches on her face. A few of them had faded, but there were still enough for Himiko to trace with her knife. The 5 of them were dressed in various colors of workout clothes, and Himiko frowned when she noticed Izuku was wearing black. Black hid the blood, after all. They began to jog down the sidewalk, and as Izuku's clothes shifted with her movements, Himiko had a thought. If the black concealed the blood, then when she played with Izuku, she would just have to remove the black, just as she would have to take off her own clothes before becoming Izuku. She imagined holding Izuku while they were both covered in blood and giggled, her face flushing with excitement. Deciding to follow her for the day, Himiko aimed to learn more about Izuku so she could truly become her, as well as figure out what to add to the gift basket she had prepared once she obtained Bloody Mary's head. Twirling her knife, she navigated through the alleyways, occasionally peeking down them to ensure she was on the right path and still tailing Izuku. The group was jogging, but the more she observed Izuku, the more she noticed that she seemed lethargic, as if she was intentionally holding back, wanting to do more but limiting herself for the sake of others. Izuku was also very cautious, glancing around and checking her surroundings multiple times. This made it difficult for Himiko to keep up without being noticed. Bloody Mary must have really hurt her, so she knew she had to intervene to help Izuku feel safe and to finally meet her. Biting her lower lip, they approached a beach, a perfect meeting spot, as anyone could show up there. She scanned the area and spotted a thin woman in a window. She would do. Mitsuki blinked in surprise at the workout equipment the two had managed to create: barbell weights, kettlebells, a punching mat, and the beginnings of an obstacle course. "Wow, you two really went all out, didn't you? This is impressive," she said, earning a scoff from Katsuki as he headed over to the trash pile instead of the weights. "Is something missing? I need a target. Some friends helped me come up with an idea, and I want to test it," he replied, searching through the trash for the right pieces. First, he needed something to pierce, and then something to place behind it to measure how much power was retained. He rummaged through various thicknesses of sheet metal, a couple of mattresses, and some appliances to support it all. It didn't take long for him to spot a decent-looking sheet of metal. "Hey, Izuku, can you lend me a hand?" Izuku nodded and made her way over to Katsuki, with their parents following closely to ensure they didn't get hurt. Inko noticed that some of the trash had been arranged at the edges of the piles like stairways and barriers to prevent things from sliding around. She felt a bit worried as the children pulled on a piece of metal sticking out from under other junk. Just before she could call out, Izuku pulled, and the metal slid out of the stack without causing a domino effect. She sighed in relief as they headed back down. Izuku held the sheet metal while Katsuki grabbed a mattress from a pile of materials they didn't need but still had some value. Mitsuki saw Izuku glance toward a washing machine and walked over to it, pulling it from the edge of the junk pile. Izuku pointed toward the punching mat, and Mitsuki began pushing the machine through the sand. The effort quickly became apparent. No wonder Katsuki practically collapses the moment he gets home nowadays. She breathed a bit and gave a thumbs up once it was in place, only for Katsuki to drop the mattress next to her and start pushing the washing machine so it was about 10 meters behind and 2 meters to the left of the punching mat. Then he placed the mattress on top of the washing machine while Izuku brought over the sheet metal, 4 rebar rods, and a pipe. First, Katsuki folded the mattress over the washing machine, and Izuku held the sheet metal against the front so it faced them. Katsuki lined up the pipe with the bottom left corner, then slipped in a rod of rebar and capped the pipe with his hand. They heard his quirk activate as he repeated the process on the right side while Izuku bent the rebar at the spot Katsuki had just secured. They continued until all 4 corners of the metal were fastened to the machine and mattress. "Alright, if this works, I'll need more targets, but for now, let's get to training," Katsuki said, and Izuku nodded before they both moved to the weights while the adults looked for something to do. Izuku approached the obstacle course and grabbed a set of dumbbells that Mirio and Toshinori had helped them create before they headed home, selecting a pair for herself and a pair for her mother. Masaru decided to watch his wife, Mitsuki, as she performed deadlifts with the barbell Izuku had made. "Wow, what did you make this with?" Mitsuki asked, looking at Izuku. Most of her questions stemmed from curiosity about the weight, but a small part was an attempt to engage Izuku in conversation. Izuku glanced at her for a moment before returning to her barbells. "2 safes and some rebar." "Safes?" You've been lifting safes? Not just lifting, Mom. She does clean and jerks. Katsuki chimed in, causing Mitsuki to stumble as Izuku performed a few test lifts with the dumbbells before she began sprinting back and forth at full speed, similar to the beep test at school. Each lap took 14 seconds, 7 seconds forward and 7 seconds back. She needed to be faster, so she kept going, kicking up sand as she closed her eyes and counted the seconds in her head while the dust cloud thickened. Inko watched in shock, amazed at her daughter lifting safes and running fast enough to create a dust storm. She glanced to the side and spotted a cracked full-length mirror, then nodded as she started running in a similar manner to her daughter, though only for 20 meters and upwind of the sand cloud Izuku was creating. Mitsuki looked at her son, Katsuki, who smirked at her. Taking a deep breath, she rubbed her hands together before reaching down to the barbell and lifting it over her head. After bringing it back down, she smirked at Katsuki, who glared at her and began lifting his kettle weights with only shoulder movements. Mitsuki performed another clean and jerk, and Katsuki started moving faster with his kettle weights. Kid, you're way too young to be challenging me. Bring it on, old hag. Katsuki retorted, while Masaru face-bombed as Mitsuki began taunting him, doing clean and jerks while Katsuki swung his arms up and down at high speed, shouting back at her. Hearing a car pull up, he turned to see the blonde UA student, Mirio, along with a thin man with long, messy blonde hair, wearing a baggy shirt and breathes, climb out of an old truck. Don't work too hard, old hag. Wouldn't want your old bones to break under the pressure. The two of them approached the group, Mirio grinning widely. Hello, it's nice to see you all again, he said, extending his hand to Masaru, who shook it. Masaru then looked at the other man and offered a handshake as Mirio made his way toward the others. I'm Tashinori Yagi, All Might's secretary. He's going to be training Mirio for a while, so he asked me to continue following him around after the boy suggested I do some community service occasionally. That's how we ended up meeting Izuku and Katsuki. Masaru accepted the explanation and released Tashinori's hand. If you want to help, fine. Izuku is going to need all the help she can get, Masaru said, turning back to watch the girls and his son work out. He wanted to keep an eye on them in case someone needed to relax or if a potential threat appeared. From the third floor of a condominium building, Himiko pouted. She had already killed the petite woman and found that the woman's bikini fit her snugly. The reason for her pout was the increasing number of people around Izuku, one of whom had a face she recognized from the television of one of her victims, indicating he was likely a hero and aware of her. She didn't want to approach Izuku as someone else. She wanted her real face to be what Izuku associated with her. She walked over to her latest victim and nudged the body with her foot, admitting that killing someone without knowing them felt odd and wasteful. Even if she drank the woman's blood, she wouldn't truly become her, and becoming her was the whole point. Well, that and it tasted really good, and when she went too long without blood, it started to hurt. Still, she wasn't in need of a drink or a new form. Maybe she should have tied her up. Nah, that would be boring. Himiko looked out the window again before shutting the curtains and sighing in annoyance. She grabbed the remote and turned on the television, hoping to find something entertaining while she waited for the crowd to disperse. The last channel the woman had watched was an animal documentary, currently discussing ducks. She flipped through channels, briefly pausing to get an idea of what was on before deciding it was uninteresting and moving on. Eventually, she landed on the news channel, where a reporter stood next to Endeavor. So, you participated in raiding Bloody Mary's hideout. While you were able to arrest multiple villains, the main target wasn't there. What are your thoughts on Bloody Mary's next move? The reporter asked. Endeavor glared at the woman for the reminder, and Himiko giggled softly, watching the reporter pale. Bloody Mary lost more than a few allies today. This warehouse may be in the old industrial district, but with her false house of mirrors, we also discovered an office that revealed her plans for the attack on the clinic, provided insight into her quirk's range, and most importantly, eliminated a hiding place. From that house of mirrors, she could move not just to nearby locations, but it served as a central point in a large web that has now been torn apart. Endeavor stated as Himiko mimicked his words with a little mouth gesture. Gunhead has already contacted UA, and I have called my own agency to begin dismantling her next motive. We can assume she will seek revenge and blame the young boys and girls who assisted in foiling her plot. We recommend these families cover up mirrors or find temporary housing without mirrors until she can be located. Rest assured, we will work tirelessly until she is found and brought to justice. There you have it, folks, straight from the number 2 hero. I'm Hodo Kisha, back to you, Mainu. Himiko froze for a moment. This was not good for Izuku. She was in danger, and if Bloody Mary got to her, how would she ever become who she wanted to be? Frustrated, she threw the remote at the television and thought to herself. Right now, Izuku was away from home, running around and enjoying the beach, where people discarded junk, like mirrors. She needed to send a message without revealing its source, and she had to look like someone who belonged nearby without causing harm. Himiko glanced at her victim, who had makeup on and dark streaks in her hair. A grin spread across her face as she dashed into the women's bathroom. The victim's makeup, hair dyes, and curlers were all there. Grabbing the phone of the person she had impersonated the day before, she searched for a simple tutorial on curling and dyeing hair, settling on a nice shade of black before transforming herself into someone who didn't exist. Toshinori decided to observe as Mirio joined Inko in a workout, introducing himself and encouraging her to push her limits. He moved to where Izuku was running back and forth. Her speed was incredible for someone whose quirk didn't directly enhance her fighting abilities. She simply had the ability to survive. She was clocking in at 30 miles an hour, faster than any non-speedster he had seen at her age. She didn't spare him a glance, focused solely on pushing her muscles to their limits, ignoring exhaustion. At this pace, her legs would give out. Normally, that would hurt someone, but he had seen footage of her previous attack. She could recover stronger than before. Still, it would be best if she didn't push herself to that extent. He decided to call out to her, hoping she would listen. "Izuku, might I offer a suggestion?" He wasn't sure she would heed his advice, especially since he had failed to help her at the clinic. Thankfully, she slowed down and eventually stopped in front of him. "Dumbbells are good. You haven't forgotten your arms, but what about your core? Before you exhaust your legs, why don't you do a few crunches with your mother?" Izuku nodded, and Toshinori watched as she ran over to Inko. Inko smiled at Toshinori, and Mirio offered to help them. Soon, they were lying next to each other, with Mirio holding down their feet. Mother and daughter began doing crunches in sync, with Mirio cheering them on. Toshinori took a seat on one of the washing machines, amused to see Katsuki and his mother, Mitsuki, racing to prove who was better. They had set challenges for each other and then such equipment, with Mitsuki using the junkyard kettle weights while Katsuki performed clean and JRKS with the safe barbell. As he took a moment to think, Toshinori contemplated what had happened and how he could help. First, he needed to prove to Nizu that he wasn't a threat to the students by neglecting their emotional well-being. He also had to ensure Mirio could wield one for all properly. So far, it was a successful endeavor. Chio theorized that since one for all had been a transformation for him and Mirio's quirk was also a transformation, the quirk didn't need to adjust to Mirio, allowing for a smoother transition. Additionally, he needed to ensure Izuku got to UA. He had carelessly denied her dream, which had hurt her. What better way to begin making amends than by paving the way to her dream? As they continued to work out, Toshinori's gaze wandered around the junkyard. He knew what Izuku wanted, so finding a few pieces for her would be a good way to pass the time. He hoped Gunhead and Endeavor would find Bloody Mary in time. As much as he wanted to pursue her himself, Nizu had made it clear that he shouldn't risk scaring her into hiding. Nizu believed that part of the reason she felt confident enough to act was because Toshinori had failed to capture the sludge monster. If he went after her, that confidence might vanish. He needed to make appearances while also laying low around her territory so that other heroes could take her down. He didn't like it, but the principal had a point. Every hero had missions they weren't suited for. Endeavor wasn't good at stealth operations, Gunhead wasn't the best choice for dealing with giants, and All Might's reputation meant that villains who knew when to run would disappear the moment he was on the case. Toshinori scanned the horizon for Gunhead or the heroes who would be coming to monitor Izuku, then looked around the junkyard for any mirrors. He didn't see any himself, but there was a lot of trash. It was possible he just didn't have the right angle. For now, he'd focus on keeping an eye on the two families. If Bloody Mary appeared, he would be able to transform into All Might with the residual power he had left and take her down. That's it, up, down, up, down, up, down, work those cores. Mirio encouraged as he kept one hand over Mrs. Midoriya's feet and the other over Izuku's. He knew about what had happened the day before, but All Might and Sir Night-Eye had called him to accept one for all alongside his own permeation quirk, to become the next symbol of peace. He hadn't been able to help them, and he felt bad about it. He had told Sir Night-Eye how he felt, and the man agreed that it was painful, but one for all came first. Mirio both respected and resented this aspect of the veteran hero, how he prioritized logic over emotion to such a degree. So when Toshinori said they would be going to Dagobah Beach to test his power in full after the quick check at the agency proved he would be able to handle it, albeit painfully, Mirio agreed in hopes of finding Izuku there. He wanted to help her. If he couldn't help people without his power, he wasn't worthy of it. It wasn't his power that made him a hero but his mind, his personality, his love for humanity. If someone wouldn't do whatever it takes to help others without power, then that power should go to someone who would. Seeing Izuku still training with her mother trying to work out alongside her, he knew how he could help. He could cheer them on so Izuku knew this was a safe place, with her mother and a hero who believed in her standing beside her, and it also helped Inko keep from falling behind too much. When he saw Inko start to struggle, he let go and clapped his hands. Okay, let's move to another exercise. It'll be great for the legs we just let rest. First, both of you stand up and face each other, he said, and Izuku and Inko complied. He took their arms and had them hold onto each other's biceps. All right, now balance on your left leg, right leg up. Inko seemed to realize he was guiding them through two-person pistol squats while Izuku just mirrored her mother. Now squat without letting your right foot touch the ground. When you get back up, swap legs and do it again. Mirio instructed. Inko was able to guide Izuku from there, so he took a look around. His eyes immediately caught a full-length mirror, which he walked over to and pushed over, making it fall. It probably wasn't the only mirror in the junkyard, so he decided that while Inko and Izuku did squats together, he would start searching for other mirrors. Mirio walked over to Toshinori and gestured for him to follow. The man got off his seat and headed toward him. Something you need, kid? Toshinori asked, and Mirio pointed at the mirror on the ground, then at the rest of the junkyard. He understood. His successor wanted to search the trash for mirrors and cover them up. Probably a good idea. Gunhead's men should be here soon, so let's get started, but be careful. The two headed into the junkyard, with Mirio carefully using his permeation quirk to move through the debris while Toshinori looked through the edges of the junk pile. As they did, Inko and Izuku separated while Inko thought about what to do next. Her daughter's face wasn't sad or blank anymore, but frustrated. Inko felt her smile start to fade before she had an idea. She took Izuku by the wrist and led her over to the mirror she'd looked into before, lifting it back and standing in front of it. Izuku, look in the mirror, and let me tell you what I see, she said, standing beside Izuku as they looked at their reflections. I see a young girl who was hurt by the worst kind of people but didn't let it be the end of her dreams. They hurt her, but she got back up and decided she wouldn't let them hurt her again. She's a hard worker, a tough little cookie who's always sweet to those who treat her well. Sometimes she crumbles a bit, unsure of how to handle people who are too rough with her, but she remains kind to them despite that. Inko said, her arm around Izuku's shoulders, holding her close. Someone got a bit rough with her, and some pieces might have broken off, but that doesn't make her any less than she was. She's still the sweetest thing I know, and it might not happen today, but one day all those pieces will come back together, and everything will be okay again. Inko noticed Izuku starting to tear up in the reflection, her head tilting down. Inko stood between her and the mirror, placing her hands on Izuku's shoulders. You're Izuku, my daughter, and no matter what those villains do, you will always be my hero. They won't stop you from being the best hero this world has ever seen. She encouraged, getting Izuku to look back at her with a small smile. Inko smiled back and opened her arms for a hug when Izuku's expression shifted to one of terror at something behind her. In a swift motion, Izuku grabbed Inko and pushed her aside. Inko rolled a bit in the sand and heard a sound she had become familiar with thanks to Izuku's new quirk, the sound of something cutting into flesh. She heard Mitsuki scream and quickly picked herself up, her eyes searching for Izuku. She saw Izuku still in front of the mirror, the head of a fireman's axe buried between her neck and collarbone. Izuku! Toshinori and Mirio turned at the sound of the scream, followed by Inko calling out Izuku's name. Toshinori released the mirror he was about to move, only to feel something grab him and pull him back. Before he could activate what was left of One for All, he found himself in the middle of a women's bathroom. He activated his quirk and smashed the mirror before bolting out as quickly as he could. Mirio did the same, using permeation to move through the debris as he had before, not paying attention to where he was walking until he stepped on a fallen mirror. When he didn't stop moving downward after passing through a fridge, he tried to halt by canceling his quirk, only to realize it wasn't his when he caught the reflection of the sun from the mirror beneath him. Suddenly, he found himself in the middle of a condominium bathroom where a man was showering. He apologized and activated both permeation and One for All, falling through the floor and preparing to make a break for the beach. Izuku struggled to move her arms, only her left responding. She reached up and pulled the axe from her body, her wounds stitching themselves quickly as she fell backward, her legs unresponsive due to the axe having severed her spine. She heard Katsuki roar in anger and explosions erupt as she lifted her head. Out of the mirror stepped a woman with red hair styled and tied behind her head, her glossy skin shining in the sunlight, and a white Victorian dress stained at the sleeves with Izuku's blood. "Dear little girl, rejoice, for I have come to show you your destiny," Bloody Mary declared, holding a 6-inch-long knife with a mirror sheen in one hand, her other hand reaching out as if to help Izuku up. Izuku felt new tears forming in her eyes. "My dearest Nag, you look positively magnificent," Ekitai said, kneeling before her as he kissed up her leg. "Your dress, your hair, the rope so tightly wound around your arms and body. What is going on?" "Where's the money?" a voice interrupted. "In a minute. Can't you see that I am speaking with my wife?" Ekitai exclaimed, his face turning red as his words echoed across the alley. He then turned back to his wife, his eyes filled with adoration. "My love, please tell me, did they hurt you? Did it torture you?" "Yes, my friend," Naga replied calmly, her eyes half-lidded and a serene smile on her face. Ekitai gasped, shuddering with excitement. "That's Latin, oh Nagar," Ekitai said, kissing her ankle before slowly standing up. "Ekitai," Nagar said as Ekitai's lips moved closer to hers. "Nagar," Ekitai exclaimed as their lips brushed against each other, so close to kissing. "Seriously, where's our money?" the voice interrupted again. Ekitai froze, slowly turning his head toward the thugs who had kidnapped his wife and demanded a ransom for her safe return. He spun to face them suddenly and held out a hand. Electricity arced forward, taking the form of a Celtic anthropomorphic sword. "You shall not interrupt my wife and me again," he shouted as he rushed toward them, an electrical blade in hand, howling with fury. He slashed and swung like a man possessed, the thugs unable to react as the blade struck them, causing them to convulse. Soon, they had all fallen, either writhing on the ground or fleeing in terror from the blue-skinned man with eyes as dark as a moonless night. He turned to his wife, breathing as his body began to calm, his footsteps heavy as he approached her. "Ekitai, you animal, you tore through them like a raging demon, a soldier from hell with no mercy or reason. You frightened me," she said, her face flushed as she looked down at him with eager eyes. "Take me home. I wish to see it again." Ekitai smirked and threw her over his shoulder. "Of course, my love." Osor looked at the fallen thugs around her and let out a soundless sigh before following her parents, feeling as though she was missing something important. Katsuki was not thinking clearly at that moment. He was aware of that. He didn't decide to move or use his quirk. First, he saw his mother's face, then he heard flesh being sliced by something, followed by Inko screaming Izuku's name. Suddenly, he found himself standing between her and a woman with a knife reaching for Izuku, both hands out as his quirk began to activate. The sweat he had worked up from lifting weights with his mother worked to his advantage. He unleashed a single explosion from each hand, using every drop of sweat from his fingertips to his wrists. The twin shockwaves threw sand and debris forward, clearing part of the beach while flames scorched everything in front of him, igniting flammable objects in the junkyard and echoing the roar of the initial blast. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Even with the extra workouts over the past week, it still hurt to unleash a blast that powerful. As the dust settled, he didn't see the woman, just her knife lying in the sand. "Did I get her?" As if waiting for him to ask, an arm emerged from the blade of the dagger, followed by the rest of the woman, who picked it up and dusted it off. "Never ask that, darling. It never ends well," she said before flipping the knife in her hand and throwing it. Her body vanished into the blade just before she released it. It flew toward him, and he formed a circle with one hand, aiming to blast it away. Instead, the woman, whom Katsuki reminded himself was Bloody Mary, emerged from the blade, grabbed it, and lunged to slash him. Izuku reacted before he could, leaping from the ground and placing herself in the path of the knife. He heard it cut into her neck, a wet gurgle escaping her lips as she tried to speak. Katsuki quickly changed tactics, wrapping an arm around Izuku and facing his hand toward Bloody Mary, who seemed to be hesitating before returning to the blood-soaked knife. He lifted his legs and set off an explosion, creating distance between them and Bloody Mary. "Izuku, are you all right?" he shouted as she coughed up blood, stitches forming over her throat. He glanced up to where Bloody Mary should be and saw burn marks on her clothes. She must not have been quick enough to avoid the explosion. "Why, yeah, are you?" she replied, wiping blood from her lips. He nodded while the woman glared at them, gripping her knife with fury. He helped Izuku back up and noticed her looking behind them out of the corner of his eye. When she did, Bloody Mary moved, throwing her knife and disappearing into it again. Katsuki opted for a wide blast rather than precision, his arms protesting from the residual pain of his earlier explosion. It had been larger than he was prepared for, and so was this blast. He couldn't maintain this level of damage. Still, it caught the knife and sent it flying back, only for him to see something glinting from the junk pile. He moved before he could recognize it, narrowly avoiding a deeper cut to his ear. It stung, but it could have been worse. Why hadn't she emerged from the blade? He felt someone pull him and saw Bloody Mary with her first knife moving a blade where his head would have been. Then he saw Izuku reach for her arm, only for Bloody Mary to smirk. Reacting quickly, he grabbed Izuku, pulling her away from Bloody Mary as the woman vanished into the blade. The blade traveled a bit further before Bloody Mary reappeared. "Izuku, she's after you. If you're holding on to her, she'll warp and you'll go with her. Such a clever young man you've found for yourself, dear, and a powerful quirk too. I've never been one to choose between two appealing people, so I think I'll take you both." The woman didn't finish her sentence as she was forced to dodge Mitsuki, who threw one of the microwave kettlebells at her. "You dare," Bloody Mary began, only to be interrupted as Mitsuki closed in, throwing punch after punch. Eventually, Bloody Mary abandoned her monologue to fight back. Katsuki formed a circle with one hand, positioning it in front of his palm like the barrel of a gun. He used the base knuckle of his middle finger, along with his flat middle and index fingers, to create an iron sight aimed at Bloody Mary's knife. If they could disarm her, she would be without a weapon and unable to use her quirk. "Where the hell are Gunhead's extras when you need them?" he exclaimed, focusing the sweat on his palms into the circle. He envisioned a small fireball propelled by a shockwave, making the sweat in the circle more incendiary while the sweat on his palm would create a bigger explosion. He ignited both and launched a glowing hot blast. It flew quickly but went wide, buzzing past the woman's hair and only serving as a distraction for his mother to escape Bloody Mary's striking range. He felt grateful that his mother was actually quite skilled in a fight. He noticed Izuku had moved but couldn't see where she had gone. For a moment, he hoped she had run to safety, only to see her struggling with the fireman's axe that had been buried in her shoulder at the start. "Izuku!" He dashed after her as Bloody Mary dodged Mitsuki's attempts to land a punch, dancing around her with her blade, leaving cuts on Mitsuki's cheeks, arms, and knuckles. Inko looked around and spotted the knife the woman had thrown earlier, the blade buried in the sand. Using her quirk, she brought it to herself and noticed the reflective blade, wondering why the woman hadn't attempted to use it. An idea struck her, and she threw it back into the sand, burying it with her foot. "Cover the blade!" Inko shouted as loudly as she could. Mitsuki, trusting her friend's judgment, moved her palm at the knife just as Bloody Mary lunged to stab her. The blade pierced Mitsuki's hand, causing her to scream, but she quickly closed her hand around the villain's wrist. Bloody Mary's eyes widened. With no light reaching the blade, there was no reflection to warp through. She tried to pull the blade back out when Izuku approached and attempted to chop off Bloody Mary's arm with the axe. The villain growled and released the knife to avoid losing her arm, only for dozens of small fireballs to begin flying around her. Katsuki had made a split-second decision. If he couldn't aim his new trick, he would just launch as many as he could, as fast as he could. What did most games call it? Bullet hell. He was putting her into a live-action recreation of a bullet hell game. Izuku positioned herself between Bloody Mary and Mitsuki, gripping the fireman's axe with both hands, while Mitsuki dropped to her knees, breathing heavily as her husband rushed to her side. "That might not have been my best plan." "This hurts," she said, as the adrenaline that had pushed her to fight began to fade now that Bloody Mary wasn't directly attacking her. The villain dodged between Katsuki's erratically aimed blasts. The shots were random compared to Mitsuki's feints and counters, but there were so many that she couldn't move toward Izuku, who was firing from beside Katsuki. The shots kicked up dust, giving Bloody Mary a chance to run toward the junk pile and a new mirror shard. As she emerged from the dust cloud, Katsuki turned and began firing at her, but the inaccuracy of his shots made it futile. He cursed and was about to charge toward her when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Good work, Kit. Let us take it from here," Retribution said as two other heroes chased after Bloody Mary. Katsuki gritted his teeth but nodded, and Izuku hurried over to them, still holding the axe. Mitsuki, Inko, and Masaru were not far behind. Once they regrouped, Izuku found herself being checked over intently by her mother while Katsuki looked away, finally noticing something. The initial strike from the fire axe had cut through most of Izuku's shirt, and her bra had been slightly damaged as well. Mitsuki began to inspect her too, while Retribution gave them a few moments before speaking. "Alright, you five need to get out of here." Reports of quirk usage reached HQ while the monitoring group was en route. Thanks to a call from UA's principal, Nizu, they were rerouted, and we were sent to handle this situation. They're creating an escape route for you. Head home, and on the way, Gunhead will catch you and lead you to a safe house. The parents nodded, and Izuku and Katsuki found themselves being pulled away while Retribution made his way to his fellow heroes. The two kids had performed admirably in the face of danger. Now it was his turn to eliminate that danger. When he reached the debris, he saw his teammates slow down and took a moment to remember who they were. Pro-Hero Coagulate, whose quirk allowed her to manipulate her blood in small quantities outside her body and crystallize it, carried a specialized repeater crossbow. Instead of manually pulling a lever like a traditional crossbow, the lever was automated, activated by pulling the trigger. Her quirk enabled her to form various bolt heads, allowing her to fire everything from a tipless bolt to one that would break apart upon piercing, potentially causing heart attacks. Both of her arms were covered in white armor, connected by tubes, with a single tube from her right forearm leading to the crossbow. Her legs and torso were similarly armored, featuring a red cross over her chest. He couldn't see her face as she wore a dome-shaped helmet. Pro-Hero Hand of Harmony, dressed in a black and white Aikidoji, ran beside her, scanning for Bloody Mary. Though they followed different paths in hero work, when their paths crossed, villains often regretted it. Hand of Harmony was formidable in direct combat, skilled at manipulating opponents, which opened them up for Retribution to strike. He had lost an eye in a previous encounter, which left him with a blind spot. Coagulate provided covering fire and kept an eye on Hand of Harmony's blind side while they aimed to capture Bloody Mary, whether that meant imprisoning her or something more permanent. They had the authority for either option. Slitmouth had already been dealt with, and the other survivors were locked away in Tartarus. Given the stories, it seemed Slitmouth had received a mercy killing compared to her cohorts, a fate they did not wish to extend to Bloody Mary. Boss fight dead ahead, Coagulate announced. Most of the debris had formed a white crescent, resembling a stage, with dozens of reflective surfaces scattered throughout. Bloody Mary stood in the center like a performer. It looked like a scene from a video game boss fight. Oh no, she's one of those, isn't she? She is. Heroes, you have come to your end. Soon your blood will soak the sands, and I will have that girl under my heel. She's going to start monologuing, really? Hand of Harmony said as Retribution dashed past him. He had no intention of listening to a makeup-covered psychopath predict his demise when all he needed to do was land a blow. As he ran, he noticed shards in the sand. The kid's quirk must have shattered a few mirrors. I will be. Before she could finish, Retribution swung at her, aiming for her shoulder, but she warped from the shard she stood on to one behind him. She lunged to stab him in the back with another dagger, only to be struck by 3 crossbow bolts in her shoulder. She screamed, and Retribution turned to counter her. However, before he could land a hit, she vanished, and the shard she had been holding began to fall. Retribution struck the shard and activated his quirk, causing it to shatter into dust. He saw Hand of Harmony move and kick something next to him, hearing flesh strike against flesh. He turned to see Bloody Mary flipping back, a dagger in hand. He briefly wondered where she had obtained it when the man spoke. She's going to warp to an apartment where she has set up a few mirrors. There are weapons, and there's a window that I can see the ocean out of. Find her warp area and shut it down. Linked to Whisper, he should have thought about that. It might also explain why she hadn't run off yet. She knew her main base was gone. But if she could eliminate a couple of heroes, low-level villains would come to her for protection and fame, allowing her to rebuild. She was cornered. Running wasn't an option for her. After too many failures, she would always be a low-class villain. Her theatrical need to be awe-inspiring and feared kept her in the corner. For now, they had to take her down before survival instincts forced her to flee. As predicted, she stepped to another mirror fragment and warped away, Hand of Harmony already turning to find where she would appear next. Retribution's eyes were drawn to a glimmer behind Hand of Harmony, and he moved to intercept. 6. Bloody Mary had warped between the two, hoping to catch Hand of Harmony off guard with a dagger move to the back of the neck, but he was already ducking under the strike. Hand of Harmony turned and hit the woman's stomach, forcing her back a few steps before she warped away again. She's tangling with you next, Retribution. Drag her to me. 4. Coagulate said, and Retribution spun clockwise, his right hand extended to grab Bloody Mary's arm. He heard a sound of surprise as he caught and twisted her wrist, forcing the dagger out of her hand and using her momentum to lead her forward. Hand of Harmony spun into a back kick as Retribution let go of Bloody Mary, the sole of his foot slamming into her forehead. Retribution then turned counterclockwise to strike Bloody Mary's right pectoral, the initial kick and follow-up punch throwing her back. She warped again, and Hand of Harmony turned his head to Coagulate. 6. Coagulate dove forward and rolled as Bloody Mary appeared behind her, attempting to slice into the hero's waist but only managing to brush the tip of her dagger over the woman's armor. Coagulate spun and fired another blood crystal-tipped bolt, aiming for the villain's upper arm, but the shot flew through the air as the woman warped away and came back behind her again. Retribution rushed forward as Bloody Mary kicked Coagulate onto her side and straddled her, both hands on her dagger as she moved down at the woman's neck. The tip of the blade just starting to draw blood before he tackled her off his fellow hero and began to punch her biceps and shoulders, landing only a few hits on the stunned woman before she warped again. These warp quirks. I'm bringing her down. Be ready to disable her legs. Coagulate nodded, holding her slightly bleeding neck with one hand while Hand of Harmony looked down and closed his eyes, knowing what was about to happen and not wanting to see it. Bloody Mary reappeared, but at a distance from them. She looked like she was about to start taunting or monologuing. Retribution didn't know or care. He brought his hand up and snapped his fingers as Coagulate fired 3 bolts at the woman's right knee. Bloody Mary screamed as the skin on her shoulders, biceps, and right wrist twisted apart, tearing muscle and flesh in an explosion of gore. Both arms fell limp at her sides as blood poured down her arms and dripped rapidly onto the sand. She fell to her side as the bolts pierced through her kneecap, ruining the joint of her right knee one by one. Bloody Mary's face twisted from her calm and lethal expression to one filled with malice and rage, glaring at the three of them like a wild animal about to lash out. Then the sand exploded behind her, forcing the three heroes to cover their eyes. "Now what?" Coagulate said as the sand settled, revealing All Might and Lemillion, though Lemillion looked larger than he had seen in reports, and his cowlick was spiky. "What happened, All Might?" "Villain, you have been defeated. They have stopped you, and we've taken away your escape route. You'll find no mirror shards in the sand any longer," All Might said, Lemillion nodding beside him. The woman looked between Retribution and All Might, her rage growing faster and faster. Retribution thought her head might explode before she got the chance to scream at them, her face turning red with fury. "No!" she exclaimed, and he sighed, knowing she was about to launch into another monologue. "This is not my destiny. I will escape and take you all down. She will be mine, my loyal companion, my servant to do my bidding and eliminate my enemies. She and her blue friend will belong to me, Bloody Mary." That's when he noticed an object descending toward Bloody Mary. He rushed to move as it landed in the sand beside her. They all stared at it, a piece of a mirror taped onto a frisbee. She grinned and placed her hand on it. "I will not be defeated today," she declared just before Retribution could tackle her away from the mirror shard, vanishing into the mirror from which the shard had come instead of locking onto a position. Retribution hit the sand in frustration as he heard Hand of Harmony begin issuing orders to whisper through their link, while Lemillion searched the area for another mirror. All Might stated he would head to Izuku's location, in case that was where the injured woman was headed. "Damn it, let's hope she's still nearby," he muttered as he snapped his fingers. Bloody Mary collapsed to the ground as she warped from the mirror shard to the nearest mirror available. She noticed it smelled like hair dye as she forced herself onto her knees, gasping for air. The pain in her arms was unbearable, making it difficult for her to warp properly. She stood up and attempted to reach the mirror she had warped to, only to find a girl with wet, recently dyed red hair, dressed in a cardigan and school uniform. "Hi, I guess my aim wasn't off, huh? Did you like it?" Bloody Mary smiled, thinking how lovely a companion this girl would make. She allowed the girl to grab onto her and moved back to the mirror, heading to one of the few safe houses she had managed to create before trying to catch that girl. It was the furthest from the beach, and she would have warped there first, but in her panic from the pain in her arms and stomach, she had made a mistake. Wait, when did her stomach start hurting? A giggle broke her thoughts, and she realized her lower body felt wet as something began to pull from her stomach. She gasped for air as she fell forward, her arms too weak to prevent her from hitting her head. "You hurt Izuku," Himiko said as she kicked Bloody Mary over onto her back, the woman screaming from the pain of the blow. "You hurt Izuku, my Izuku. I can't forgive that. I didn't throw that mirror so you could escape. No, the heroes would just restrain you and send you on your way." Himiko began stomping on the wound she had inflicted on Bloody Mary. "But you hurt Izuku, my Izuku. Only I get to hurt Izuku and make her appealing," she shouted, her voice rising as she pressed her heel into Bloody Mary's stomach. Then she smiled and held up her knife. "But I'm going to punish you and ruin you, and then make it all better for her. I'm going to cut you over and over until all you can do is smell and feel. I'll lock you in a box and put you in a dark room that's never seen the light of day, and then I'll soak that room in gasoline, light it on fire, and leave you to die, your last thoughts being of how your burning flesh smells and how the fire consumes you." In a dark moment, she drove the knife into Bloody Mary's mouth, grinning widely as she dug the blade into the woman's gums, breaking each tooth from her jaw before cutting away at her cheeks. "You won't taste the smoke, you won't hear the smoke," she said as Bloody Mary's screams turned wet, unable to push the stronger girl off of her due to her weakened state. She set the knife down and grabbed Bloody Mary's ears, tearing them from her head before noticing the woman's breathing was becoming erratic. She placed her hands where Bloody Mary's cheeks used to be and began administering CPR once she realized the woman was drowning in her own blood. Bloody Mary coughed up blood and found herself flipped over, the blood from her ruined mouth pouring onto the floor as she felt something sharp digging into her ears before she lost her hearing altogether. Himiko grinned and lifted Bloody Mary's head so she could see her own reflection, her face marred beyond recognition. Himiko brought the blade under the woman's left eye and began cutting away her eyelids, then repeated the process on the other eye. Bloody Mary was sure she was screaming, but all she could do was watch in silence as Himiko dug the knife into her right eye, leaving it ruined on the floor before moving to the next one. Blind, deaf, her mouth destroyed, Bloody Mary couldn't comprehend why this was happening. She had envisioned greatness, being adored by her loyal companions while the masses trembled in fear of her wrath and whims. She felt the sharp pain as the girl plunged the knife into her leg, cutting deeper. The agony spread, matching the torment in her arms. As she bled out, the world around her grew colder, and she briefly wondered why it took so long for her to succumb, deciding it didn't matter. At least her attacker wouldn't have the satisfaction of burning her alive. Himiko blinked as she felt Bloody Mary stop breathing beneath her. Shrugging, she gathered the teeth, pieces of flesh, and eyes next to Bloody Mary's face and took a picture with the phone she had stolen from a previous victim. She then snapped a selfie with the remains. Now I can show Izuku that it was me who saved her. Now to figure out where I am and call the police so she knows she's safe, she said, scanning her surroundings. There was no gasoline, but the woman wore a large dress. Himiko smashed the mirrors and broke the wooden frames, stabbing them into Bloody Mary's corpse before retrieving a lighter she found in the condominium and setting the Victorian dress ablaze. She hummed a tune to herself as she exited the room, realizing she was in a small condemned house a few miles from Dagoba Beach. Having consumed the woman's blood while observing the fight on the beach, she took on the woman's form and called the police to report that she had seen Bloody Mary on the second floor of the house. As the operator answered, she began to feign hysteria, wondering how Izuku was doing. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in a room where Gunhead had taken her, her mother Inko, Katsuki, and Katsuki's parents, Mitsuki and Masaru, to keep them safe from Bloody Mary. The room had no windows, no mirrors, and only one entrance. In that passage stood Nizu, the principal of UA, All Might, and Gunhead. I'm going to head back to the scene of the crime and assist Mirio in finding out who threw that mirror shard at Bloody Mary, All Might said, receiving nods from the others as he departed. Gunhead turned to Nizu, who had been waiting at the agency for their arrival. The principal explained that he hoped to speak with Izuku and Katsuki to offer support in dealing with the mental trauma from the attack. You want me to introduce you to two young teenagers, along with their parents, who were just attacked by a villain, one of whom was the target of the villain's kidnapping, while they're still processing the attack and trying to calm down. You want to give them more to process? Gunhead asked, and Nizu rubbed the back of his head with a paw. The hero shook his head at the UA principal. No way. Maybe once we can declare things safe, but as it stands, we're not sure if they'll be long-term residents or not. Nizu sighed. I understand. Could I stay for a while, then? If things turn out well, I could make my offer when you break the good news to them. As they walked to Gunhead's office, Gunhead had an idea of what Nizu might propose and was somewhat confident Izuku would accept it, but he didn't want to overwhelm her. Upon reaching the office, he opened a mini fridge and grabbed a beer for himself and a can of decaf tea, tossing the tea to Nizu. I guess we wait until Whisper gets some news. In the meantime, I imagine you want to know about her? Go ahead and ask while I check the status of the teams we sent to the other clinic victims. Katsuki observed as Izuku clung to her mother for comfort. The room Gunhead had taken them to was decent. It had beds, a television, a small kitchen, and 2 bathrooms without mirrors. His mother was fast asleep, her head resting on his father's lap after the support heroes bandaged her minor wounds and healed the major one in her arm. He leaned against one of the walls, watching them, feeling uneasy. Standing still felt wrong. They had just been attacked by a villain, and he was doing nothing. He didn't like it. Izuku was barely holding herself together, and he felt helpless standing there. He needed to do something. Yet, he couldn't just walk out and demand to help find Bloody Mary. He also had to suppress his anger, not wanting to appear threatening or trigger any memories of his past bullying that might worsen Izuku's distress. So when the door to the room swung open, he was already on high alert, spinning toward the entrance with both hands ready to unleash his power on whatever dared to enter without knocking. Izuku, Are you okay? Don't just barge in like that. Katsuki stared at the group of 3 in front of him as Osor rushed over to Izuku and hugged her tightly. The first was a muscular guy with silver hair and thick eyelashes, wearing a gunmetal gray shirt, black cargo breathes, and running shoes. The girl who had scolded him was taller, with long black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a red sleeveless dress and heels. Finally, behind them was a tired-looking guy with messy indigo hair, wearing a purple shirt and beige breathes, who was looking straight at him. Hey, I'm Hitoshi, and these 2 are Tetsu and Momo. We met Izuku at the clinic, he said as Tetsu began apologizing for being rude. Momo, on the other hand, immediately walked over to check on Izuku. Katsuki lowered his hands and scoffed, leaning back against the wall while Tetsu followed Momo. Once everyone was in the room, Katsuki sighed, feeling a spark of annoyance. Why did Izuku have to attract so many people? Hitoshi, not to be rude, but are your parents with you? Masaru asked as the tired-looking boy entered the room with his hands in his pockets. Hitoshi looked around, noticing a 3-way hug between Osor, Izuku, and what he assumed was Izuku's mother, with Momo rubbing Izuku's back and Tetsu vowing to protect them. He looked back at Masaru and nodded. They're at the rooms we'll be staying in if they don't find the person responsible for this, he said, walking over to lean against the same wall as Katsuki, keeping a respectful distance. Katsuki glanced at Hitoshi, feeling his eyebrow twitch. He followed Hitoshi's gaze, which landed on Izuku, and felt the urge to question him, but Hitoshi spoke first. So, what's your relationship with Izuku? We've been friends since childhood. Our mothers knew each other. What's it to you? Katsuki replied, and Hitoshi nodded in acknowledgement but didn't answer. This only added to Katsuki's irritation, which was already frayed from everything happening and the unexpected intrusion. Well, Izuku's my friend. She wasn't afraid to talk to me at the clinic despite my quirk. She actually got excited about experimenting with it, Hitoshi said, his eyes fixed on Izuku, who was starting to pull away from her mother to respond to Osor, Momo, and Tetsu. He smiled and waved when she looked over at him. It's brainwashing. I can take control of people when they respond to me. That could have been useful. I could have told that villain to smash her face against the pavement. Katsuki said, earning a surprised look from Hitoshi. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at him. What? According to Gunhead, she was behind the clinic. She attacked Izuku, nearly killed my mother, and deserves to face consequences. Hitoshi chose not to argue that point. At least Katsuki hadn't jumped straight to villainous comments. I'm half surprised you're still talking to me, knowing my quirk. If Izuku thinks you're cool enough to let you brainwash her. Well, that doesn't say much, Katsuki replied, thinking about how Izuku would trust almost anyone. If Gunhead let you in here, you're probably not some idiot thinking about being a villain. That works for me. You've known her the longest. Any ideas on how to cheer her up? Katsuki fell silent, unsure how to answer that. He had made mistakes in their younger years, but he did know her well. When we were growing up, she was fond of All Might. She still is, but she's been more interested in Gunhead lately. 3 guesses as to why, Katsuki said, watching Izuku and Osor interact, with Tetsu trying to look strong and supportive while Momo kept glancing at Katsuki and Hitoshi. Any reason she keeps checking on us? Her quirk is creation. She can make things. She might be looking for hints on what to create for Izuku. She also gave Izuku some makeup tips, so they had more chances to talk about each other's past, Hitoshi explained. Katsuki straightened up and walked toward Momo. Good enough for me. Hey, can we talk for a minute? Katsuki asked, surprising Momo and earning a stifled laugh from Hitoshi. Momo nodded and followed Katsuki to the bathroom. He opened the door and gestured for her to go first. So she doesn't hear anything, just a little surprise. Momo walked into the bathroom, Katsuki following closely behind her. Once inside, she shot him a mild glare, and Katsuki guessed that Izuku must have mentioned something at the clinic, connecting some unflattering dots since he was her childhood friend. That was fine with him. He didn't need her to like him. He just needed her quirk, as his own wasn't particularly comforting. You didn't protect her from bullies? She asked. The bullying started when she was 4 and declared quirkless. I was one of the worst until recently when I got a bit of a reality check, Katsuki admitted, earning a harsher glare from her. He scoffed at the aggressive look on her face. He had given himself worse in the mirror. He put his hands in his pockets and shook his head. I don't care if you hate me, I hate myself too. If you didn't, I'd tell you to leave, but right now, Izuku doesn't need us at each other's throats. I have an idea, and your quirk might help. She glared at him before huffing and looking away. What exactly do you have in mind? Izuku's a big fan of Gunhead, so after we learned about the incident at the clinic, I got her a Gunhead plushie at the local hero merchandise shop. We had to leave it behind after we got attacked. There are also a couple of other heroes that might make her feel better, so to start, can you make plushies? Izuku was worried about Katsuki and Momo being alone in a room. Katsuki could be abrasive, and Momo didn't seem like the type to handle abrasive people well. Momo might have realized that Katsuki was one of her bullies, and while Izuku didn't mind, she knew from her childhood that sometimes friends teased each other. However, Momo seemed to dislike the very idea of them and might confront him. Confronting Katsuki usually ended badly, loudly, and with things broken and on fire. There was also the fact that Katsuki had called her out directly. He didn't do that to people he liked. He had been different lately, not teasing her as much, and she admitted it was nicer than when he did. She wasn't sure what was about to happen. She gave Hitoshi a worried look, but he just shrugged. Don't worry, I'm sure they're just planning something, Hitoshi said, patting her shoulder. Katsuki opened the bathroom door, holding a replica of the Gunhead plushie he had gotten her the day before, while Momo followed behind him with a notebook and pencil under her arm. Katsuki walked over to Izuku and shoved the plushie into her arms before heading back to lean against the wall, turning his head away from Izuku as Momo approached her. Izuku, Katsuki said you're fond of analyzing hero quirks and coming up with useful ways they can be implemented, she said, causing Izuku to blush and bury her face into the Gunhead plushie. Tetsu's quirk activated as he tensed up behind her, and Osor looked over at him. I was curious if you'd like to hear about my quirk creation. I feel like I've hit a wall in how to use mine. Izuku suddenly became animated as Osor let go of her to check on Tetsu. Before Momo knew it, Izuku had her arms and legs wrapped around the plushie, with the notebook and pen in her hands. That would be awesome. It looked really cool when you made the makeup and ribbons you put in my hair. Wait, there was a ribbon in her hair, and I didn't get to see it? Katsuki exclaimed, earning a smug grin from Hitoshi. You're unbelievable. Momo giggled a bit as Osor waved her hands in front of Tetsu's face, but he remained unresponsive. Alright, so my quirk is called creation. I can rearrange the molecular structure of the lipid cells in my body, pushing them to the surface of my skin and creating anything I understand the molecular makeup of, Momo explained as Osor poked Tetsu, causing him to fall over with a loud crash, still as a statue. Izuku wrote down what Momo was saying as Katsuki burst into laughter, and Osor silently began to panic. It's easiest to create things from my lower stomach, as that's where most of the fat cells my body produces go. Does it have to exist? Izuku asked as Osor lifted Tetsu off the ground and started pushing him back onto his feet, still stiff as a statue. Momo looked at Izuku with a blank expression, as if she didn't understand what Izuku meant. Like, Leonardo da Vinci created blueprints for devices that could fly and armored war vehicles like tanks. The science and math were all correct, but they couldn't be made until much later because while he could think them up and do the math to prove it possible, we didn't have the materials or technology. Could you make things that we know are possible but just don't have the technology to make happen yet? Momo stared at Izuku in shock as he waited for her response, then began sketching an image of her next to the notes she had taken. As Momo pondered her answer, Osor managed to help Tetsu back onto his feet and started dusting him off. Once she deemed Tetsu ready to go, she returned to Izuku and sat down, watching him draw. Well, if I had the molecular structure. If we don't know it, I suppose I could try making different combinations until one worked. Momo said, contemplating the idea. She had never attempted anything like that before, Her mother had always discouraged her from frivolous activities when she could be studying or practicing essential skills like cooking or combat training. I've never tried. You've never tried to create the tools that comic heroes use? Izuku asked, surprised. I don't know how to do that. Izuku, Osor, Masaru, Inko, Katsuki, and Hitoshi stared at her, while Mitsuki remained asleep in Masaru's lap and Tetsu stood frozen. I'm sorry, Momo continued. My family comes from a long line of heroes, and my mother wants me to follow the same path. She keeps me on a strict schedule of etiquette training, schooling from selected professors, and combat training. I haven't had time to read comics or attend festivals. Wait, your mother knew your quirk is, I can think it, I can make it, and yet she didn't give you time to think of anything? She just handed you blueprints? Hitoshi said, his eye twitching. You could create anything you could figure out, and she never let you come up with your own ideas? And she's part of a hero family? Katsuki scoffed. Are you sure she wants you to be a big-time hero? Momo shot them a brief glare before turning back to Izuku, who had filled the first pages and was moving on to the next. What about you? Is there anything interesting you can use your quirk for? Momo asked. Izuku looked up and smiled, while Inko, Katsuki, and Masaru paled. Momo gave Inko a confused look as Izuku placed a few fingers in his mouth. Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku, no! Katsuki shouted just a moment too late. Izuku bit the fingers off her hand. Momo gasped as Osor began animatedly flailing her arms, and Hitoshi's eyes widened in shock. Tetsu finally broke out of his stupor, making a high-pitched noise and holding his hands out to her as if asking why. Izuku then spat her fingers out, and strings of muscle reattached them to her hand. Idiot! I can cut pieces of myself off and use them as grappling hooks. Izuku exclaimed. Osor stared at the stitches in wonder as Tetsu fainted, while Momo continued to look at Izuku's hand in horrified shock. Hitoshi turned to Katsuki. I blame you. Welcome to the club. Send me your mugshot, and I'll get you an ID in a few days. I think I'm going to be sick, Mario said as All Might stood beside him, nodding in agreement. They had been informed of a sighting of Bloody Mary, shortly followed by a fire. They rushed over, using one for all, and managed to extinguish the flames before the house was completely destroyed. Bloody Mary lay before them, her skin burned and her dress ruined, but the mirrors in the room, the weapons, and the somewhat hard-to-recognize body shape left behind made it clear who it was. Whoever threw that mirror had something against Bloody Mary, pretended to be an ally, and then attacked her once they were far enough away to escape before we arrived, All Might said, releasing his quirk and allowing his body to deflate. He patted Mirio's back. But that raises the question of who would have a reason to do something like this? Retribution stood outside the building, keeping watch with emergency services. So, first we get a call from a condo on the beach, and then we get a call from here within minutes of Bloody Mary's escape, he said as Coagulate approached him. She had removed her helmet, revealing a pale complexion with white hair and pink eyes. What do we have from the condo that called it in? Short or long? She asked, pulling up a tablet. Both. 2 murders and a missing person. The condo was owned by a woman who was found dead, possibly within the last few hours, and the phone that called belongs to a deceased single father who had been in a freezer for just under a day, Coagulate explained. Retribution turned to her, gesturing for her to continue as they walked to his motorcycle. They needed to start searching the area to find who killed Bloody Mary soon. He wasn't sure if he would congratulate them or take them down with more force than necessary for taking out his target. Maybe he would do both. Both options seemed valid. In the long version, yesterday a man was murdered and drained of his blood, then folded and shoved into his own freezer. The killer appeared to eat his ice cream for added salt to the stab wound and left. Coagulate swiped through the information on her tablet. Then she kills the woman from the condominium, hears the fight, and calls it in using the guy's phone that she apparently took from the body. She drinks the woman's blood while watching the fight, then breaks off part of the bathroom mirror, tapes it to a frisbee, saves Bloody Mary, who then uses the chance to reach a secondary safe house, and ultimately kills Bloody Mary. The method of operation, aside from that last part and the short time between the two civilian deaths, matches a file on a schoolgirl villain, Himiko Toga. Interestingly, that also aligns with the type of person Bloody Mary is interested in keeping for herself, according to Nizu's analysis. So, we're looking for a bloodthirsty maniac who typically targets 2 victims a week, Coagulate said as she took a helmet from Retribution, who pulled on his own after she did. They climbed onto the motorcycle, and Retribution inserted the key into the ignition. Thoughts? We have a bloodthirsty schoolgirl who observes her victims for a time before increasing her kill rate after the clinic incident. Her next target is within viewing distance of Izuku, and the one after that eliminates someone who was targeting him, Retribution replied as he turned on the motorcycle. We knew Izuku was being targeted by Bloody Mary once Nizu contacted us, but we failed to consider something else. What's that? Who else would develop an interest in the girl who was pulled from that nightmare? Izuku was covered in more blood than anyone else, even more than the heroes who were supposed to fight, he said, revving the engine as they started to drive. He paused for a moment, allowing Coagulate to connect the dots before continuing loudly to drown out the motorcycle's noise. A blood-soaked girl dragged out of literal hell. Every news channel in Japan would have been reporting with close-ups and plenty of hero leaks to spread her name. And people wonder why my generation has so many heroes going underground instead. Hand of Harmony watched as the two sped off to conduct a perimeter sweep while he and several officers made their way into the alleys. Other teams were doing the same throughout the investigation area, covering 3 blocks in every direction surrounding the building where they had found the burnt corpse. They would find her and flush her out, allowing the perimeter teams to execute the takedown. It was a simple and straightforward plan that he appreciated. Nothing too flashy, just basic tactics that provided him with breathing room and minimized media scrutiny. He placed a hand over his blind eye, damaged by a villain who would have caused much worse harm if he hadn't been fortunate enough for a little girl to warn him. When he finally caught the woman who orchestrated the entire attack, she was whisked away by a serial killer before anyone could get answers. He felt a mix of anger and gratitude toward the little girl. He wanted to roundhouse her for the chaos she caused, then thank her for ensuring Bloody Mary suffered. It might not be the most heroic thought he ever had, but after the past 2 days, he felt entitled to a little anger. Let's move, people. The quicker we find her, the sooner we can hit the bar and forget the image of that woman on the 2nd floor, one officer said as Hand of Harmony pulled out his cell phone to call Gunhead with the latest information. He chuckled at the officer's comment, knowing full well that Retribution would likely cherish the memory of Bloody Mary's burnt corpse. He had a spiteful nature. Gunhead answered his office phone. Hand of Harmony, tell me you have good news. 50-50. Gunhead sighed. Hold on. He held the phone away as he finished the last of his beer, then brought it back to his ear. Alright, hit me. Are you sure you don't want to finish off another drink? Hell no. But I'll probably need to remember this when I tell Izuku's friends and family what's going on, so go ahead, Gunhead replied, propping his feet up on the desk while Nizu chuckled at the comment, tea in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Bloody Mary is dead, and based on phone records from the police regarding the 2 calls that led us to her location today, the calls came from a phone owned by Himiko Toga. The bloodthirsty psycho killer who selectively targeted cannibals got murdered by the bloodthirsty serial killer who literally drains people of their blood? Gunhead said, suddenly capturing Nizu's full attention as he continued. Why was she even nearby? Retribution and Coagulate were working on a theory as they drove off to conduct a perimeter sweep. I didn't catch all of it, but from what I heard and my own deductions, it seemed likely that Himiko wanted Izuku for herself. Gunhead palmed his face and groaned. I just had to get the monitor case with the magnetic personality, he said, throwing his head back. First, it's that Katsuki kid, then the police officer investigating her past, then All Might, then the kids at the clinic, then Bloody Mary, and now this? Don't forget me. I can't wait to invite her to you. She's going to create such a shockwave that I'll finally have some real fun trying to predict what happens next, Nizu said, causing Gunhead to glare at him before pointing a finger at the 2-foot-tall principal. Don't you start. Maybe we should form a club. If we do, I propose we start making badges. She might come out of her hiding spot for one, Hand of Harmony suggested, prompting Gunhead to bring his hand back to his face and rub his temples as Nizu burst into laughter, his animal ears catching Hand of Harmony's words. Gunhead took a breath to calm himself before responding. Find her, bring her in, and we'll figure out what happens from there. Keep in mind her profile was updated to reflect that she might have committed most of her crimes due to untreated quirk instability. Take her down quickly. We don't want her escaping, but we also don't want to hurt her too badly. If her instability gets proper treatment, she might turn over a new leaf. Understood? You know, the chances of that actually happening are pretty low, given how long she's been at this. Nizu remarked as Gunhead ended the call. He nodded, frowning slightly as he put the phone down. Himiko Toga has dozens of murders attached to her. That we know of. Gunhead stood up from his desk, put his mask back on, and moved to the office door. I'm aware. However, this person was also purposely misdiagnosed, and her latest kill suggests she can feel some sort of protectiveness. Assuming it wasn't just luck that she was there and decided to corner Mary for herself. He opened the door and gestured for Nizu to leave his office. The principal complied, and they started walking through the hallways back to the safe rooms. Nizu eventually tossed his cigarette butt into an empty tea can he had been drinking from and discarded it in a small trash can they passed. Besides, Izuku and her family are still in danger despite Bloody Mary being dead if Himiko is after her. I'd rather my staff feel better about bringing her in than worry about sending a little girl to her death if she decides to play that card. That's a fair assessment. So what now? Nizu asked as he jumped onto Gunhead's shoulder. The hero adjusted his stance slightly to keep the principal from falling. It was an unspoken rule that Nizu could use other heroes as transport, likely a result of his time at UA and his small stature. I need to inform them that Bloody Mary is down, but Izuku isn't safe because a serial killer is on her trail, Gunhead said as Nizu settled comfortably on his shoulder. He wasn't sure what he was about to walk into, but he knew that once he delivered the news, things would escalate quickly. He tilted his head to glance at Nizu. Maybe you can share your news if you think it will lift their spirits. I have a feeling this news is going to make them very emotional. He knocked on the door to the room where he had brought the two families, opened it, and stepped inside. Masaru had his face in his hands while Izuku was being fussed over by the other clinic victims. Momo, Hitoshi, Osor, and Tetsu. Inko was rubbing her temples at the sight, while Katsuki had one hand over his face. Gunhead noticed Izuku looking confused at the sudden fuss and could smell blood. Please tell me she didn't. She did. I asked you to say she didn't. I even said it nicely, Gunhead replied before clapping his hands together to get everyone's attention. Inko was the first to turn her head, followed by Izuku and Masaru. Then Momo, Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Osor turned their heads in unison to give him a mild glare, which he ignored. Alright, so good news first, Bloody Mary has been found and will no longer be a threat to Izuku. Before he could continue, Izuku was suddenly embraced from behind by Tetsu, who was cheering joyfully while Izuku held her Gunhead plushie tightly to her chest. The others expressed their relief, except for Katsuki, who narrowed his eyes. Gunhead paused, waiting to see if Katsuki would mention that he had specified Bloody Mary wasn't a threat to Izuku, not just that the threat was over. Katsuki remained silent but was clearly aware of the implications. However, we have reason to believe Izuku is still in danger. In fact, she might be in even more danger than before, Gunhead continued. Before anyone could interrupt again, he pressed on. Bloody Mary was rescued by an unknown party, who then gained her trust, brought her to one of her safe houses and killed her. He watched as Tetsu's joyful hug turned protective. Momo and Osor looked at him in horror, while Hitoshi appeared confused. Katsuki, on the other hand, seemed to be piecing together the information, earning an approving glance from Nizu. We have people searching for the killer because we believe the only reason she was there is that she had already been following Izuku. So what now, she just stays locked up here? Katsuki asked. At that moment, Nizu jumped down from Gunhead's shoulder, capturing everyone's attention. That's where I come in, or would like to if young Izuku accepts my offer, Nizu said as he walked to the center of the room. Gunhead shut the door and leaned against it. Now was the moment of truth, What did Nizu want with Izuku? Katsuki glared at the sentient animal before them. He knew it was Nizu, the principal of UA, but he had a feeling whatever was about to be said would benefit Nizu, regardless of Izuku's reaction. You, Izuku, knowingly or not, have caused quite a stir with your own death and now find yourself in the middle of 2 incidents in as many days, Nizu explained. First, we discover a doctor in charge of a quirk diagnosis program has been sending people off with false diagnoses. Then there's the incident at the clinic, which has drawn the attention of an upcoming villain as well as a serial killer. We no longer have to worry about how dangerous Bloody Mary could have been if she had the chance to learn from her mistakes because the serial killer is so intent on having you to herself that she interrupted an active hero-villain fight involving All Might just to ensure Bloody Mary was never a possible threat again. At this point, everyone listening was pale, except for Gunhead, who already knew this part. We don't know what else this person will do, but she is already notorious for using stealth and quick kills to manage her spree without anyone getting close enough to find her or investigate her targets thoroughly. She poses a threat not only to you but to everyone in this room and their families, as she might go through them to get to you. That's why we've asked their parents, and will now be asking you, your mother, and your friends if they'd like to live within UA at the dormitories once they are finished. As an added bonus, each of you will have the option of taking a set of exams at the school to enter the hero course at the beginning of the new school year via recommendation. Gunhead blinked behind his mask. He had anticipated recommendations but not a direct invitation to live at the school. Hitoshi's eyes widened in shock while Momo covered her mouth. Osor was taken aback, her mouth agape and her posture slumped, while Tetsu dropped Izuku, who didn't seem to notice as she landed hard on her bottom, staring at Nizu in disbelief. Katsuki was also surprised, his glare fading as he realized he was being invited to the school of his dreams. True, none of you received your medical recommendations, however, your actions at the clinic proved your abilities, and your mindsets are valuable for hero work. Reports from eyewitnesses of the battle on Dagoba Beach confirm that you, Katsuki, know when to attack and when to defend. Your instincts not only helped you get Izuku away from Bloody Mary but also guided you on when to go on the offensive and push her back, Nizu said, gesturing to each of them as he spoke. I see no reason to wait until the entrance exam to approve your applications. You've already proven yourselves in combat, and tests can be administered while you're in the dorms. UA has some of the best security in the country. He turned and headed to the door while Gunhead stepped aside to let him pass. He jumped slightly to turn the knob and open the door before turning back to them. I will be downstairs in the main lobby. Please let me know your decision so I can inform the school faculty. Nizu left, and the door closed behind him, only to be opened again as the children went to speak with their parents, leaving only Izuku and Katsuki's families in. The room with Gunhead. Kid, I'd accept the offer. Himiko Toga is dangerous, and if she's after you, UA is your best option. Not to mention, getting in would put you in the best possible position to be a hero. Regardless, I'll support your decision, he said before walking out himself. Katsuki grinned at Izuku, who was still processing what she had just been asked. A chance to stay at UA, with her mother and her friends, and finish the necessary requirements for a recommendation. She turned to her mother, who smiled at her as Katsuki walked over and lifted Izuku into the air with a bear hug from behind. We're going to UA. Your principal Nizu, the first animal to be discovered with a quirk, the mutant quirk High Specs, which makes you more intelligent than even the brightest humans in history and present day. Izuku said as she looked at him. I've always wondered what you are. Your ears, relative to your size, most resemble a bear, though your face, nose, and whiskers have more in common with mice. Your front paws or hands are reminiscent of a cat, and your size and tail are similar to many breeds of smaller dogs. Nizu watched as Izuku went on a tangent, blinking as her mind connected so many dots about him that he hadn't really considered. Mice are known to be excellent problem solvers and extremely clever, while dogs and cats both become highly affectionate towards those they bond with. Dogs are physically wired by breeding to become happy at the sound of a human voice or the smell of a human, while cats often see humans as entities to coexist with, setting social rules by habit or treating you as a surrogate mother. Bears are often considered one of the smartest carnivores in existence due to their capacity for problem-solving, ability to open complex traps, and even learn how to make tools or knock objects over to safely cross rivers that would be dangerous for them. To have a connection with all of these animals and a quirk for intelligence would make you capable of predicting the future by observing social trends or creating domino effects by categorizing how each object or person would react to different pressures. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Dadzu. Huh. Call me Dadzu. I'm adopting you. Hey UA candidates, thanks for tuning in. Your school DJ is here. Izuku's eyes sparkled as the lights in the exam orientation room began to flick on, starting from the outer columns and working their way inward until every light in the room was on. It was still dim, save for a spotlight aimed directly at Present Mike, the teacher giving the orientation speech. The hero, with his long blonde hair gelled back and up, wearing a high-collared punk leather jacket, jeans, shades, and a specialized directional speaker around his neck, stood at the podium with his arms spread wide. Come on and let me hear ya. She stood up and cheered, quickly realizing she was the only one doing so. I'd like to take the entrance exam, Izuku said as Nizu led her and Inko to the dorm rooms. He looked up at her and blinked, with Inko looking at her in surprise as well. And why would you want to do that? Nizu asked as he turned back to the door of the first dorm room and unlocked it. He opened the door wide, and the three of them walked in. The room wasn't the biggest by any means, but it was no smaller than Izuku's bedroom in the apartment. Your friends have accepted the recommendation tests, and it would look good on your record. They've all had their quirks for years, but I haven't had mine long. It doesn't feel fair to the other people trying to get in that someone else already has a spot reserved with a month-old quirk. I should at least prove I'm just as capable as them rather than have someone just say I am, she said, looking at her feet. UA normally only has 30 students per hero course class. With myself, Katsuki, the others, and the boy who visited us when Endeavor came to apply for a recommendation, that's 9 slots. Well, it's your decision, Nizu said, feeling excited already. She had already proven to be unpredictable in this decision, and she had a valid point about the size of the hero courses and the large number of recommendation students. I recommend you work on your abilities while you're here to prepare. We're increasing this year's difficulty. She had trained hard, and living in the UA dorms with her mother, Katsuki, and his family, as well as the families of the other students who had arrived at Gunhead's facility, had given her the chance to meet other heroes and seek their advice. Although she couldn't use the UA facilities, the dorm buildings were sturdy, and they had managed to create a workout area for themselves. Present Mike gave her a thumbs up before diving into the details of the exam. She leafed through her pamphlet, murmuring to herself as she listened to him. Repeating things back to herself helped her remember, and she tried to keep her voice low to avoid being disruptive. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. She looked up from her papers to see a tall, broad-built boy with blue hair standing up, pamphlet in hand. Go ahead. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is unacceptable. We are exemplary students. She tilted her head slightly and tuned him out for a moment. She hadn't heard Present Mike call for questions, so why was he interrupting with something like this? It sounded like his usual radio show method, where a caller would get a rundown of everything they could do right and wrong, followed by an additional rule to watch for. Was he calling out an error in the pamphlet before they had finished hearing about it? Additionally, you with the messy hair bun, the boy said, turning to point at her with an outstretched arm and glaring. She looked at his finger and wondered if he was some kind of delinquent. Didn't he know it was rude to point at people? You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't take this seriously, leave. Please stop pointing at me. It's very rude to point at people, and Present Mike hasn't finished explaining everything, she said, her voice firmer than it would have been 10 months ago. Her interruption caught the blue-haired boy off guard, leaving him with a surprised expression as if he were confused by her words. She clarified, Present Mike was still going over the details, but you interrupted him mid-explanation to complain that he hadn't mentioned the 4th villain type. That's not an error, he just hasn't reached that detail yet. Maybe something about the 4th villain is different, and he didn't want to lump it in with the basic targets. Also, it's considered very rude to point at people. My muttering was me going over the details as Present Mike explained them, as a way of memorizing the information because I want to do everything I can to pass this test. If my muttering was a distraction, I would hope the people next to me would let me know. Instead, you, sitting 2 rows in front of me and 2 seats to my right, heard my hushed voice over Present Mix, of all heroes, interrupt the orientation just to call me out on it. That sounds like you're looking for someone to shame for your own purposes. Are you some kind of bully who enjoys embarrassing others? Furthermore, it's called a spiky hair bun, you delinquent. The boy recoiled at her words, and laughter erupted around them, along with light clapping from one person. Realizing she had gone from asking him to stop to outright chastising him, she sat back down, using her pamphlet to hide her face. Okay, everyone calm down please. The little listener is right, though. Examinee 7111, I was about to explain that the 4th villain is different from the others in that it's not a target to defeat but an obstacle, so I was saving it for last. But thanks for calling in anyway, Present Mike said as the silhouette of the 0-pointer appeared. It's worth 0 points and is designed to be much more dangerous than its counterparts. You'd have no reason to go after it, but it'll appear to ruin your day if you're not prepared for it. I see, my apologies. If I may ask, little listener, how did you know I was still going? Izuku peeked over her pamphlet, unaware of the crowd around her, who were captivated by her presence. So cute. You hadn't asked for questions yet. It's just like how you conduct question games with callers on your radio show, she replied as Present Mike adjusted his sunglasses to look directly at her. You get a caller, explain the goal, mention something they can't do, and then add a twist at the end. Huh, not bad, little listener. You caught on quickly. I listen to your show a lot. Present Mike spread his arms wide. Well, that's everything for today. Now let's hear a plus ultra. Plus ultra, Izuku said, her voice quiet and shy compared to her earlier enthusiasm, now feeling a bit embarrassed. Good luck. I hope you practiced more than just reading books. Present Mike encouraged as the crowd began to disperse, following the arrows on the hallways and floors to reach their battle stations. Once Izuku arrived at her assigned location, she started to reread her pamphlet, pulling her arm from one strap of her backpack. The other strap slid to her elbow. She then unzipped the bag, pulled out a manila folder, placed her pamphlet inside, and slid the folder back into her backpack before handing it to a uniformed official for safekeeping. After that, she began to stretch, ensuring she was ready to move the moment the test started. As she did, she noticed a girl who seemed a bit unsure of herself. The girl had brown hair with long bangs and a bob cut in the back. She was tapping her chest as if trying to pump herself up, so Izuku decided to see if she could help her feel more confident about the exams. Hold it. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her left shoulder and instinctively grabbed the arm attached to it. She turned, bringing the arm up against her neck and other shoulder, curling her right leg before kicking back where she imagined the person's leg was. She felt her foot make contact with something, then placed it back on the ground, continuing her turn and pulling the arm over her left shoulder. There was a sound of surprise, followed by a thud against the ground, and the boy who had approached her found himself on the floor. The girl who had been called out in the auditorium was now on the ground, her hands still holding onto the arm of the boy who had confronted her. She released him and took a step back. "Why did you grab me like that?" she exclaimed. "You were singling out that girl. She's obviously trying to calm herself for the exam. Are you planning to disrupt her to better your chances? Because if I wanted to go over and help cheer her up. What is your problem with me? Why would you think I'd do something like that if I'm here to be a hero?" she retorted. "First the auditorium and now this? Are you trying to make me feel bad so I fail?" he shot back. "Is he still on her case?" someone whispered nearby. Maybe she wasn't too far off the mark with her comments earlier. Another voice chimed in. She glared at them and stomped off, feeling frustrated before the exam. Taking a deep breath, she turned toward the gate to the exam area. The gates burst open and she leaned forward, preparing to run. "Go!" Present Mike shouted. As she sprinted forward, she heard confusion from the people around her. She began searching for villain bots. The first one she spotted was a one-pointer, which rolled around on a single wheel. It had 2 arms with large metal plates and a long head with a single red light for an eye. She grabbed one of its arms and tore it off, then slammed the arm into the side of its head. One point, she noted to herself as she ripped off the armor plate from the machine's arm, giving herself a large piece of flat metal. She slung the metal over her back and moved on, noticing that other examinees were starting to catch up to her. Looking around, she saw no one entering the buildings, so she brought her left hand to her mouth and bit off her index, middle, ring, and pinky fingers. Spitting them into her right hand, she threw them toward a 3rd-story window. Muscle strings formed and raced toward her fingers, connecting just as they reached the windowsill. She felt them reconnect and gripped the windowsill tightly, allowing the muscle fibers to pull her rapidly toward the window. Just as she expected, she found a group of villain bots, 2 one-pointers, 5 two-pointers, and a 3-pointer. Her fingers curled back into her hand as she grabbed the metal plate she'd ripped from the first one-pointer. She jumped out of the windowsill and into the building, using the metal plate as a shield to absorb the first set of attacks from the villain bots before throwing the plate like a massive frisbee at the 3-pointer. The 3-pointer was a large, tank-like machine with a massive head similar to the one-pointer, 2 heavily armored arms with 2 fingers to drag itself forward, and an even more armored back half, equipped with tank treads for legs and 2 rocket blocks mounted to it. The metal plate she threw struck one of the missile blocks, causing all 5 to explode inside the robot as she leaped toward the first 2-pointer. The 2-pointer was taller than the 3-pointer, but its body was sleek, resembling a large metal horse with a longer neck, a thinner body, and a gun as big as she was attached to its tail. She slid down the creature's neck and jumped off its back, latching onto its tail. Izuku grabbed the gun on the tail and pulled, ripping it off before throwing it at the 2-pointer's head just as the rest of the machines began to right themselves from the initial explosion. As the 2-pointer went limp and fell to the ground, she turned to land on her feet, still holding onto the 2-pointer's tail. She twisted and swung the destroyed robot at the others, sweeping the 2 one-pointers off the floor and through the walls while knocking the 2-pointers to the ground. Izuku let go of the broken 2-pointer and ran to the 3-pointer, pulling a metal plate from one of its hands and then moving to the second missile block, yanking it from the creature as well before kicking it toward the still active 2-pointers. She ran to the nearest window with the plate, jumped out, and threw it at the missile block. Another explosion erupted, and she prepared to curl. The moment she hit the ground, she used the momentum to roll rather than risk injury. 16 points. It felt like a good start. She exited the roll with a jump, getting back onto her feet and running toward a 3-pointer that was moving rapidly at a fellow examinee as she slapped a 1-pointer and pushed it into the air. "Watch your back," Izuku shouted as she jumped onto the back of the 3-pointer, the examinee turning and suddenly noticing the large machine racing toward her. Izuku took a moment to recognize her brown hair and realized it was the girl. She'd wanted to boost the confidence of before, better to help someone a bit late than never, she thought. The girl dove to the side while Izuku climbed onto the neck of the machine, grabbing its head and pulling up. There was a screech of metal as it slowly tore off, and she jumped off just in time for the headless robot to bury itself into a wall. 19, Izuku said as she dusted herself off. "Hey, are you okay?" "Yeah, thanks," the girl replied, then tented her fingers. When she did, the 1-pointer she'd slapped and pushed dropped to the ground, smashing against the pavement. Izuku grinned and then returned to the 3-pointer. "Got to keep moving. Stay safe," Izuku called before heading in the opposite direction, jumping back onto the 3-pointer's back and ripping off one of the missile blocks to take with her. The large amount of explosives on her shoulder, held up by her arm, proved to be immediately useful as a large group of 4 3-pointers, 5 2-pointers, and 12 1-pointers converged in the intersection ahead. Putting her free hand to her mouth, she called out, "Over here." Then, placing both hands on the missile block she'd grabbed, she spun and released it at the machines. The 2-pointers aimed their tails at the incoming missile block and shot at it, the rubber bullets slamming into the block as it smashed into one of the 3-pointers. Izuku ducked and curled her hands over her head as it exploded, causing the 2 blocks on the 3-pointer to detonate as well, leading to a chain reaction as the debris set off the other 3-pointers. She opened her eyes and surveyed the intersection. A one-pointer tried to pick itself back up before falling flat on the ground. She tallied up the points in her head. 12, 22, 32, 51 with my 19 before. I guess my training must have paid off. Izuku turned to look for more points when the ground began to shake beneath her. Suddenly, something burst from the ground, and she squealed as she realized she was on top of the zero-pointer's head, rising high above the simulation city. However, it soon stopped, while she continued to ascend until gravity pulled her back down. "Oh, this is going to hurt," Izuku exclaimed as she plummeted toward the ground, her hair bun coming undone and her hair flowing freely. Achiko groaned as she tried to lift herself off the pavement, a sharp pain shooting up her leg that forced her to pause. She turned to see rubble piled over her leg, and then she heard a scream. Looking up, she saw the girl who had helped her earlier, falling rapidly from the sky. Achiko's eyes widened as she struggled to free her leg from the debris, the scream growing louder. "This is going to hurt." There was a loud crash, and Achiko felt something warm splatter on her face. Slowly, she turned her head to where the girl would have landed and immediately regretted it. The green-haired girl lay on the pavement, her body twisted and broken, surrounded by a growing pool of blood. Overwhelmed by nausea, Achiko retched, her stomach contents spilling onto the pavement as she fought back tears. Did that really just happen? Did she really witness that during the entrance exam? Were there no heroes to prevent such tragedies? Wiping her mouth, Achiko froze as the ground shook again, glancing back to see the massive zero-pointer moving toward them. She had to act to get help for the girl who had saved her. As she focused on freeing herself from the rubble, she didn't notice the girl's body beginning to heal. Wounds pulled together and sealed, an eye that had rolled away returned to its socket, tears soaking the area as it cleaned itself. The angle of her body, the rubble pinning her leg, and her exhaustion from the test and witnessing the girl's fall made it hard to activate her quirk. As the debris floated away, Achiko's eyes widened in horror. The zero-pointer's foot was descending straight toward her. Tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I couldn't do it." She braced for the crushing pain, but it never came. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes to see the girl who had just fallen standing over her, both hands holding the machine's foot from crashing down. "Move. I can feel my bones cracking. They're going to break," the girl shouted, and Achiko nodded, scrambling to escape from under the machine's foot. As she cleared the area, she tapped the front of the foot with her hand. The effort of affecting something so large made her feel nauseous, and she turned to see if the girl would escape. Instead, she watched as the girl screamed, pushing back against the now weightless foot as the machine continued to try to lower it. She couldn't affect the entire machine like she had with the smaller ones. "Keep going. It won't stop until time runs out," the girl urged, her voice filled with desperation. Achiko glanced between her and the exit where everyone was rushing, spotting a blue-haired boy with engines in the back of his calves. She ran toward him, relieved to see he wasn't using his quirk. 2 minutes remaining. Present mic announced from somewhere in the vicinity. Why hadn't anyone saved the other girl yet? Reaching the boy, she grabbed his wrist, pulling him to face her. When he turned, she pointed at the green-haired girl trapped beneath the zero-pointer's foot. "Please," she stopped it to save me, and now she's going to be crushed. She needs help. Are you suggesting UA doesn't have fail-safes to ensure the examinees don't? Please. You have to save her. I saw your quirk. You have to be fast enough. Please. Izuku had to admit, she had recovered from a lot of things in her training, and falling from the top of the zero-pointer had been painful before her body shut down her consciousness to recover. But she wasn't sure she'd get up from something like this. She had never been smashed into a paste before. Crushed, sure, that one time she had been ripped in half and a few times after because of some bad practices with the weights she trained with. Never something like this. Still, the zero-pointer should turn off and head back to its hiding spot when the exam ended, right? She had heard Present Mike call out 2 minutes earlier. How long ago had that been? She couldn't tell. The bones in her arms were cracking, her quirk reinforcing them to hold them together, but it couldn't fix the damage while it was still happening. She could feel the cracks growing. Soon one of them would be clean through the bone and it would break. then as her muscles tried to realign it, the other cracks would start to complete. She wasn't getting out from under this foot cleanly. It had gotten a bit easier when the girl tapped it, but the robot was still stronger than she was and was forcing the rest of its weight on her. She gritted her teeth and pushed against it harder. Maybe if she could put it a bit off balance, or lift it high enough to have enough time to get most of her body out from underneath it before it hit the ground. Izuku's right fibula snapped under the weight of the machine, pressing its foot down on her, dropping her to her right knee. No escaping it then. She just needed to hold on without being smashed until the exam ended. She wasn't sure how much longer she could keep it from crushing her. "Help her, she's going to die." "You wouldn't?" Sniffed. She squeaked as her right ulna snapped, the machine's foot dropping down to the back of her head and shoulders as she tried to keep it from smashing her against the pavement. Could feel her spinal column, the back of her ribcage, her collarbones, and her shoulders straining from the weight now directly on them. She squeezed her eyes shut and started counting her breaths, hoping the exam would end soon. Why won't anyone help her? "Miss, wait, you can't go be. I have to try, she saved me." She could hear footsteps rushing to her. "Just keep trying, I'll try to reduce the weight." It was the girl she'd stopped from being crushed who had been screaming at someone to help her. "Please don't die. Breathe in, breathe out." The weight on her back was decreasing, but it was still pressing down on her. "Don't throw up, you have to help her," the girl said, the weight slowly going down. "Breathe in, breathe out." HRCK, not now. Have to help her. The pressure was still too much, even as it slowly eased. "Breathe in, breathe." She felt her T4 and T5 vertebrae crack and dislocate from each other. Her lower body and legs lost all feeling, and her body folded forward, her face heading straight for the pavement. Izuku waited for her body to be smashed, only to get nothing more than a broken nose, blood pooling around her face as the weight on her became less and less. "Time's up." She heard the girl trying to choke back her nausea as the weight on her decreased, then started to pull away from her. Her body fell to the side as her bones were realigned and pinned back together inside her. Once she felt she could stand up, she slowly did, testing her limbs and checking her body for new stitches. While most of the stitches from the clinic incident had disappeared, the one around her hips, where she'd been torn in half, had not. She noticed a number of new sets and wondered which one would stay, as she was sure that fall had been just as lethal as her first one. Then she started floating. She blinked a couple of times and looked around to find the girl she saved was holding her wrist and pulling her down to the ground. "What are you? Please don't move, you were seriously hurt. I'm not even sure how you didn't die from that fall, and then you started getting crushed." "I'm okay. What about you? Is your leg okay?" Izuku said, not sure why the girl was crying and holding her down. "Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. What's your name?" "Achiko Uraraka. Please don't die. Where are the medical staff?" She was nearly crushed. Achiko said hysterically as the other examinees just stood there watching. Izuku gasped as she realized why Achiko was so worried. She wasn't aware of her quirk, she really needed to keep that in mind when she did things like this. A demonstration was apparently in order. With a plan in mind, Izuku brought her right thumb to her mouth. What are you do?" Izuku bit off her thumb and spat it into the air, strings of muscle moving from her hand to catch her thumb and pull it back. "I'm okay, I'm a zombie." Achiko's face relaxed as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, falling forward onto Izuku. Tenya looked at the two girls in shock. He had been preparing to help them once he realized the machine wasn't stopping. It was just a test, but she could have died. Why did UA have such a dangerous test? Yes, he understood that in the real world, a villain wouldn't have stopped, and he would have jumped to save her then, but this was a test. Surely there must have been some safety measures in place? Unless they wanted it to be dangerous, to prepare them for the real threats of heroics and to identify those willing to save others. He clenched his fist and looked down. How had he not seen this? He was the younger brother of the hero Ingenium and came from a long line of heroes. How had he missed it? Why would you think I'd do something like that if I'm here to be a hero? His eyes widened as the line ran through his mind. Why had he assumed she would be safe just because it was UA? It was a machine, Machines are programmed to operate in a certain way, and if she wasn't a sufficient obstacle, it wouldn't know to stop. It might not even recognize a problem and keep trying because it was not level. The other girl had been frantic. She was aware of the danger and was begging for help. Why hadn't he helped? His jaw clenched as he demanded an answer from himself, but he could find none except that it was a test to defeat foe villains, so he had focused on that. He didn't like that answer. It wasn't a good answer, it wasn't a heroic answer. Here, take some gummies. Is anyone hurt? He turned and saw an elderly nurse handing out gummies and tending to wounds, causing them to heal rapidly. He rushed over to her. Ma'am, someone was caught underneath the foot of the 0-pointer. They might have. They were what? The old nurse exclaimed, nearly screaming as she turned and looked past him at the two girls. She then rushed over to them while Tenya followed. He needed to apologize to both of them. It might not be enough, but he had to start somewhere to make up for his actions. How could he forget to be a hero during a hero exam? Nizu set his cup of tea, which he had carefully blended to have low caffeine, back on the small tea plate. Can someone tell me why that 0-pointer didn't stop to go around a trapped student, or stop upon realizing there was a child under its foot, or move to a different entry point when someone was standing on its primary spawn point? He placed his tea plate onto the small table in front of him, a dark and intense aura emanating from his small animal body. Shota wasn't sure what to make of it. Granted, he was angry about the situation as well, but Nizu seemed upset for the girl's sake rather than the implications of faulty programming in the 0-pointers. Nizu must have taken a liking to the girl during the time they had hosted her and her mother. He guessed it was likely the tea. Nizu was fond of it, and the girl's mother was very skilled at making it from what he had heard. He hadn't really bothered with the live-in families that were coming in on recommendation chances. If they survived the first day, he would care. He brought a juice pouch with a straw to his lips and took a drink. Still, the fact that she hadn't died was remarkable, and she got back up after what he was certain had been a lethal drop for her. He had seen the blood. He might actually want her in his class if it weren't for the fact that Nizu liked her. Nizu tended to favor troublesome things. I'll find out, Higuri said, sounding quite angry as well. For a moment, Shota wondered what contributed more to the man's anger, the fact that someone nearly died or the realization that at least one of his machines apparently had faulty coding. Nemuri and a few other heroes were already on their way to verify everything was all right. Now it was time to start granting rescue points. He watched as Nizu took another sip of tea and pulled up the first examinee they were going to review as a file lit up in front of them. Tenya Ida managed to get the highest score for villain points at 52, and his actions throughout the test prior to the larger villain's appearance did prevent unnecessary injury to other students. However, given his actions at the end, it does raise the question of whether we should grant him rescue points. It's possible he didn't intend to save those students. Discuss. I believe he should receive the points he earned. True, he didn't move to save Midoriya despite another student pleading for help, but his reasoning is logical. The robot shouldn't have posed an actual risk. Most of its attack protocols were disabled, and it trampling Midoriya and nearly trampling Uraraka was well outside the norm. Keep in mind that even we weren't aware she was in real danger until it broke her leg, Higuri said as he brought up the specifications of the 0-pointer on his tablet, searching through the data for flaws. Aizawa, I don't really care what you all decide. You already know my opinion on this exam. That said, based on what we've seen of Tenya Ida's quirk during the exam, his body type, and considering the flaw in the design, his attempt to save her by running in and back out with Izuku Midoriya would have been more dangerous than waiting for someone else to help. He's fast, but he's also much taller than Midoriya, which means he wouldn't have the clearance needed to reach her and get out safely. He would have had to hunch over just to reach her. Shota said as he set down his juice pouch. At the same time, with Uraraka's actions, he could have attempted to help by moving closer and assisting in holding up the foot from outside to alleviate the pressure. He needs to work on his ability to think of multiple plans. His belief that everything was safe, and that helping others came second to proving himself, is a problem. Rather than come up with a possible plan to delay a villain while better help arrived, he stood back. However, he does have potential. He realized his mistake in the end and turned Recovery Girl's attention to them. The other heroes, including Toshinori, shared similar opinions, so Nizu took account and awarded the boy 9 rescue points for covering the backs of other examinees. Next, we have Izuku Midoriya with 51 points. She managed to cover Uraraka's back and saved her from further pain, followed by saving her a second time from the zero-pointer trampling her, preventing her from being crushed. At the same time, with her quirk, the risk of doing so is possibly negligible, if not outright zero, thanks to her quirk's reanimation abilities. What should we award her? Nizu said as Izuku Midoriya's file replaced Tenya Ida's on their screens. Shota and the other teachers had already been briefed on the girl's quirk. She and the other victims of Bloody Mary had been living on campus as part of the dorm system to see if it would work as well as keep them safe. He wasn't sure what to make of her quirk. It was a mutant ability, so he could use his quirk around her without fear of shutting it down and permanently harming her. Whether it was a risk to her or not, she still jumped in to save her fellow examinee without a moment's hesitation. There was no thought involved. She saw a situation and acted to save a student. We also don't know if there's a limit to what she can endure, and neither does she. Considering her muscles are what stitch her back together and they've always been at least partially intact after a fight, it's possible the weight of the zero-pointer could crush her beyond recovery, so there's at least some risk, Toshinori said, pointing at the screen as it showed a camera view of Izuku getting up and running under the foot of the machine. This is also immediately after she recovered from a damaging fall. She always eats more after using her quirk compared to when she doesn't. It's possible she can run out of materials for her body to use and face a final death from too many deaths in succession. Toshinori has a point. We can't declare this to be without risk. Saving students from the zero-pointer by stopping it usually ends in 60 rescue points for the rescuer. Perhaps we should reduce it to 45 due to the reduced risk. Sekijiro suggested, receiving a nod from Snipe. Shota considered this for a moment. With the 3 points from saving Uraraka earlier, Izuku would be at 99 points. She would easily hold the number 1 spot in the exam scores, even with the reduction, and achieve the highest score since All Might himself. That seems fair to me. I agree. It's true she knows she can take a lot of damage, but she's also unaware if she can recover from damage that's severe. This means, as far as she believed, she was possibly risking her life and decided it would still be a fair trade, Shota added, and Nizu nodded, adding the points to her score. That settles it then, 45 points for the zero-pointer save and 3 more for the 3-pointer save. Next, let's look at Achiko Uraraka. She may not have the highest villain scores, but I want to discuss her performance next. Throughout the exam, she used her quirk in small ways that kept numerous fellow examinees safe, earning 15 points in rescue before she had to be saved from the zero-pointer. Nizu said, bringing up her file for everyone to see. However, she went above and beyond by running back into danger, fully aware of the risks, to save her rescuer when no one else would. Given the nature of this rescue, the fact that she fought through a noted weakness to her quirk, and the very real danger the zero-pointer posed, 60 points seems a bit low. At the same time, she didn't actually save Midoriya since she was about to be crushed at the last second of the exam. I have to disagree. It might not have been a direct save, but without Uraraka jumping in to reduce the weight pressing down on Midoriya, he would have been crushed before the timer ran out and the machine was set to reverse its course. It might have only bought time, but without it, we could have been telling people, oh yes, that brave girl we brought in to protect from villains, we managed to find a way to kill her. I imagine that would not go over well. Seijiro said, receiving nods from Toshinori and Shota. He might not care much about how the media viewed him, but even he would avoid that kind of press. I say give her a solid 70 points. She was aware of a life-threatening risk and took action to save another without the possibility of a reset if she got hurt or worse. Nizu chuckled as he added the points and moved to the next student. Shota sighed internally, knowing they would all end up in his class. He just hoped the rest of the students were quiet and didn't have flashy quirks, like that Katsuki kid they had heard about. Next is Yosetsu, who managed 50 villain points. A few times, he was able to weld machines to the ground with his quirk before they could run down other students. Was that for rescue or just attempts at more points? Izuku carried Achiko as instructed by Recovery Girl, moving her to a small medical area set up outside the simulation city. Beside her was Tenya Ida, who had apologized for his actions before and during the test. Now that things had calmed down, he seemed less intense and abrasive and more like a very stiff stickler for rules, someone who wasn't used to change or disorder. He explained that he was from Somei Academy, which Izuku guessed was the reason for his earlier behavior. Transitioning from a private school that emphasized DSPN to a public school that did the bare minimum would be challenging. That still didn't explain why he pointed at her, though. I promise to be a better companion from now on, Tenya said as Izuku laid Achiko on one of the hospital beds and propped her feet up with a pillow. Shouldn't that go under her head? Izuku shook her head. No, you want to encourage blood flow to the upper body when someone faints. Companion? She turned to look at Tenya, who was taking notes on what she just said. Even if he had been sorry about his earlier comments, why would he want to accompany her anywhere? They hadn't exactly hit it off. Well, yes, I must admit that the two of you demonstrated more heroic qualities than I did during the test. Reflecting on my behavior, I realize that I have acted poorly. My actions have been regrettable, but despite this, you took the time to remind me of my errors and even saved a life at possible risk not only to your future as a student but your very life. Tenya said, his voice loud and clear as he held his notepad over his heart. His glasses reflected the sunlight, making them shine brightly and obscuring his eyes. As such, I would like to work with you during our time at UA, should we both be accepted, so that we might learn from each other and become better heroes together. You have a natural affinity for heroism while I have been carefully taught and prepared for the task. Together, we could become worthy of the title, hero. So, you want to be friends? Tenya blinked, looking down with a somewhat caught-off-guard expression. His glasses no longer reflected the sun's glare, revealing his eyes. Yes, I believe that's a good way to put it. Izuku smiled up at Tenya. He seemed a bit awkward, likely due to his strict upbringing and focus on rules, but that was hardly a problem. That sounds good to me. My other friends should be arriving soon if you want to meet them. Her eyes sparkled with joy. She was confident she had done well on the test, and now she had a new friend. Maybe even two, once Achiko regained consciousness. Today was going well for her. Perhaps she should call her mother to see if she was planning to make Katsudon. I think you and Momo would get along well. She enjoys helping people. Oh, sorry. You mentioned your name when you apologized, but I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Wait, you're Izuku? Tenya said, recognizing the name from 10 months ago. It had been all over the news for weeks, and his brother had spent months assisting in the search for Himiko Toga before the investigation's threat level dropped when UA officially took her and the other victims in. Despite that horror, being chased by a serial killer, she was still happy and smiling, even willing to trust him enough to call him a friend after how he had acted when they first met. He turned away from her, clenching a fist over his chest, his eyes squeezed shut in an attempt to stem the tears flowing down his face. She really is a model of what heroes should aspire to, so open, trusting, and bright, even after such dark times tried to wash over her and steal away her flame. Izuku tilted her head, wondering why Tenya had turned around so suddenly while Recovery Girl patted her shoulder. This girl is going to cause so much chaos without even intending to, isn't she? Chio thought as Tenya turned back to Izuku and suddenly bowed forward until his head was level with her waist. His hand was out as if asking for a handshake, and Chio noticed a few drops of water hit the ground beneath his face. It's going to be just like when All Might and Endeavor were in school, only rather than girls, it's going to be boys, isn't it? Ugh, my head hurts. Achiko said as she tried to sit up, only for Izuku to turn around and place a hand on her chest. She attempted to push herself up gently, but with Izuku's strength, she found herself pressed back into the bed, hard enough for it to creak. Please don't sit up yet. You fainted and could be more hurt than you realize. Izuku said as Recovery Girl examined Achiko, then pulled her hand away. Achiko looked at the hand Izuku had used to keep her down and noticed stitches on her finger. Her eyes widened as she looked into Izuku's eyes. So, that was really real? You bit off your thumb? You what? What's he doing here? Izuku blinked as Tenya suddenly grasped her wrist, examining her thumb while Achiko sat up and gestured at him with both arms. He informed Recovery Girl about what happened and helped get you here. And yes, I did. It doesn't hurt, you know. My quirk, Patchwork Zombie, puts me back together when I get hurt, she said, drawing Tenya's and Achiko's attention again, their eyes wide. Achiko's shone with understanding as she realized how Izuku had gotten back up after being splattered across the ground, as well as how she had stood back up after nearly being crushed by the zero-pointer. Tenya's eyes, however, filled with horror as he realized the stitches on her fingers and limbs were marks from where she had been cut and pierced by either the foe villains or her own broken bones. He lifted his chin slightly, feeling his heart clench again, squeezing his eyes shut once more before bowing to the two girls as low as he could. Thank you for accepting me as your friend. I won't let you down again. Won't let who, UndeadIzuku. Who are these strays? Tenya straightened up and turned to see who had called him and Achiko strays while Izuku beamed and turned to see Katsuki in a red tank top and loose camo cargo shorts. Behind him were Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Momo. Momo immediately rushed over to Izuku and pulled her into a hug. I'm so glad you're okay. We passed by a bunch of heroes shouting to call off the zero-pointers due to a dangerous glitch, Momo said as Hitoshi brought his right hand to his forehead and shook his head in disbelief. Would you stop calling everyone Izuku meat strays? Hitoshi said as he approached Tenya and extended his hand for a handshake. Tenya accepted it and shook Hitoshi's hand stiffly before Hitoshi pulled his hand back and offered it to Achiko, who greeted him more gently. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, the blonde attack dog is Katsuki Bakugu, and the girl acting like a big sister to Izuku is Momo Yayorozu. Tetsu and Osor are also here, but they got caught up with someone who has a similar quirk to Tetsu's. Osor is judging their challenge. Katsuki scoffed and walked over to Izuku, pulling her into a headlock and giving her a playful noogie. I swear, you attract new people every time I take my eyes off you, he exclaimed as Izuku struggled in his grip, whining and kicking her legs. Do I need to keep you locked up in a box and only let you out during class? Izuku stopped struggling, her eyes lighting up at the idea. Can it be a coffin? We're not actually going to put you in a… Momo, stop. Hitoshi said, turning as he heard Momo's quirk activate. She had already rolled up her shirt to reveal her stomach. But she wants a coffin. Maybe a black dress with a design that looks like red stitches holding it together too. It would make a good hero costume. Achiko and Tenya watched as Hitoshi tried to convince Momo to stop creating a coffin and burial garment for Izuku, who Katsuki had finally released from the headlock. Achiko smiled nervously while Tenya adjusted his glasses. At least they're all really lively? Achiko said, to which Tenya nodded slowly in agreement. Hey, if you two are going to start hanging out with Izuku, we need to get you on a workout regimen. I'm not letting slackers hold her back from being a top hero like the rest of us, Katsuki declared, locking his gaze onto the two. We're heading to the dorms once Tetsu and Osor arrive. You two are joining us, got it? We have training equipment. Tenya gaped at Katsuki's demand, as well as the implication that he might be a slacker, while Achiko nodded in agreement. If she had been stronger, maybe Izuku wouldn't have had to nearly get crushed to save her. Right. We're also going to have to teach you how to notice certain weirdos. Izuku's too trusting for her own good, Katsuki added, causing Izuku to slouch and pout angrily at him. What's that supposed to mean? That you're a magnet for weirdos and strays. Meanwhile, Tamura scratched at the scars on his neck as he eyed a small handheld game system. It came with several game cartridges, including some new titles. Sensei had instructed him to ensure there were plenty of villains working with the League for when he attacked All Might, using them as distractions while the Nomu broke everyone's symbol of peace. So, he had formed a guild, and like any successful guild, entry required a contribution. The League needed money because the underworld brokers demanded it, so he charged $1,000 to join and required follow-up payments to stay in. This kept the members engaged in crime, allowing him to gather information on All Might without attracting the attention of local authorities. It also served as a filtering process. The weakest would get caught, while the stronger ones either knew their place or were strong enough to question it, sorting out the civilians from the allies. So, when a blonde girl in a cardigan and school uniform entered the League's hideout, somewhere he had never shown to the pawns he hired, holding a bloody knife in one hand and a game store bag in the other, he was taken aback. It was the same day All Might had announced his new teaching position at UA High, and he was ready to confront her as she decayed into dust. However, when she placed the bag on the counter and slid it toward him, spilling out the newest handheld game, an RPG he had been eyeing for himself, he hesitated. Despite his irritation, he was curious about how she knew what he had wanted. To keep himself from attacking her, he scratched at his neck, keeping his hands busy to avoid accidentally using his quirk on her or the enticing new games he planned to enjoy later. "What do you want?" he asked. "You're the leader of the League of Villains, right? You're the one they say is going to take down All Might with your monster." Her tone sounded childish and immature, reminiscent of those All Might fans who fawn over him in the streets. It irritated him, especially as she struck a silly pose, swaying side to side with her hands under her chin, fists curled. "I heard he's at UA. I want to join your League of Villains and go to UA for my appealing Izuku. I want to hug her, hold her, and be with her," she exclaimed, liking the blood off the knife in her hand. Tamura's eyes widened as gray fluid enveloped her, transforming her into one of the pawns he had hired, still wearing the cardigan and schoolgirl outfit she had on before. "I could even bring her here to play with your monster, and we'll all be best friends." It was strange to hear that particular pawn say such things, especially since she had insisted they weren't friends and that she was using the League for her own purposes. He had considered eliminating her then, but he realized that none of the recruits they were bringing along would survive, even if they succeeded in killing All Might. Kurogiri's quirk worked best with small groups for the long-distance warp that would get them out once the job was done. "Tamura Shigaraki, if I may, I believe she's referring to Izuku Midoriya, the girl who was targeted by Bloody Mary 10 months ago," Kurogiri said, and the girl nodded in the body of his pawn. "Yui took her in after those events to protect her, earning a great deal of praise. If we were to kidnap her while killing All Might, we wouldn't just crush the symbol of peace, but also the school itself, as people would question its safety." "A bonus objective." "Yeah," Tamura mused, considering it. Many quests had optional objectives that offered additional rewards. Kidnapping a student UA was openly protecting, while killing All Might would allow them to promise to get her back before twisting her into a subordinate with Sensei's help. He had to keep from salivating at the thought. It was the perfect quest: destroy the final boss and ruin the forces that created him. You couldn't just kill the boss, you had to prevent another one from rising. Quest: destroy the symbol of peace. Objective: kill All Might. Bonus objective: kidnap Izuku Midoriya. Rewards: shattering of hero society. Bonus reward: a new plaything to break as society turns on UA, preventing another symbol of peace. He felt as if he could reach out and touch the quest notice, pressing the accept button. He knew he was just imagining it, but at the same time, it felt so perfect. "Alright, you're in. What's your name?" "Himiko Toga. It's going to be so much fun working with you," she replied, and he started to laugh, with her joining in. Perhaps he had been too quick to judge her, maybe she was just the kind of ally he needed to pull this off. Kurogiri glanced at the screen Sensei usually communicated through, noting no change, so he allowed the two to continue. Maybe Tamura would be less irritable with her around, or at least with the new gaming system she had brought him. Himiko let them think she was laughing with him. It had been incredibly easy to infiltrate their hideout, and the woman they had hired was so annoying that she couldn't wait for her to disappear forever. As if she would share Izuku with them, as if she would allow them to hurt Izuku. She would join in on their little excursion, they would make their declaration, and then they would perish. She would drag their remains to Izuku, wrapped in bright green paper tied with red ribbons that flowed like blood, and they would be friends, united forever. She stifled her laughter at the thought of becoming Izuku, of standing over her as her green hair darkened and slicked with blood, lapping up the crimson liquid spilling from her lips, cheeks, neck, and body. Himiko let the girl she was wearing dissolve into globs of gray goo. Izuku had endured so much, she knew she would remain when others faded away. They would always be one, forever and ever. She pondered what kind of knife Izuku preferred: pocket knives, box cutters, chef's knives? Probably not daggers. Those might bring back memories. Or perhaps they would remind her of how she saved her from Bloody Mary, making them perfect. She couldn't wait to meet her, to become her, as Tamura's laughter faded away. She stifled her own laughter to maintain her character. This would be the hardest thing she had ever done, hiding her true self among others while concealing her real intentions. But she was determined to embody what they believed Himiko Toga was. She would do it for Izuku, for her Izuku. Biting her lower lip, she squirmed slightly as Kurogiri and Tamura explained their plans for the attack on UA and All Might. She nodded at the appropriate moments, asked the right questions, and once the conversation concluded, she excused herself to the restroom. She needed her Izuku. She hoped they would make their move soon so she could show him that she needed him too. Himiko took out 2 pictures she had convinced a shop clerk to print for her. One was of Bloody Mary's ruined corpse before she burned it. She imagined the joy Izuku would feel knowing that the person who had stopped Bloody Mary from ever threatening her again wanted to be her friend, wanted to be with her. She was certain Izuku would understand her, unlike the others who screamed in fear. Once Izuku saw how much she cared, she believed he would welcome her with open arms. "Izuku," Himiko murmured, brushing her finger over the second picture, a close-up of Izuku's face from when she had been pulled from the clinic, covered in blood. Himiko grinned, her cheeks flushing as she traced a heart around Izuku's face, ensuring the edges of the heart brushed over his cheeks. "You'll be mine. We'll be one. I promise. No one will ever hurt you but me, and you'll love the way I care for you. We'll be so appealing together." Later that day, Gunhead sat across from the upgraded plushie, which Izuku had named Freedom Gunhead. He had to admit he loved the name and even considered marketing a few for sale with plushie guns instead of real ones. However, he felt it was missing something, though he couldn't quite identify what it was. In his lap, Izuku tilted her head and looked up at Gunhead. "I don't know, I think he's nice just the way he is." Gunhead glanced down at the teenage girl he had pulled into his lap, feeling an instinct to protect her. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Light bulb? What? Later that day, Tashinori and Mirio rushed out of their car upon hearing gunshots at the beach, only to find Izuku coaching Osor on how to use the kettle weights while the 5-foot plushie Freedom Gunhead sat in the sand, shooting at the trash. As they approached, the plushie spun around, revealing a 2-foot-tall Izuku plushie sitting in its lap. Male detected. "Hi." Did the plushie Izuku just say hi? "Oh, that's adorable," Mirio exclaimed, with Tashinori nodding beside him. Just then, they were tackled to the ground by Katsuki. "Get down, you idiots." Freedom Gunhead, no. Katsuki was not someone who liked to sit still. He preferred to be active and work up a sweat. He favored warm, loose clothing that allowed him to move freely without soaking up sweat. Long sleeves were a nuisance, often getting caught up in his quirk. Dealing with Izuku and learning how her quirk affected her mindset had been a wake-up call for him, just as her death and reanimation had been. Realizing that their quirks made it natural for her to prioritize others' safety over her own, just as his need for a morning run kept him from becoming grumpy later in the day, put everything into perspective. All the time she had protected others from him without holding his actions against her, all the time she had taken slaps, punches, and explosions as if they were nothing, while mere words could hurt her, it all made sense. When her quirk activated, it was even worse. She practically ignored any injury and would even harm herself on a whim to prove her quirk was real. So, Katsuki knew he had to protect her. He had to eliminate any reasons for her to hurt herself. Her life was not less important than anyone else's. She needed to take the blow, not if Katsuki could blow up the threat. She needed to get on a rooftop for a better view. She needed to cut her hand off, but not if Katsuki could grab her with one hand and use his quirk to propel them both onto the rooftop. She needed to stop a villain. She would let him attack her and use the fact that it didn't hurt her like it did others to counter and pin him, but not if Katsuki blasted him in a way that opened the villain for her to grapple and subdue. It may have been a bit late to care about her physical and mental well-being, but he did care. He couldn't stay angry at her for the things she did. It was as natural for her to stand in the line of fire to protect others as it was for him to prefer warm weather over cold. So, he redirected his anger toward other things, choosing not to be upset that she had run beneath a towering robot to save someone, but rather to focus on the little things that didn't have an excuse. Like waking up to find her floating against the ceiling of the building, with small drops of blood on the ground below. "Why are you on the ceiling?" he asked, looking up at Izuku, who was suspended above him, while her new friend Ochiko, whom he preferred to call Round Face, looked nervously at him. Izuku wore a black sailor top with white lines on the collar, a crimson tie, a black and red plaid shirt that reached her knees, and fitted black briefs. Ochiko was dressed in a button-up pink shirt and black shorts that reached mid-thigh. Across the room stood Momo, dressed in a pale pink button-up shirt and slightly darker pink briefs, with a belt featuring a brass-colored buckle. She held a metal pole horizontally in the air. In one corner of the room, Tenya observed, notepad in hand, wearing a blue polo shirt, dark gray slacks, and a simple leather belt. Izuku opened her mouth, revealing a pair of fingers inside. He glanced at her hands and noticed she was missing her right index and middle fingers. "Don't talk with your mouth full," he said. Izuku pulled the fingers from her mouth and tossed them toward Momo's pole. The muscle strings reached out, connected, and Izuku's fingers curled around the pole before she zoomed forward faster than usual. "She wanted to see if my quirk would synergize with hers?" Ochiko said, tenting her fingers, causing Izuku to fall to her feet with the pole in hand. "You can make things float?" he asked. "My quirk is zero gravity. I can turn off the effects of gravity on anything I touch," she explained, holding up her hands to reveal small pads on each fingertip, reminiscent of a cat's paws. He looked back at Ochiko's eyes. She still seemed nervous around him, possibly even scared. He had mixed feelings about that. He appreciated that it meant he was a good deterrent for anyone who might target Izuku for her quirk, but he disliked how it made interactions with her friends awkward until they realized he wouldn't harm them over minor things. "Huh, neat," he said, then raised his hand. "I can sweat nitroglycerin from my palms and detonate it. We'd make a good aerial combo." She could make him float, allowing him to use his explosions to maneuver instead of relying on repeated blasts to keep himself aloft. He heard Momo snort at his attempt to appear less intimidating to Izuku's new friend. Among the friends Izuku had made since gaining her quirk, he and Momo were the most distant, sharing more of an understanding than a friendship. She understood he wanted to look after Izuku, to keep her safe and make up for his past actions. He understood that she was Izuku's friend, someone who could show her all the experiences he had forced her to miss out on due to his bullying. Speaking of which, perhaps it was time to hit the town for a bit. As long as he mentioned where they were going, they could leave UA, provided they returned before 5. They would relay the information to Gunhead, who would meet them halfway through the trip to check on them. An undercover hero would be watching over them, usually someone out of costume, as Nizu had informed him when he noticed a scarred man observing them from a bench at the local park. He was surprised by how strikingly blue the man's eyes were. "Hey, you're here too. Tenya, right?" Katsuki said, noticing Tenya was still taking notes in the corner of the room. It had only been 2 days since the entrance exam, and he had quickly noticed something. Tenya Ida was awkward around people. His most relaxed state was stiffer than Katsuki's most serious demeanor. He seemed to want to be a hero partly out of a sense of family honor and partly out of a longing to help others. He also appeared to admire Izuku, taking notes on how she interacted with others and what she did to train. Katsuki honestly didn't know how to deal with him, so he chose to ignore the guy. If he wanted to put Izuku on a pedestal and admire her, at least he had good taste in heroes. "Anyway, why don't we hit the local mall? With UA's acceptance letters coming soon, maybe we should all do something to unwind," Katsuki suggested, glancing at Izuku, who had propped a pole against the wall. "We could grab some ice cream, hit the arcade, and celebrate getting this far." "That sounds like a great idea. After all, as heroes, we'll need to be able to map out such areas in the event of a crisis." Izuku replied enthusiastically. "Dude, does he ever relax?" Hitoshi said as he entered the room, holding a cup of hot chocolate and looking like he had just woken up. Out of all of them, he tended to sleep in the longest, so Katsuki figured he probably did just wake up. Tenya was too busy writing down notes to respond, while Izuku nodded in agreement with Katsuki's suggestion. From what I can tell, that is him relaxing, Katsuki remarked, earning a sarcastic sigh from Hitoshi, while Momo stifled a quiet laugh behind her hand. Hitoshi glanced over at Izuku, who was animatedly chatting with Achiko and Tenya. Katsuki guessed that the three of them liked the idea of the trip to the mall. I should probably go clean up and get dressed. Momo, do you want to drop by Tetsu's dorm while I stop by Osor's on the way back to mine? He asked, and Momo nodded before they both walked off. Katsuki watched as Izuku turned to him and smiled widely. He returned a small smile and walked over to her and her two newest friends, his hands tucked into the pockets of his camo cargo briefs. His red t-shirt was long enough to cover the fact that his briefs were about half a size too big and hung just under his waist. A small part of him whispered that it should have been like this from the beginning, and he acknowledged that fact. Another part said better late than never. It didn't make him feel better considering just how late it was, but the thought lingered. Do you think they have gunhead merchandise? I think I'm missing coagulate from my collection. Izuku tilted her head in thought, and Achiko shrugged as Tenya pulled out his phone to check ahead of time. Katsuki kept an eye on them but was pretty sure he didn't need to. As many unusual people as she attracted, she also drew in a few normal ones. As normal as one could be, anyway. We're all set. Momo and Tetsu are waiting for us at the entrance, Hitoshi announced, with Osor standing to his right in a white dress. Hitoshi himself wore a gray shirt, blue jeans, and a purple jacket. He nodded while Izuku grabbed Achiko's hand and started pulling her toward the stairs, the girl quickly catching on and following her. Osor broke away from Hitoshi to follow after Izuku, while Hitoshi waited for Katsuki and Tenya to start moving before joining them. So, engines in your legs, huh? Yes, it's registered simply as engine. May I ask what your quirk is? Tenya inquired, prompting a wide smile from Hitoshi, who revealed a glimpse of his teeth. Brainwashing. I can control people who respond when I talk to them, Hitoshi explained, causing Tenya to miss a step and nearly trip. Katsuki tilted his head to keep an eye on the blue-haired boy. If Tenya had a problem with Hitoshi's quirk, he'd need to keep it contained so Izuku wouldn't know her friends were arguing over something trivial. Also, he'd need to teach the guy a lesson about insulting people Izuku liked. Not necessarily in that order. Thankfully, Tenya didn't seem bothered by the quirk. Interesting. Do you plan to join the ranks of support heroes? That or go underground? I hear there's an underground hero teaching at UA who likes cats. Maybe he'll be my homeroom teacher, Hitoshi replied. Izuku let go of Achiko's hand as they descended the stairs, with Osor riding on her back. The girl had jumped onto Izuku, wrapping her legs around her waist and her arms around Izuku's shoulders and neck. After 2 flights of stairs, they reached the ground floor, which served mostly as a waiting area with a few vending machines and couches. At the main door stood Momo, who had put on a sun hat, and Tetsu, who wore a tight brown t-shirt featuring a kite shield and a pair of gray sweatpants with a silver 26 on the right leg. With them was someone Izuku hadn't met yet, a boy with spiky red hair and a small scar over his right eye, dressed in a rust-red shirt and denim shorts. She blinked at him, and he gave her a thumbs up. Hey, the name's Eijiro Kirishima. You're Izuku, right? He said, walking up and extending his hand for a handshake. I met Tetsu after the entrance exam. It's nice to meet you. Izuku grinned and accepted the handshake. Yup, Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is Patchwork Zombie. What's yours? Hardening. It lets me turn my body into solid rock. It can get pretty sharp too. He pulled his hand back and activated his quirk around his arm, his skin tightening and turning jagged. Izuku reached out and ran her finger over one of the edges, feeling a slight cut. Oh, sorry. Izuku giggled and held up her finger, 3 threads sealing up the cut. Eijiro blinked in surprise before grinning back at her. She noted he had razor-sharp teeth like Tetsu and wondered if that was a trait of defensive quirks that affected the body. For a moment, she imagined what it would be like to have razor-sharp teeth. With her bite force, she could tear into anything. Seriously, I look away for a minute and there's a new person and blood on the floor. What happened? Katsuki said as he entered the room with Tenya and Hitoshi. Izuku paled and turned around, waving as innocently as she could. Are those stitches on your finger? What did you do now? Izuku froze, realizing she had waved with the hand that had been cut on Ijiro's arm. Oh. Oops, she said as Katsuki rushed over and grabbed her shoulders, shaking her back and forth. WWW. Stop getting yourself cut up or broken. Ijiro glanced over at Momo, Tetsu, and Osor while Achiko and Tenya looked at Hitoshi, all three of them sharing the same unspoken question in their expressions. Do they always do this? All the time, the four of them replied to the three newest members of their group. I will lock you in a box made of bulletproof glass, I swear. I am SSSORY. Hitoshi, Momo, Tetsu, and Osor sighed while Achiko, Tenya, and Ijiro looked at the two with worried expressions before Katsuki stopped shaking Izuku. Her head fell back, her eyes swirling as he let her go, and the two moved over to the others. Alright, let's go have some fun. Alright, and sorry about hurting your friend. I didn't think she'd. Hitoshi covered Ijiro's mouth as Katsuki slowly turned toward the boy. He means he's sorry Izuku got hurt, that's all, Hitoshi said, leaning in toward Ijiro's ear while Katsuki glared at the two. Are you trying to get us killed? MHBHD. Whatever, let's get going. The pork restaurant at the food court is supposed to have a new spicy challenge after Izuku and I finished it. Katsuki said, earning a sigh of relief from most of the group as he walked out the door, with Izuku running up to walk beside him. Maybe this time it'll actually be one. Hitoshi stopped covering Ijiro's mouth and patted him on the shoulder, then looked over at Achiko and Tenya. So, who's ready to see what happens when a zombie walks into a mall looking for food? He said, grinning widely when the three made sounds of amusement. They would learn that pork plus Izuku was no joke. If anything, it made zombie movies look tame, especially when the skis made the meat a dark red. The walk to the mall was uneventful, but once they arrived, they realized they were walking into more than they had initially planned. Izuku's eyes sparkled with joy next to Osor's as they looked at the front doors of the mall with excitement. Behind them, Katsuki's lips curled into a grin that promised pain and violence for anyone who challenged him, while beside him, Ijiro and Tetsu exchanged glances, accepting an unspoken challenge between them. Momo sighed while Hitoshi face-bombed, both fully aware that none of them would be getting a relaxing day of shopping, food, and minor hijinks now that they had seen the entrance to the mall. Achiko blinked at the size of the sign but figured it would probably be fun, while Tenya started listing all the benefits of taking on the large, burning advertisement for its challenge. Over the mall doors was a large flat sign with the image of two crossed machetes behind a drum. Deep Forest Laser Tag. Kaken, think of all the practice we could get, stealth, guerrilla tactics, and practicing our aim in low-light environments. We're going to destroy so many extras, Katsuki said, his eyes wide as he stared at the sign, imagining the match in his mind. He'd close his eyes before the match started along with the new guy, Ida. They would listen to the instructions and have Izuku or someone else lead him into the darkened laser tag arena. With their eyes pre-adjusted, they would move in fast, take out a few, then find cover. Izuku would use the information they brought back to create a strategy. Total annihilation would follow. Of those who enter, only half would come back out, as simply as one snapping their fingers. And we'll have fun in a safe environment while learning these essential hero skills. Izuku asked, glancing at a very excited Katsuki. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's arm and started dragging her toward the entrance with a low chuckle. Kaken, what are you doing? We're grabbing something to eat and going over strategies. That laser tag place might be new, but it's about to meet its top high scores for eternity. And there he goes, Ijiro said, grinning as he hit his fists together. Not even an hour in and I already like the guy. He's setting the bar so high for himself and everyone around him. All the more reason to challenge him. A rival whose self-expectations have no limit. Let's go! Tetsu exclaimed as the two started running after Katsuki, who had broken into a run fast enough to have Izuku flying behind him, screaming. Like hell he's going to be number one without a fight. The others stared at the dust trails the three boys left behind, listening to Izuku's comically terrified screams before Tenya spoke up. They're right. We're aiming for UA, we can't let this chance pass us by. We must go forth and aim for number one. Achiko pumped her fist into the air. Yeah, she exclaimed before the two also started running toward the mall entrance, though Tenya managed to keep himself from accidentally using his quirk to catch up. Hitoshi paled while Momo laughed behind her hand, and Osor chased after her rapidly disappearing friends. Oh, I think they'll get along fine with the rest of us. Darn. I was hoping for at least one more voice of reason. Hitoshi said, cradling his head in his hands. Momo laughed a bit louder as she reached to pat his shoulder while they walked forward. Why am I the only voice of reason here? Because the glue holding us all together is literally a zombie girl. Darn it. Mei Hatsum knew she was a bit different from other people, and in her honest opinion, that was a good thing. Other people were simple, they had limits they were willing to bend to, and they didn't let their minds wander freely. They let the world bend them or expected the world to bend to them, never standing before its challenges as equals and working around them so that no one had to bend, but instead, smaller things could stand together to face the challenges the world threw at them. They were boring. But she'd let them be boring. She would enter UA and show them all just how amazing one could be with 2 hands, some scrap, and eyes that acted like built-in microscopes or binoculars. She would build the best tech, the world would challenge her, and she would stand tall before those challenges, admire them, acknowledge them, and keep walking right past them. She would hold out a device that grabbed everyone's attention and forced them to look at her as she passed by that challenge like it was her best friend. The challenge admitting defeat but standing beside her as proof. So when she woke up that morning, sat at her desk, and picked up her pencil to start sketching out a new idea only to freeze up and realize she didn't have a new idea, she panicked. Mei had less than a week until UA started, and who knew how many chances she would get to work on her projects then. So she got dressed in her favorite oil, grease, and sweat-stained t-shirt, denim overalls, and trusty working boots, and headed to the mall. Once she arrived, she tried to find things she could improve on or toys she could turn into weapons or armor. It wasn't working too well. So she started people watching in the food court, hoping to find an interesting someone she could build a hero suit for. With UA's exams coming soon, there would surely be hero hopefuls walking around, excited and thinking about their hero costumes. Then she could offer her services, show off a few of the projects she brought with her, and have a new project to inspire her. It was the perfect plan. All it required was some careful use of her quirk to observe people from a distance, find a person, and then walk by them to show off her creations. The rules for the Fail of the Reaper challenge are simple. You have 20 minutes to eat. To forfeit, simply drink from the glass of milk. Begin. A man announced as Izuku and Katsukis started digging into the bowls of bright red fail in front of them, with Tetsu and Ijiro cheering them on between bites of their own food. The new challenge Katsuki had heard about involved a bowl of fail curry with chopped pork. Not much was said about the recipe, but the main pepper in the curry was ghost peppers, while the pork had been marinated prior to cooking in blended Carolina Reapers. Katsuki could admit it was definitely hotter than the last challenge, but he wasn't going to let it beat him, not in front of Izuku. The heat from the food was making him sweat, which helped trigger a part of his brain that said, "This is good for my quirk." Izuku, on the other hand, was simply enjoying the warmth the food brought to her mouth and throat. It reminded her of the times when her dad would come home and make spicy dishes, hoping to help her develop a quirk. He had once told her that he discovered his fire-breathing ability after eating a chili pepper as a challenge and screaming from the heat. Over time, she grew to enjoy spicy food, especially after becoming friends with Katsuki. It was one of the few things that reassured her that he still liked being around her. Whenever she had spicy food for lunch, he would sit next to her, and they would talk about the ingredients they used to maximize the heat. Tenya watched with a pale face as the two devoured their meals, his own food nearly forgotten in front of him while Tetsu enjoyed his meal with similar enthusiasm. "My lips feel warm, and my nose is burning just from breathing near them. How dreadful," he said, causing Tetsu to look up at him, mouth full of Korean barbecue shrimp. He chewed a few more, times before swallowing, his face flushed and sweating heavily, but the burning sensation in his mouth was not going to stop him. Tetsu took a sip from his glass of water before speaking. It's more than just a meal, it's a challenge. The food before them is not merely nourishment but a hurdle to overcome, a mountain to climb, he declared, capturing Tenya's attention as he stood up, his face still red from the heat. Tetsu placed a fist over his heart as if sharing profound wisdom. They saw food designed to be difficult to eat and chose to strengthen their fighting spirit by tackling a meal that fights back. What villain could intimidate them with mere threats? They have faced true pain and devoured it. Tenya stared at Tetsu, who stood tall, illuminated by the fluorescent lights above. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he suddenly understood. Overcoming hardship was a fundamental aspect of being a hero, the ability to push past pain and adversity. Her first response to a challenge is to fight and win because she's always striving to prove herself. If it's hard to eat, she eats anyway. If it's hard to fight, she fights anyway. She truly dedicates every moment of her life to being a hero. Sir, I would like to take on the challenge as well, Tenya declared fiercely before rushing over to the restaurant. Ijiro, who had overheard the entire conversation, glanced at the food in front of him, a hamburger steak with mushrooms and gravy, accompanied by chopped potatoes. He looked at Tetsu, who was struggling with his meal, while Izuku and Katsuki continued to shovel bite after bite of curry that smelled almost like a chemical weapon. Ijiro looked back at his food, then scanned the table, his eyes landing on a bottle of hot sauce. He grabbed it and poured it over his meal before starting to eat as quickly as he could, tears welling in his eyes as the heat hit and began to burn the inside of his mouth. They're so brave, I can't just sit and watch. I have to fight too. Momo sighed and stabbed her fork into her food. Even while eating, the boys found ways to be dramatic. She had ordered a trout fillet with scalloped potatoes, ensuring she had enough fats to support her quirk without compromising her health. Izuku was also being dramatic, but she at least had a non-challenge related reason. Her family was sometimes a bit distant, but she saw her parents every day. Izuku didn't have that luxury, and spicy food was a stable part of her father's visits. She wondered how she would feel if she only saw her father a few times a year. Achiko watched as her friends enjoyed their meal, bringing a skewer of mitarashi dango to her mouth and savoring one of the dumplings. She had quickly realized that Izuku was far from ordinary when she explained how she used her quirk not only to recover from injuries but also to enhance her training and move swiftly or reach distant objects. This was before they tested whether her quirk would help Izuku move more easily. Unlike Tenya and Ijiro, she chose to avoid spicy food for now, opting instead for 3 dango skewers and mochi, accompanied by a glass of green tea. Osor sat across from her, blissfully unaware of her surroundings as she devoured ball after ball of takoyaki. So, is what he said true? Achiko asked, turning to Hitoshi, who was sipping beet juice through a straw from a large paper cup. Hitoshi chuckled as he took a long drink, then pulled the straw from his mouth. Not really. Izuku eats spicy food because she has fond memories associated with it and has built up a high tolerance, so it takes a lot to make her sweat. Plus, her dad is supposed to breathe fire, which might give her some resistance. He set the cup down and grabbed a fork, slurping up some spaghetti marinara. Katsuki, on the other hand, enjoys anything that makes him sweat, which drives Izuku to seek out spicy food. It's like an arms race, but instead of weapons, it's about absurdly spicy food and a longing for friendship. I almost feel sorry for Yue. They'll have to find ways to keep those two from pushing plus ultra beyond what's reasonable. Tenya returned with his own bowl of Fail of the Reaper, sat down next to Izuku, and took a bite. Achiko, Momo, and Hitoshi watched as his face turned red, tears streaming down his cheeks as he let out a high-pitched squeal of pain, barely muffled by his closed lips. Tetsu and Ijiro looked up just in time to see Tenya open his mouth and scream. Beads of sweat poured down his face and neck, quickly soaking his shirt. Tetsu grabbed a glass of milk and poured it into Tenya's mouth, turning the scream into frantic gargling. After swallowing the milk, Tenya slumped forward, his eyes spinning. Yeah, there's a reason we don't let those two choose our food. How does she handle food that hot? Achiko wondered, recalling Izuku's lower-than-average body temperature from their time together at the dorms. Hitoshi shrugged while Momo raised her hand, her index finger pointing upward. Spicy foods actually cool the body down by inducing perspiration, which is the body's main way of cooling itself. That might be another reason she enjoys spicy meals. I should find some recipes, Momo said, pulling out her phone to jot down the idea. Achiko observed as Ijiro and Tetsu tried to get Tenya to sit up. The large boy remained unresponsive to their efforts. Izuku and Katsuki lifted their bowls and quickly finished the last bits of food before slamming them down, both empty. Katsuki let out a triumphant roar while Izuku sighed contentedly. Leaning forward, Izuku said, "All right, now that we've all eaten, let's discuss strategy. We're likely not facing any formidable opponents, barely worthy of being called stepping stones, but you don't win by being half-hearted." He handed the empty bowls to the restaurant worker, who looked visibly intimidated by the green-haired girl. Achiko straightened up as Osor continued to munch on takoyaki, still lost in her own world. Roundface, you'll stick with Izuku, Muffin Top, and Blueberry, while Four Eyes and I take point to scout the enemy. Hardhead 1, Hardhead 2, and the Insomniac will follow behind to report if we get taken down. From there, either all of us or some of us will regroup, and Izuku can take over strategy. Any questions? Do you really have to call me Hardhead too? Ijiro asked, while Achiko glanced at her reflection in the glass of green tea she had been drinking from, responding to being called Round Face. Tenya adjusted his glasses and shot Katsuki a disapproving look, while Momo, Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Izuku sighed. Meanwhile, Osor stared at her empty plate, pouting because she had run out of takoyaki. Noticing Osor's pout, Achiko offered her a piece of mochi, which Osor accepted with a silent expression of joy before taking small bites of the sweet rice cake. "Surely I'm not just some copy of this guy to you?" Ijiro pointed at Tetsu, but was ignored as Katsuki stood up and slammed a fist into his open hand. Izuku smiled at his childhood friend and stood up as well, followed by the others. Ijiro face-bombed at the lack of response but still joined the group. "Seriously, our quirks are totally different. He's metal, I'm rock. He's shiny and smooth, I'm rough and sharp. We're completely different," he exclaimed, only for Tetsu to pat his shoulder as they made their way to the laser tag arena, unaware of the girl watching them. They got sidetracked a few times, wandering into small stores and browsing, mentally tagging items to return for later. Before they knew it, they arrived at the laser tag arena, ready to buy their tickets and get suited up in the sensor vests. Momo had paid for the group to play, and they were placed on the same team and told to wait in a room. "Why are we waiting? We can totally take on the other team, just the 9 of us," Katsuki said as he pulled a sensor vest over his head. Next to him was a set of rules they had to follow once the game started. Quirks or not, they're still just extras compared to us. Rule 1. No quirks. Rule 2. Once hit, you have 3 seconds to keep shooting. After that, the gun turns off. Rule 3. Victory is decided by either shooting the enemy base core 10 times or taking out the entire enemy team. Rule 4. No pistol whipping or stock strikes. They won't register and can cause real injuries. Rule 5. Friendly fire is active. You will not trigger your own team sensors via gunfire, but barrel blasts will trigger friendly sensors. I'm not sure which scares me more, that they had to specify no quirks or that they had to specify hitting people with the fake gun is bad, Momo said, with Tenya nodding next to her while Hitoshi snapped his fingers. "Darn, there goes my idea of commanding them all to shoot themselves," Hitoshi remarked, earning a mildly disturbed look from Achiko. Izuku, now wearing the sensor vest over her clothes, examined the map of the area provided in the room. It didn't offer any details, just showing the various zones and how they connected. On either end of the map was a spawn room, where everyone started depending on their team. Each connected to a base, and underneath the image was a list of what could be found: an armory, the core, and the waiting room for each team. That at least told her where she was. Outside of the 2 bases was the main battlefield, 4 times the size of the bases if the maps were accurate, with a note underneath stating it was a maze of brush and trees. According to the person they had gotten tickets from, There were almost enough people for a 10 versus 10 match. They just needed a few more. Their team, in particular, needed only one person, so she didn't think they'd be waiting long. There had been a fairly big crowd outside the entrance, after all. She heard a door open and turned to see a girl with pink, asymmetrical hair, a very stained t-shirt, overalls, and tall leather boots designed for safety rather than style. Once the pink-haired girl spotted Izuku, she rushed over and grabbed her hands, the sudden closeness allowing Izuku to see that the girl's yellow eyes had crosshairs around her pupils. "You're perfect. With you, I'll be able to make so many plans." Izuku just stared at the girl. How absolutely inappropriate to barge in saying such things. There is a process to these actions. Tenya exclaimed, rushing over and gesturing between the two girls with one hand while the other held his glasses in place. Ijiro and Tetsu stared from where they had been helping Osor find a sensor vest that would fit her smaller frame, Tetsu turning into metal while Ijiro's hardening quirk made his flesh hard and sharp. Osor looked at the two boys and then at their hands around the vest they had pulled onto her, realizing she was stuck and starting to flail her arms and legs. Achiko's face turned bright red as she clapped both hands over her mouth to stifle a gasp, inadvertently activating her quirk and floating into the air. One should inquire about going out to lunch or dinner, getting to know one another over the course of many months and even years before discussing such activities. Katsuki stood rigid, his head and right eye twitching as he observed the girl holding Izuku's hands, while Hitoshi rubbed his temples in an attempt to ease his frustration. Momo was busy with her phone, searching for the ingredient list for pepper spray. "What are you talking about? I just want to help her out by making some gear. You guys are going to UA, right? She needs a hero costume." Her comment left everyone staring at her in confusion. Achiko's quirk released, causing her to start falling, prompting Izuku to pull her hands from Mei's grip and rush to catch her. "I'm Mei Hatsum, genius inventor and soon to be the best support student UA has ever had." She pointed at Izuku, who had caught Achiko just in time. She was famous, and when the school year starts, she'll be famous again, which is the perfect opportunity for me to showcase my inventions to all the top support companies watching UA. Mei said, invading Tenya's personal space as she spoke, then moving to Hitoshi and doing the same. "Creating gear for an up-and-coming hero will spark my creativity again, and then I can make equipment for all her friends too, proving my inventions are for everyone in every situation." Katsuki began to calm down, only to feel his anger spike again as Mei approached him, getting uncomfortably close. "With me, you'll get personalized gear, and because I made it under the support course license, UA has to allow its students to create equipment and legally test it. If there's ever a problem, I can." He grabbed her face and pushed her back, disliking how close she was. Once someone was that near, throwing a proper punch was effectively out of the question. "Fix the issues immediately rather than you having to submit a request to an outside company," she finished, pulling Katsuki's hand from her face and stepping back into his personal space to conclude her thought. Izuku helped Achiko back onto her feet and glanced at the girl who was getting too close to Katsuki, deciding it was time to intervene. "You want to help build my hero equipment, like my costume and tools? You'd look amazing with my gear," Mei exclaimed just as the main lights turned off, and the secondary lights illuminated the room in a dim glow. Mei dashed over to the vests, grabbing one for herself and pulling it over her head while Katsuki glared at the lights. "All right, stick with Izuku for now," Katsuki commanded as they all rushed out of the room. The arena lights were dimmer, with synthetic fog dampening visibility. The lights on their vests lit up, making it easier for the group to spot each other as they moved toward the armory, which contained 10 laser pistols, 5 laser rifles, and a pair of barrels equipped with laser diodes and sensors. A sign in the armory depicted a blue stick figure shooting a laser at one of the barrels, which then emitted lasers like a disco ball, hitting both a red and a blue silhouette. Hardheads, Insomniac, Round Face, Muffin Top, grab rifles and a pistol just in case. The rest of you grab pistols and find cover around the core. We'll take the first look. Let's go! Don't forget to have fun. Izuku called out as the group moved back into the core room. Katsuki and the boys headed through the door to the main battlefield while Izuku and the girls ventured further into the core room. The core was a large block about the same size as Izuku, with small half-walls in front of it providing cover for both defenders and attackers. Mei took cover directly in front of the core with Osor, while Achiko positioned herself near the left side of the room, and Momo took a spot opposite her. Finally, Mei settled on a raised platform behind the core. First, Katsuki would execute their plan, then they would adapt based on the other team's actions. She noted that the cover plates were made of multiple thin blocks next to each other, each equipped with its own sensor, appearing to extend from the front. Katsuki narrowed his eyes as he noticed a lack of sensors in his field of view. That meant either the enemy was covering them or they hadn't left their base yet. Tenya flanked his left while Ijiro, Tetsu, and Hitoshi stayed a few paces behind, keeping low while he stood upright with Tenya. Katsuki took a deep breath, crouched down, and watched as a laser beam passed over him. They were firing from the base doors. He glanced at the entrance to the enemy base and spotted 2 lights, shoulder lights, indicating that going prone wouldn't make someone invisible in the fog. He saw a beam of light strike the left shoulder light, and given the angle, it was Hitoshi who had reacted first. Not a surprise, of course. The one with the brain powerful enough to control others also had the quickest capacity to perceive a situation and react. Katsuki and Tenya moved to use a tree as cover while Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Ijiro took refuge in the bushes. Tetsu and Ijiro opened fire next, aiming for the same areas at the other base entrances. Katsuki saw a light go out, 2 down, 8 to go. Alright, let's get back to Izuku, we've got a plan to make, Katsuki said as the group began to retreat, with Ijiro turning around to keep an eye out for any flanking attempts. He wasn't sure if there was a prize involved aside from bragging rights, but even without that, he wouldn't let this be anything less than a total victory. No matter what, I'll always be number 1 in everything I do. I'll be the hero Izuku wrote about in her notebooks. Coagulate watched from the security room with a smirk. Gunhead had picked an interesting kid to monitor and teach. Sure, it wasn't exactly the best strategy she'd ever seen, but they were kids, and the strategy was working. Personally, she would have only sent 4 people to scout forward. Less risk that way if there was an ambush, but it was still early in the game. They made it back to their base, and Katsuki seemed to report what he'd found to Izuku and Momo. Unfortunately, she didn't have access to sound, only the security operator had that. Tetsu and Ijiro chimed in a few times before Izuku directed them to the armory. She checked the other base and saw that the 2 who had tried to ambush the others were returning to the spawn room to wait out the rest of the game while the others set up barrel traps near the doors. Looking closely, she noticed that the group Izuku and her friends were up against were in matching uniforms. A group of laser tag enthusiasts, most likely. Coagulate decided to let Izuku surprise her and kept an eye on her opponents. They were taking positions to best use the barrels to eliminate the first forward push and then flank anyone who entered, boxing in attackers in unfamiliar territory. She hated being in a position like that when dealing with villains, so she admired the strategy and wondered how Izuku would get around it. Finally, there was movement, but not what she expected. Instead of rushing in, both of the barrels from Izuku's base were moving into the enemy's base. The movement was enough to provoke the trigger-happy ambushers to shoot, inadvertently activating the barrels and eliminating themselves while the barrier sensors were tripped, causing them to be pulled back into the ground and leaving most of the enemy team without cover. Then their own barrels went off as their sensors had been activated by Izuku's barrels as well, wiping out the enemy team in one attack. To add insult to injury, all 4 barrels going off shot enough lasers to trip the core's sensors 10 times, causing the lights to turn off. They hadn't just won, they had completed both victory conditions without even entering the enemy base when only one condition was needed to win. Day 1 and I'm already impressed with kids these days, the security monitor said before he turned on his mic. Blue team wins by total annihilation of the enemy. Thank you for playing. Coagulate's smirk turned into a grin as she left the security room to meet up with Izuku. She'll make a great hero. That was brilliant. Ijiro exclaimed as he bear-hugged Izuku from the side and spun her around. Katsuki huffed. While he would admit it was a good plan, he hadn't gotten to show off or go one-on-one with any of the enemy players. Instead, they had executed a massive environmental kill that those careless players had activated on themselves. Meanwhile, Osor jumped up and down around Izuku, pumping her fists into the air while Tenya took notes in his notepad regarding how Izuku handled the situation. Momo and Hitoshi watched the scene with smiles as Tetsu stood next to Ijiro, both fists in the air as he let out a victorious battle cry. A few paces away, Mei looked over the group and grinned as she began to think of some weapon designs they could use in a similar fashion to how they had utilized the laser tag weapons. She hadn't even explored their quirks yet, but she already felt the spark that had been missing that morning. A grin spread across her face as she imagined them as perfect templates for her creations. Not bad, Kit. I wasn't sure what kind of plan you'd come up with, but that certainly wasn't it. The group of friends turned toward the voice, Ijiro gently setting Izuku back on her feet. Coagulate, dressed in her full hero costume with a crossbow strapped to her back, approached, clapping slowly. She ruffled the top of Izuku's head while Tenya, Ijiro, Ochako, and Mei watched in shock at the casual interaction between the hero and their new friend. Coagulate congratulated the boys and Momo, then patted Osor's head before addressing the 4 new members of Izuku's circle. You 4 did well too. Gunhead will be pleased to hear that Izuku has made a few new friends. It's like she's already starting her own agency. As the others grew more comfortable with Coagulate, realizing that Izuku had befriended heroes even before entering UA, Mei's eyes widened at what Coagulate had just said. That was it, the missing piece that sparked her creativity again. For so long, she had been making whatever random ideas came to mind, but if she could work directly for an agency or a group of heroes instead of a support company, she wouldn't just create whatever was needed, she'd be able to design powerful costumes and adapt them as hero needs evolved. Her grin widened as her mind whirled with ideas. The blue-haired boy was tall and had engines in his legs, so he definitely needed some sort of streamlined armor that wouldn't create too much drag but would still protect his easily targeted form. The brown-haired girl who could float had looked a bit nauseous after she stopped floating, so she needed something to help stabilize her inner ear and brain signals to prevent nausea. She wasn't sure about the other quirks, but if she could learn about them, she could help refine their costumes under UA's student licenses. She could create specialized designs, surpass any other hero's costume, and prove to the world that she was the best. She blinked as she realized the group was starting to walk away, and she ran to catch up with them. She had so many questions to ask and so many designs to create. She couldn't wait for UA to start. So, you're Tenya Ida, huh? Tensei's little brother? Coagulate said as they approached a hero merchandise store, with Izuku dragging Ochako and Osor inside while Momo and Katsuki entered calmly. Tetsu and Ijiro turned to look at Tenya, who sighed and nodded. Huh, that's quite a shadow to escape. With him a few times, especially during the Bloody Mary case. Tenya nodded again. He spoke about it at home when it became too much to bear, though I didn't understand why. Bloody Mary was a monster. Gunhead shared photos with the agency of what the inside of the clinic looked like to ensure we all understood the danger, Coagulate explained. And then we discovered someone capable of ending that threat was intent on pulling a hopeful hero into darkness for reasons unknown. Your brother wasn't the only one ready to take action. Tenya watched through the large window as Izuku handed a Space Hero 13 plushie to Ochako, who seemed surprised and tried to hand it back, only for Izuku to insist she keep it. Once Ochako relented, Izuku looked at Osor, who pointed at a Death Arms plushie. He watched as Izuku picked Osor up and helped her reach the plushie, which she squeezed tightly as she was lowered back to the ground. I think I can see why. The rest of the trip was mostly uneventful. Coagulate eventually left to return to her hero duties, and Ochako, Tenya, Ijiro, and Mei headed home as the sun began to set. Izuku yawned as they reached the dorm building, Osor already asleep and clinging to Hitoshi's back while Momo, Tetsu, and Katsuki followed behind, Momo holding a taser just in case they encountered trouble on the way home. As Izuku went to open the door, Katsuki rushed ahead and opened it for her and the others. We beat the new food challenge at the mall, set the bar for anyone who wants to try a game of laser tag, and met a support student eager to make gear for us. Did you remember to send her copies of the costume designs? Izuku nodded at Katsuki, who grinned as the group made their way up the stairs to the floor where their rooms were located. The aroma of a home-cooked meal filled the air as they opened the door to the third floor. They entered to find their parents, along with the other 3 clinic survivors and their families, setting a large table with a variety of dishes: chicken, sliced pork, brisket, ribs, and all the sides they could think of. A large celebration banner hung over the table, and Izuku immediately recognized Principal Nizu, Tashinori, and 2 heroes. Eraserhead. Vlad King! Izuku exclaimed, running up to the 2 heroes. Shota, known as Eraserhead, offered a brief wave, while Sekijiro, Vlad King, knelt down and extended his fist. Tashinori held back a laugh, and Nizu chuckled openly as the excited girl fist-bumped the large hero. There was a loud sound of flesh striking flesh, followed by a small, dog-like whine before Sekijiro stood back up, rubbing his knuckles. "Oh, I need my notebook." Izuku dashed to her room, and once the door shut, Sekijiro glanced at Nizu with a mild, pained glare. "You could have mentioned that she forgets her strength from time to time," he said, popping his fingers back into place. Most of the adults laughed, along with Tetsu and Katsuki, while Shota simply grinned at his fellow teacher's discomfort, and Momo sighed. Hitoshi, on the other hand, was busy carrying Osor over to where her parents were starting to sit, placing her in the chair next to them. "What's the fun in that?" Nizu replied, hopping into a chair next to Tashinori, who was settling in across from Inko. Tashinori had chosen that seat so he could see Izuku's reaction when she realized that the dream he once told her was unattainable was now coming true. He wanted to witness the bad memories he caused fade away, to see her understand that he was wrong and that she could indeed be a hero. "Now, I know everyone would like to start, but we do have 2 more guests coming to join us. Well, at least to see us. Whether they will eat with us is still uncertain." "Because he's difficult," Sekijiro muttered under his breath as he sat down next to Nizu, with Shota taking the seat beside him just as Izuku's door swung open and she rushed out with a notebook and pen. She approached Sekijiro and Shota as everyone else began to sit down and held out the book. Shota smirked and took the book, wondering if she fully realized how rare it was to get a signature from him before passing it to Sekijiro, who signed it as well. When she received it back, she squealed in delight just as the door to the stairway swung open loudly. Izuku turned her head to see who else was arriving and spotted the other student who had been brought in by recommendation, Shoto Todoroki. He wore a simple white suit with a light blue tie that resembled ice, along with matching shoes. Behind him was his father, Enji Todoroki, known by his hero name Endeavor, dressed in full costume much like Shota and Sekijiro. Most of his usual flames were extinguished, but he still sported his fiery beard, mustache, and domino mask. "You said you wanted to meet us here, Nizu?" Enji asked as the 2 entered the room, prompting Izuku to hide her signature book behind her back. She knew enough about the hero to understand that he would likely refuse an autograph. If asked to defeat a villain, he would smile and ask how hard, but a request for a signature would probably result in finding a pen in the toilet later that day if she bothered to look. Since most of the families with recommended children were already here and we had news for one Izuku Midoriya, we thought we could all share a nice meal and inform certain students about what to expect on the first day, Nizu explained, earning a scoff from Enji. Nizu simply smiled at the flame hero, already noticing the man's struggle to maintain a straight face as the delicious aroma of food wafted through the air. Nizu tapped his paw pads together, his smile widening as the flame hero nodded and took a seat at the table, with Shota sitting between him and Sekijiro. Izuku's eyes lit up as she realized what Nizu meant by news for her and hurried over to her seat next to her mother. "Now, before we eat, I would like to express my gratitude for how well you have treated the dorms assigned to you. The floor below us will become the student dormitories once the school year begins. In other news, this is the largest group of recommended students we have ever had, so we will be splitting you between our 2 hero classes, 1A and 1B, Nizu said, holding a small wine glass as he spoke. Those going to Class A will be Minor Mineta, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, and Katsuki Bakugo. Your homeroom teacher will be Shota Aizawa. Going to Class 1B will be Roy Kestrel, Tsubame Bantan, Osor Dendo, Tetsu, and Hitoshi Shinso. Your homeroom teacher will be Sekijiro, Kansas. As he announced the names, he gestured with his wine glass toward each student. Then, he turned to Izuku, pulling an envelope from his suit with his free paw. As for you, Izuku, in my hand is your official acceptance letter to UA. Not only did you manage to complete the exam, which you could have avoided through recommendations, but you also achieved the highest score by a significant margin. He smiled as Inko gasped in delight, pulling her daughter into a hug while Izuku stared at the envelope in awe. Welcome to Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. UA High School will be your hero academia. Izuku reached across the table to take the letter from Nizu's paw and sat back down. Nizu then tapped his glass with a claw. Now, I think it's time we enjoyed this delicious food. Let's eat. Alright, I think we all know why I've gathered us here today, Katsuki said, looking around the table. Seated before him were Momo, Hitoshi, Tetsu, Ijiro, Osor, Achiko, and Tenya. The room was dimly lit, with a single light shining down on the circular wooden table surrounded by simple chairs. He tossed a manila folder onto the table, a few photos of Izuku sliding out as it landed. Izuku Midoriya, our friend, is a precious person that others keep trying to take advantage of, and we can't let that happen. What are you proposing? Achiko asked, with Osor nodding beside her. Katsuki stood up, placing his hands on the table and leaning forward. In that folder are multiple copies of an application to an organization I will be forming once UA starts. A group dedicated to the protection of Izuku Midoriya and her innocent heart, Katsuki explained as he opened the folder for everyone to see its contents. A group that will create chaos for anyone who dares to approach her with impure intentions. As much as I would like to cause actual harm, we can't. And what will this organization be called? Momo asked, already reaching for one of the applications. The Izuku Midoriya Protection Squad, or IMP Squad. Really going for the mischief theme, huh? Hitoshi remarked. Shut up. You come up with a better acronym if you think you can do it. Izuku stood in front of the door to Class 1A, marveling at the size of the doorway. Her backpack was stuffed with hero analysis journals, and she held an empty journal in her hands. Next to her were Achiko and Ida, both with awestruck expressions, while Momo and Ijiro smiled proudly, knowing they had made it to the best hero school in the nation. They were all dressed in their new UA uniforms, though Izuku struggled with her tie, leaving it shorter than it should have been. Momo's first instinct was to fix it, but she decided that the short tie looked adorable on Izuku. She tied her hair into twin side tails with big red ribbons that stuck upward like rabbit ears. For a moment, Izuku wondered why her friends compared her to a rabbit, but figured there were worse animals to be likened to. After all, she was a zombie. Katsuki, wearing his uniform, breathes loose and low, with his red tie missing and his blazer half unbuttoned, did not stand in awe. It's time for us to show this school the next best hero team, he declared before raising his right leg, turning the handle with his knee, and kicking the door wide open. The door banged against the wall as Katsuki walked into the classroom, one hand in his pocket and the other pointing to himself. Name's Katsuki Bakugo. Hope you all don't mind being the side characters in my origin story. Stop disrespecting everyone you see, Ida exclaimed, chopping the air in front of him, while Momo face-bombed and sighed. Izuku chuckled weakly, and Achiko stared at Katsuki in shock. Izuku then entered the room and surveyed the classmates who would join him on their journey to becoming heroes. The classroom was arranged with 5 rows of seats in 4 columns, most of which were occupied by students. Closest to the door sat a boy with slightly long blonde hair parted on the right, long eyelashes, and smooth skin. He had combed back most of his hair, leaving the left bangs to rise slightly before falling forward to cover part of his forehead and ear. His shiny hair gave him a prince-like appearance, and his purple eyes sparkled like gemstones, though his expression was one of muted surprise. Next to him was a boy with slightly darker blonde hair, cut short and wild, yet flat against his head rather than spiked like Katsuki's. He appeared fairly average, but his small eyes and the long, thick tail that stood straight behind him set him apart. Further down the row sat a very tall boy with white hair cascading over his elongated head and face, wearing a blue mask that covered his lower face and neck. Only one dark eye was visible, making it difficult to read his emotions. What distinguished him from the others were his 6 arms, webbed like the tentacles of a vampire squid. The last person in that row was invisible, a floating female uniform with flailing sleeves. Izuku could hear her energetic voice filled with emotion. "Hey, we're not side characters. We're here to be heroes too, you know." Behind the first blonde boy was another girl, very visible, with pink skin, yellow eyes with black sclera, and small yellow horns protruding from her messy pink hair, which was a few shades brighter than her skin. She protested Katsukis' comment. "You JRK. I bet I'm going to be twice the hero you are. Man, in just one sentence, I can already tell you've got the personality of a trash can on fire," said the boy next to the pink girl. His hair was also blonde, but a darker shade than the boy with the tail. Izuku briefly wondered why there were so many blonde boys in the class. Katsuki, tail boy, shiny boy, and now this boy. Like the shiny boy, his hair parted on the right side of his head, but unlike him, he let it fall naturally around his face. He had a black lightning bolt on the left bang. And not even new, odorless trash, old trash. "Shut up, just ignore him," interrupted a girl with a headphone jack protruding from her neck. Izuku's gaze followed the jack to a triangle-eyed girl with short purple hair, lavender streaks resembling a heartbeat on an EKG machine. Her bangs were asymmetrical, curving lower on the left than the right. Another headphone jack dangled from her other earlobe, which she twirled in her hand. Further back, behind the girl with pink hair, Izuku noticed a girl with wide eyes and a large mouth, tapping a finger against her lips as she looked back at him. She had green hair like Izuku, but a different shade, tied back into a large, bow-shaped braid. She seemed a bit slouched and had hands that were as long as her forearms. The girl appeared more focused on Izuku than on Katsuki. The seat next to her was empty, and across from it sat a rather angry-looking boy with short black hair and a plain face, his almond-shaped eyes glaring at Katsuki. "Like hell. We'll prove we're just as good as you are, if not better." In the row behind them was a large boy with peach skin and an uneven head that resembled a large rock, complete with a square jaw and wide, jagged mouth. Like the girl with the bow-shaped braid, he seemed more focused on her than on Katsuki. Next to Katsuki was a boy glaring at him with large dark red eyes. He had a prominent yellow beak with black feathers and a red neck, resembling a bird's head. A large, shadowy version of himself formed from his body, with claw-like hands and a more curved beak. Closest to the window in that row was Minoru, who was looking through a book. Behind them were 2 boys, one of whom Katsuki recognized as Shoto Todoroki, Endeavor's son. The other had spiky brown hair, full lips, and a round nose, along with a muscular physique. He looked angry and was reaching for a small packet of sugar. "You think we'll just stand by and let you talk down to us? We'll show you just how wrong you are." Izuku turned to look at Katsuki as he started to laugh, then brought his hands up and slapped his left fist into his right hand, setting off a small explosion. "Oh man, that response. Good to know I can enjoy this class. It'd be boring if you all weren't fighting just as hard for first place," he said, tilting his head and popping his neck. "If you're all going to be my classmates, you'd better bring everything you've got to the plate. That means 200% effort, any less and I'll beat a better work ethic into you." "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you," Izuku said, bowing slightly, making the ribbons in her hair flutter. "I hope we all become amazing heroes together. If you're just here to make friends, leave. This is the hero course, not a community meet and greet." Izuku straightened up and turned her head to see Shota Aizawa lying on the ground in a bright yellow sleeping bag, drinking from a juice pouch as he stared up at them. She waved at Shota as he somehow maneuvered himself into a standing position before unzipping the sleeping bag. "Each and every one of you didn't notice me. That won't do, I wasn't even trying to be subtle. Here, put these on and head outside." Shota stood in his hero costume, a black long-sleeved shirt tucked into black breeds, which were tucked into boots that reached halfway up his lower legs. He also had a utility belt and his signature scarf-type capture weapon. His long black hair reached down to his shoulders, hiding his eyes. In one hand he held his sleeping bag, and in the other, a U8 gym uniform. From the way his sleeping bag was still rounded, Izuku figured he had more. Let's go. The moment he said that, Izuku felt her arms being grabbed. She exclaimed before she found herself being dragged out the door by Achiko and Momo while the other girls walked with them. Hey, wait, what's going on? I didn't grab a uniform. Stop, let me go. Katsuki sighed as he walked with Ijiro toward Shota and received uniforms. They headed out into the hall just in time to see the invisible girl and the pink girl, holding multiple uniforms, enter the girls' bathroom. So, I've known you guys for nearly a week, but I still don't know. Are you two a couple? No, Katsuki replied as the two entered the men's bathroom and started changing into the uniforms they were given. He refrained from explaining that he wished he was that close to Izuku but held back from taking that first step. How exactly does one ask out a girl they'd convinced to jump off a building? We're focusing more on our goals, becoming heroes. Ijiro nodded as he pulled on the gym breathes they'd been given while other boys in the class started to pour in. Huh, and what about that time you literally burst into the classroom? Katsuki knew Ijiro had waited to ask that question until there were people around to overhear, a way of explaining himself without coming off as apologetic. Izuku and I went to a middle school full of people with weak quirks and poor work ethics. I could walk in, show off my quirk, insult everyone, and they'd try to be my friend like parasites. He took the chance to explain, knowing it would help smooth things over with those he'd just rubbed the wrong way. I wanted to see for myself that the people at UA are different, that they at least have the drive to push forward, the will to face an obstacle head-on. Even the people with decent quirks, like a girl who could turn her hands into fire or a guy who could form wings from his back. They all struggled to make use of the powers they were born with. He pulled on his shirt, not bothering to mention that the latter had been one of his peers for most of middle school and even elementary school. Then there's me, constantly pushing my power to keep it in control and test how far I can take it. And then there's Izuku. She didn't get her power young like I did, she lived without it for a long time, and yet she still pushed herself to the limit of what she could do and consistently outperformed the lot of them. He didn't mention that he had bullied her for that, nor did he mention how he had taunted her to the brink of despair. It was a trait to be admired, and he had scorned her for it, trying to force her to safety. He was just glad it wasn't gone. When her quirk finally appeared, she didn't slow down. If anything, she sped up, throwing herself into her training to a degree I hadn't even thought of attempting. I ended up modeling my training routine after hers, straining to keep up. He paused. So again, no, I haven't asked her out. To see all the effort she's putting into becoming a hero, into being able to save hundreds of lives, and then ask her to stop and shift her focus onto me. Onto the boy who had attacked her, hurt her, ruined her life, and driven her to feel that death would be better than trying to be a hero. That would just be insulting. Katsuki finished putting on his gym clothes and looked over at Ijiro, who was openly crying along with Tenya and the plain-faced boy with large round elbows. Seeing them now, he realized they looked like tape dispensers. So manly, putting away your happiness so you don't distract the girl you care about from her dreams. Who said anything about love, idiot? Katsuki exclaimed, bringing his hand down on Ijiro's head and firing off his quirk. It wasn't a powerful explosion, just a lot of flash and noise without much force. The result sent the unprepared Ijiro to the ground face first. A few snickers echoed around him, and Katsuki ground his teeth. Where did all of that even come from? He just hoped Izuku was getting just as much teasing from the girls in the class so she wouldn't bring even more strays into their misfit group of friends. Wow, you've got a tummy chiseled from marble. Seriously, you could grind an axe on those abs. How does she still have curves with a body like that? So unfair. Izuku had barely gotten her shirt over her head when she realized the other girls in the class were staring at her stomach. She blushed bright red and finished pulling on her gym shirt, only to feel hands on her bicep. Geez, talk about pumping iron. This feels harder than some of those bots from the exam, the pink-haired girl said as she gave Izuku's arm a couple of experimental squeezes. Izuku started to feel dizzy with all the blood rushing to her face. At that point, Momo pulled the girl away from Izuku. Why don't you relax? You could at least introduce yourself, Momo said with an amused smile as she positioned herself between the girl and Izuku, whose arms had latched around Achiko for safety. Achiko started petting Izuku's head as the pink-haired girl pouted for a moment before grinning. I'm Mina Ishido. Sorry if I got a bit excited, she said, rubbing the back of her neck. It's just, we're here, UA's hero course. The girl with her hair braided in the shape of a bow nodded. They didn't make it easy. Those faux villains might not have been hard to beat, but with everyone rushing to take down as many as possible, there weren't many to go after. She pointed to herself. I'm Tsuyu Azui. Call me Tsu. I'm Toru Hagakure, said the invisible girl, now wearing a UA gym uniform. For a moment, Izuku wondered if she was visible in light spectrums the human eye normally couldn't see, like infrared or ultraviolet. Was she pale because the light didn't touch her, or did it go through her and give her a deep tan? And yeah, it really was hard. I got lucky that the robot sensors couldn't see me and just detected my clothes. They didn't attack me, so I was able to climb onto them and tear out their wiring without them attempting to stop me. I'm Kyokajiro. I can't say the machines were all that difficult to beat. They fell apart quickly enough once I jacked into them and let my heartbeat pulse through. The girl with the headphone jack earlobes said, one twisting around her index finger as she spoke. Izuku slowly let go of Achiko, getting a small pout from her before adding her 2 cents. The robots were pretty easy to beat. The missile silos on their backs exploded if you managed to impale the silos with a torn piece of another robot or threw them hard enough. What? You just threw them around? Parts of them. The one-pointer's arm guards were easy to tear off and throw around. The missile silos were a bit harder. So, you have a super strength quirk? Mina asked, forming a small handful of acid. That's pretty cool. I can secrete various kinds of acid, depending on the power or viscosity I want. Izuku shook her head and pointed to her forehead, where the stitches from her first death were still in place. Nope, I'm a zombie. Is this the part where we all die and start eating everyone in the school? Toru said, while the other 3 girls gaped at her. Izuku shook her head and waved her hands. And no, I can't turn people into zombies, and I don't eat people at all. I eat normal food like pork and yogurt, she said as Achiko wrapped her arms around Izuku from behind, resting her chin on top of Izuku's head. I promise. She's adorable. Girls, we need to protect her from people like that JRK from earlier, Mina said, receiving stiff nods from Tsuyu, Toru, and Kyoka. Izuku squirmed a bit, turning red as she felt Achiko's nod on top of her head. Kaken's not that bad, Izuku said, prompting the girls to stop planning how to protect her and look over at her. Oh God, he's already corrupted her. Kaken's a little mean at times, and he isn't very fond of strangers, but he really wants to be a hero. He just doesn't like it when people claim they want to be heroes when they don't have what it takes. She relaxed a bit. He used to be really mean, treating everyone like stepping stones, but after my quirk activated he started being a bit nicer. He still doesn't like people with weak quirks or those who don't push themselves as hard as they could. He makes little rivalries with everyone he meets to try and push them, and to push himself. He works out really hard and always makes sure when we're lifting weights, running, or doing other exercises that we're not overdoing it or putting ourselves in actual danger. She looked up at the other girls. When he's not training physically, he's studying to keep his grades up and learning more about his quirk to see what else he can do with it aside from flying or using it as a weapon. Izuku bowed her head to the girls. So please don't think of him too harshly, he's still learning how to be a hero. Mina, Tsuyu, and Kyoka looked confused before one of Toru's sleeves moved. I get it, he's her project. She's making him into a proper boy first. Ribbit, that makes sense. Momo's eyes sparkled as Achiko nodded rapidly. Exactly, Momo said. Katsuki felt an urge to hit something for some reason, guessing it was Izuku's fault. He checked his gym uniform to make sure he hadn't put anything on wrong before walking out of the bathroom to head outside. If they were putting on study clothes like this, they would probably be using their quirks. Better to punch a bag than a person. Hey Katsuki, wait up. Ijiro called, along with Siro, who had introduced himself with tape on his elbows, and Denki, the boy with the black lightning bolt in his bangs. Katsuki scoffed and kept walking. They could either keep up or fall behind. Any plans after school? If I heard right on the way here, Izuku's mother was speaking with mine about a first-day celebration dinner at the dorms. I won't miss it, and what the heck, I might as well invite you now since she'll probably invite you later. Siro grinned along with Denki, though Ijiro just nodded with a serious look on his face. He knew the challenge that lay ahead of him. He just hoped his taste buds were prepared for the trial by fire that was Midoriya family cooking. He wouldn't warn the others, not yet. He'd explain once the food came out, and if they stepped up to the plate, they were good, if not. Well, one less contestant in the battle for Izuku. Ijiro knew there would be a battle for her. Tetsu, Hitoshi, Katsuki, they all liked her, and she somehow didn't notice how much. He could even admit that part of him sometimes wondered what a date with her would be like, what a hug would feel like, or how it would feel to have her lips on his cheek after he brought her home. But after what Katsuki said, he couldn't help but agree. With how determined she was to be a hero and grow into the hero lifestyle. Would it be right to ask her out? Not unless he was giving the same 150% she gave, not unless he was sure it wouldn't slow her down. He'd have to come up with dates that doubled as training, find restaurants that served the right kind of food to help heroes recuperate after a hard day's training. As the group passed the girls' bathroom, the doors swung open, and the girls joined them as they walked to the area Shota wanted them to meet. Izuku approached Ijiro, who introduced her to Denki and Siro, while Momo walked up to Katsuki. Are there any boys we should be cautious of? Momo asked. Other than the gray perv? Not that I've noticed. What about the girls? Katsuki replied. They're all focused on keeping her safe from JRKs like you. Izuku actually had to defend you so they wouldn't think you're a JRK. Katsuki snorted in amusement. Did you let them know she's naive and that I am, in fact, a JRK? Momo smirked, and Katsuki felt a surge of irritation. What had she said about him? They figured it out on their own, but I don't think they'll give you too much trouble about it, she said, her eyes sparkling with amusement as they approached the gym doors. Katsuki rolled his eyes and pushed the doors open, finding their homeroom teacher waiting for them with a softball in hand, tossing it up and down as the class entered and awaited his instructions. About time. If it's always going to take this long for you to change clothes. Well, let's not get into that. We'll be starting off with a quirk assessment exam, Shota announced, prompting gasps of surprise from most of the class. But what about orientation? We're going to miss it. Achiko exclaimed, to which Shota rolled his eyes. How many times had he heard that line? Why did Nizu even have an orientation? Oh right, the general studies, support, and business courses. If you really want to make it to the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, Shota replied, silencing the class. He sighed and tossed the softball to Izuku, who caught it and looked at him expectantly. Here at UA, we're not bound by tradition, which means I can run my class however I see fit. Most of you have been taking standardized tests, but those don't allow you to use your quirks. It's illogical, an attempt by the Board of Education to help people feel equal while preventing those with advanced abilities from excelling, he continued, glancing at Izuku. The green-haired girl gulped. This was not the Shota Aizawa they had dinner with. This was Eraserhead, the underground hero. Izuku, you had the highest score in the entrance exam. Before your quirk activated and its effects on your physical training, how far could you throw a softball? I'm not sure. Maybe 30 meters, she replied hesitantly. The current record for a throw without the use of a quirk or its effects is just over 130 meters. Give that ball a throw and put all you've got behind it, just don't step outside the circle, he instructed. Izuku jogged up to the pitch, holding the ball delicately in her fingertips. She turned and began to wind up for the throw, stepping forward and putting her entire body into it, releasing the ball just as her arm became parallel. With her head, the ball shot into the air faster than most of the students could follow. Shota checked his phone, which had an app connected to the tracker in the ball. Once the number stopped climbing, he held it out for the class to see. 673 meters? Izuku exclaimed, astonished by her own throw. She hadn't practiced ball throws as part of her workouts or follow-up testing to assess her improvement. This is going to be so much fun. This is what I'm talking about. We can use our quirks however we want. This is awesome. Fun? You think the hero course is about having fun? Being a hero isn't about enjoyment, so let's change things up a bit to make that clear, Shota said, sliding his hand over his forehead to pull his bangs out of his face, revealing his eyes and a somewhat stern grin. We have 10 more exams to go through, each will be scored, and the student with the lowest score will have to return their uniform, as they'll be deemed to have no potential as a hero and expelled on the spot. But it's only the first day. How is that fair? Achiko protested. It's not, which makes it the perfect rule for a test regarding aspiring heroes, Shota replied. He raised a hand and began drawing a circle toward the sky. Natural disasters, villains, Murphy's Law. Do you think the challenges a hero faces are anywhere near fair? No, life isn't fair. Heroes must be able to shoulder that and come out on top for everyone's sake. The quirk apprehension exam starts now. You better give it your all, or I'll have to remove you from the exam before the scores are even tallied, Shota announced. Izuku gulped, sensing the seriousness in his tone. First, he led them to a small indoor examination area. First up, the 50-yard dash. Izuku Midoriya and Tenya Ida, how about you two set the bar? Shota said. Tenya had a quirk that had shown to enhance his speed in the entrance exam footage, while Izuku held the highest score. Izuku and Tenya nodded and took their positions at one end of the track. Tenya activated his quirk, Engine, allowing it to warm up before the building's system played the sound of a starting gun. Both took off in a burst of sand, with Izuku initially taking the lead before Tenya passed her halfway through the run. 3.04 seconds. 3.68 seconds. How did she manage a similar time? I might have only reached third gear with that distance, but still, Tenya thought to himself, astonished by the scores. How? I run every day. My legs don't really get tired, so I focus on pushing myself to go faster rather than trying to increase my endurance. I can run until my muscles are completely worn out, Izuku explained. Tenya's eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. I train for endurance so my engines can last longer, while she focuses solely on speed drills since she doesn't need to worry about how long she can run. Looks like 3 seconds and some change is the speed to beat. Next pair, Tsuyu and Achiko. Izuku watched as Achiko reduced the weight on her clothes before she dropped down, placing her feet on the blocks and her hands on the ground. Tsuyu took a similar stance but bent her legs a bit more. The sound of a starting gun played again, and Achiko broke into a run while Tsuyu leaped forward like a frog. 4.97 seconds. 7.15 seconds. Izuku thought she needed to take Achiko out for a morning run or two once they all moved into the dorms. If they moved into the dorms. As each pair of students came up to the 50-meter dash lane, Izuku listened more for their names than their times. The student with multiple arms, which turned out to be tentacles, was Mizo Shoji. The one with the brown spiky hair and muscular build was Sato Rikido. The blonde with shiny eyes and hair was Yuga Aoyama, while the blonde with a black lightning bolt dyed into his bangs was Denki Kaminari. The student with the rock-shaped head who kept stealing glances at her was Koji Koda, while the boy with black hair and large elbows that acted like tape dispensers was Shiro Hanta. Finally, the boy with the tail was Mashiro Ojiro, and the bird-headed boy was Fumikage Tokoyami. The next test was grip strength. Instead of taking turns, everyone received a grip meter. Izuku watched as the other students did their best, with Sato, Mizo, and Mashiro being the top performers among her classmates. Mizo reached over 500 kilograms, while Sato and Mashiro reached the 100 range. When it was her turn, she squeezed the grip meter, confident she could at least match her weight. To use her hands and fingers as grappling hooks, she needed to be able to hold her own weight. 256 kilograms. With just one hand? Shota chuckled internally at the surprise most of his class displayed. Izuku had been in the UA dorms for nearly 10 months, and occasionally Nizu would put him in charge of watching over her from a distance. He had seen her workout routines, which showed a dedication to being a good hero that he didn't often see among actual heroes, let alone students. However, he might need to warn her about giving firm handshakes. A grip like that could easily cause injury. Alternatively, he could teach her to be careful by having Nizu convince Endeavor that making nice with Izuku would be a good publicity stunt. He could already envision the photos of Izuku crushing Endeavor's large hand in her small fingers. It wouldn't be the most heroic thing to do, but it would certainly feel satisfying. If Shoto's psychological profile was anything to go by, he could help set it up. Plans for later. For now, he needed to motivate these students. You know, just because she hasn't managed first place yet doesn't mean any of you can slack off. Sure, second place isn't first, but keep in mind that a hero needs to be able to do anything to save others. She's performing better than most of you so far, he said, adopting a more serious expression. A jack of all trades is a MSTR of none, but oftentimes better than MSTR of one. I shouldn't have to explain how important it is for heroes, whether in training or professional, to keep that phrase in mind. Katsuki was pleased with his new teacher. By singling out Izuku, he not only recognized her exceptional skills but also created a barrier between her and the rest of the class, hoping to prevent any distractions from joining their group. However, he was aware that some might still try to cling to her. If that happened, he had his explosions, and Achiko could negate gravity. He recalled a saying, bang, zoom, straight to the moon. The next exam involved a standing long jump. Izuku performed admirably, but without a quirk specifically designed for jumping, she managed only 8 meters. Katsuki, along with Tsuyu, Momo, Achiko, Yuga, and Fumikichi, surpassed that distance. He even had to give Minoru some credit. The boy had attempted to set up a line of ball to bounce off to extend his jump. Unfortunately, he failed to hit the first one at the right angle and couldn't set up another in time. She's impressive, managing a jump like that without a quirk tailored for it, Sato remarked, rubbing his tired eyes. Koji nodded in agreement, while Shiro contemplated the situation. Absolutely, especially after the speed and grip tests. She must have some kind of super strength quirk, Shiro added as Denki approached the group. Katsuki realized they mistakenly thought Izuku was temporarily boosting her power for the tests. He decided to clarify before Denki could chime in. That's not some boost, it's all from her training regimen, he said, grinning as he watched Izuku give Achiko tips about their scores. That's the result of someone who has dedicated everything to becoming a hero. How are we supposed to keep up with that? Denki exclaimed, gesturing toward Izuku. Katsuki laughed and shook his head at their confusion. They still didn't understand, even after the teacher had explained everything. He figured he should help them grasp the concept. After all, he was trying to be a better person. You could start by giving it your all, no matter the situation, just like she does. That's what UA is all about, going plus ultra. With that, he walked away, cracking his knuckles and popping his neck in anticipation of the next test. All right, next exam. Everyone move to the sustained sideways jump lines and get started. Start. Himiko grinned as the lights in the small warehouse went out. She wore a beige morph suit with 2 syringes strapped to her forearms. The needles were wide but retracted into the syringes, with tubes leading up her arms to a small device on her back. This device had a tube that connected to her right thigh, where it plugged into a dial linked to multiple vials. She liked her lips as she heard the villains she was set to face enter the building. After learning that UA organized a preliminary exam before officially admitting students, Tamura decided to conduct a trial for his army, pitting them against each other in a literal do-or-die scenario. As the villains began to fight, Himiko held back her laughter. She could already identify which members were genuinely dangerous and which had inflated egos. The capable villains separated from the less competent ones, and she decided to follow the former, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. She knew Tamura wanted strong villains, but no one was actually monitoring these trials. They merely waited outside for the survivors to return with the civilian they had kidnapped to serve as their target. She was the guard while they were the kidnappers, and Tamura wanted people who could capture Izuku. She would ensure that only the most incompetent individuals were assigned to the task. With false information and careful selection, Izuku would easily evade capture or protect herself until sheer numbers became a problem. Then, Himiko would swoop in to save the day and escape with Izuku. No one would ever find them, and they would never need to be found because they would have each other. As the villains approached a doorway at the end of a catwalk, she dropped down from the ceiling beams, landing behind one and delivering a punch to his back. This caused one of the syringes to launch its needle forward, driving through the villain's spine. Holding out the other syringe, she extended the needle and shot it forward, impaling the door and allowing her to pull it shut before the other villain could react. With another pull, she ripped the syringe from the door and returned it to her forearm while the device on her back began to extract blood from her prey, storing it in the vial designated by the dial. As the other villain began to turn the knob, she covered her prey's mouth, leaned them both over the railing, and kicked off his back to catch herself on the railing, lowering herself to the edge of the walkway. The villain looked over the railing, hoping to catch Himiko and take her down, but was surprised when Himiko climbed underneath the catwalk and drove her syringes into the villain's lungs before shoving her over the railing. She grinned as she heard the two hit the ground and moved toward the survivors, a pair of individuals who thought the best plan was to scour the area rather than look for a good vantage point to find the target. The two were clueless, bashing through walls and rooms in search of the target. She let out a whimper and then moved, watching as the two suddenly rushed to her location, making a lot of noise. She glanced over at the room where the target was hiding and threw her voice. "Hey, over here!" Predictably, the two rushed into the room, causing the target to scream as they dragged her out. Now came part 2 of the exam. She had mentioned that Izuku had a very simple but useful quirk, one that enhanced her jaw muscles. She suspected it was something more, considering Izuku had survived a cut across the throat. Tamura didn't need to know that, so the target they had picked was a girl with a Gila monster quirk. She quickly proved that grabbing her was a bad idea, clamping her jaws around the arm of one of the individuals. Himiko intervened, jumping in and driving her needles into the shoulders of the one the girl had bitten. The girl let go and started running away, prompting the other villain to chase after her while Himiko repeatedly stabbed the remaining villain, slowly incapacitating him and filling her vials. The villain collapsed, and Himiko ran after the last villain alive, who had grabbed the girl by the neck and was both strangling her and dragging her toward the entrance of the warehouse. Himiko intentionally slowed her pace, allowing the villain to pass the exam. She had a feeling Izuku would have no trouble with him, and she took the frightened girl back into the warehouse for the next set of villains to try and kidnap. Each group would have only a few survivors at most, and each survivor would be one of the worst but capable enough to evade capture. When they went after Izuku, they would make the perfect distraction to protect her. Himiko couldn't wait to see Izuku's smiling face as she caressed it with the edge of a knife. Infinity? Izuku clapped for Achiko as most of the class stared at her, not having known what her quirk was until now. This placed her in third for the softball pitch, right behind Katsuki, while Achiko took first place. She had managed second during the sustained sideways jumps behind Minoru, who had set up a pile of his quirk spheres on either side and bounced between them. Shota remarked that Minoru's lack of effort in the actual action earned him a higher score than hers, which required her to perform the jumps and use her muscles. While she wouldn't tire easily, there was still a conscious effort for each jump, whereas Minoru could set things up to make one jump feel like 100. She didn't argue. She didn't want anyone expelled and hoped that if even the lowest scoring student was shown as capable, her new teacher wouldn't expel them. So she tried to help her fellow students as they went through the exams. The following tests were mostly standard: sit-ups, toe touches, and a long-distance running test. She scored first for sit-ups, second to Mizo for toe touches, and third with Tenya and Katsuki in the long-distance run. In the end, Minoru scored in last place, and she could hear him starting to cry when Shota revealed the scores. By the way, the expulsion thing was a lie, Shota said as he turned off the hologram displaying their scores. The looks on their faces were priceless, making being a teacher worthwhile. The truth was that he would have expelled them if they thought themselves good enough to slack off or, worse, if they couldn't manage a decent score, but they didn't need to know that. He grinned and tried to set his expression to be as mocking and mischievous as possible. It was just a logical ruse to ensure each of you did your best. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out already. I should have said something, Momo said, glancing at Shota, who gave her a disapproving look. She had thought he was lying about the expulsion. There wasn't much he could do about it now, but perhaps he could find a way to influence her tests. By the time of the sports festival, he should have a clearer idea of what to do. Given the look she was receiving, he might not have to do anything at all. Anyway, that's all for today. Grab your syllabuses from the classroom and review them before tomorrow morning. Additionally, there are a few forms for your parents to go over regarding our dorm facilities. Make sure to have an answer for the principal about whether or not you'll be using them by the end of the month. Come on, you're probably starving by now. Let's grab our syllabuses and get home before you bite someone's face off, Katsuki said, pulling Izuku's arm as he started dragging her back inside. Achiko and Tenya hurried after them while Momo shook her head and Ijiro laughed. Ichie, wait. Let go of my arm, Kaken. What's with everyone dragging me around today? Are we sure those two aren't dating? Shiro joked, prompting a few chuckles from their classmates as they followed behind, except for Shoto, who merely watched as Katsuki led Izuku into the school building. An image flashed in Shoto's mind of his father dragging his mother out of the dojo while he lay on the ground, too injured from training and too frightened of his father to move. The sounds of flesh against flesh, flesh against wood, and the screams of pain echoed in his memory. He narrowed his eyes and followed them, determined not to let what happened to his mother happen to anyone else. All right, so we have general education during our pre-lunch PRDS and hero training post-lunch, Katsuki said as he and Izuku reviewed their syllabuses together. Momo and Tenya stood across from them, nodding as they confirmed the same information. Izuku was pleased to see that every class had a hero teaching it. She would need to bring her signature notebook tomorrow. Present Mike will also be teaching English during those early PRDS, so if any of us get posted to North America or Europe, we'll know the trade language. We'll probably learn other trade languages during the other 2 semesters. Izuku nodded. Due to the short time All Might spent in the United States, UA often gets foreign exchange students from those areas, so we'll likely meet a few. She said as Achiko read over her shoulder. Achiko checked her own syllabus to ensure all the information matched up. She didn't want to leave Izuku alone, even at UA. Katsuki had made it clear how he had to actively keep others from befriending Izuku at their old school. Thankfully, it seemed like all of their classes were the same. We'll also have art history with Namuri Kiyama. That might get awkward. Tenya looked up from his syllabus at Izuku while Katsuki stared at the matching information in his syllabus, his face turning red. Why would it be awkward? Do you know who that is? Yeah, she's the R-rated hero Midnight. She sometimes visits the dorms while we're working out. She also likes to give me rabbit-themed gifts, like a hairband with rabbit ears or that skirt with a cottontail just below the waistline, Izuku explained, causing Katsuki, Tenya, and Achiko to blush while Momo face-bombed. Ijiro approached the group with his syllabus in hand, looking it over. And then there was that time she shoved a carrot in my mouth to make me stop talking. I might have asked too many questions about her quirk. Ijiro stopped short as Achiko began to float up to the ceiling, hiding her face with her hands, while Tenya fiddled with his glasses, his face bright red. Katsuki, on the other hand, gripped his syllabus tightly, his quirk activating and destroying the small stack of papers. Momo set her syllabus down and held her head in her hands, silently wondering why she hadn't thought of it before. Izuku would look adorable in a rabbit onesie. Why did you do that? What if our classes are different? You'll get in trouble. Izuku exclaimed, staring at the scorched remains of the syllabus while Shoto observed from the other side of the classroom. Tapping a finger against his desk, he decided he didn't like Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku seemed like a nice girl, innocent and pure, much like his mother before his father drove her to madness. He reached up and touched the scar around his left eye, the burn mark his mother had inflicted in a brief moment of insanity. He didn't want to see another kind person broken like that. He wouldn't let it happen again, but he knew he had to be subtle and careful. He didn't want to accidentally push her into his arms. He needed to give her an escape and then lead her to it. He wanted to show her that freedom was possible so she would have the courage to stand against it. He had 3 years, and he needed to make them count. The first step was obvious. He had to become a friend to the group so they wouldn't argue with his presence. Shoto glanced at Momo for a moment. Both of them had been brought into the school by recommendation, as had Katsuki. If he made contact with her, she would bring him into the group of friends. Izuku seemed like the type to accept that as enough reason to befriend him, and Katsuki would see him as a rival, unaware of his true intentions. Soon, the bell rang to signal that it was time to go home, and he made his way to where his father would likely have someone waiting to pick him up. He was confident he could convince his father that staying at the UA dorms would be best for him, but he needed a plan. Once he was nearby, he could set it in motion, and from there, he could begin his first rescue. Izuku, Katsuki, and Momo walked Achiko, Tenya, and Ijiro to the school gates before heading back to the dorms. "I'm glad no one got expelled," Izuku said as they moved through the facilities toward the dorm building. Katsuki scoffed at the thought. He guessed it was a good thing, if only because it meant he was surrounded by more rivals to beat. "I feel really hungry. Do you think our parents bought pork?" "Probably." "Why?" Hoping to turn a pig into a skeleton in record time. Izuku turned her head just in time to see Osor running toward her, with Tetsu and Hitoshi walking alongside. Osor hugged Izuku around her waist and received a pat on the head while Hitoshi waved at the group. Katsuki turned away from them and scoffed, while Momo waved back. "Hello, how did your day go?" Hitoshi shrugged while Tetsu scratched his chin. "Class 1B is pretty cool, but there's one guy to watch out for. He took our teacher's words about beating 1A a bit too seriously. We'll explain further at the meeting," Tetsu said, getting a nod from Momo while Izuku interacted with Osor, who was miming the various things that happened in class while Izuku explained all the different quirks she'd seen in her own class. "Our teacher had us show off our quirks after orientation. How about you?" "He had us skip orientation so we could take standardized physical exams, but with our quirks," Katsuki said, hands in his pockets as they entered the dorm building. "He pretended he would expel the lowest scoring student. So we still have the grape head." Hitoshi shrugged. "Honestly, he's been getting better. Have you noticed that book he reads nowadays?" I took a look at the title and searched for it. It's a book of tips written to help people with difficulty keeping their thoughts to themselves. Hitoshi waved his hand a bit as he spoke while the others kept their eyes on him. "I wouldn't call it a self-help book. As much as a guide for those who struggle with inappropriate thoughts on how to control them." Momo nodded. "He's been sneaking fewer glances at Izuku from what I can tell and didn't make any inappropriate comments about our classmates. Instead, he returned to his book whenever there was an opening. He could have been reading a mantra from it to keep himself in check." She recalled the boys' antics during the tests, such as when Mina had landed wrong and ended up falling on her tailbone. The girl had complained about hurting herself, and rather than stare at her, he had opened his book and started reading. I actually started to feel comfortable around him. Granted, it's hard for me to get embarrassed, so I'm not sure how the other girls felt. Izuku watched as Osor tried to explain Hitoshi's quirk reveal, making a mocking face with wide eyes, then a blank face while doing a robotic dance. Hitoshi grinned when Izuku looked at him. "There's a guy in our class who can copy quirks. He gets a bit competitive with people," he said, pretending to have difficulty recalling what he did to the boy. Katsuki noted the competitive streak and Tetsu's comment about someone to watch out for trying to beat them. Hitoshi must have decided to fire a warning shot. "I think I caught him in my quirk and made him do the robot right in front of the teacher. I was politely asked by the teacher not to do it again. When he stopped laughing." Katsuki grinned while Izuku giggled at the thought of Vlad King bursting into laughter and yelling for someone to stop. As they reached the doors to the dorm building, they saw Roy, Tsubame, and Minoru waiting for them. Izuku waved at the three and Roy and Tsubame waved back, while Minoru hesitated slightly, his book tucked under his arm. "Minoru, I'm glad you didn't get expelled. I know you've been working hard too," Izuku exclaimed, causing the rest of her friends to tense up. Katsuki thought to himself, "Great, Izuku's reaching out to a pervert." Hitoshi leaned his head to the left and rolled his shoulder, trying to shake off the tension. Katsuki hated the plan they had, but since Izuku had initiated it, he had to admit it was the best option for now. Minoru looked up at the green-haired girl, noticing the stitches on her forehead and jawline. "Oh man, am I ready for this?" he thought, his mind racing through the pages of the book he had been reading, searching for the right words. "Why yeah, thanks. I was kind of worried, but you were amazing," he stammered, recalling the advice from page 493, start with a compliment about her abilities, not her appearance. She smiled at him, and he mentally congratulated himself. A girl was smiling at him, a monster girl no less. It felt like the beginning of a dream come true. "I just need to find a way to keep up. I won't let you leave us in the dust. I'm going to be a cool hero too." Izuku nodded enthusiastically, pumping her fist with a little hop. "That's the spirit. Let's show all of Japan that we are here, plus ultra." Minoru stiffened at the sight of Izuku jumping, feeling overwhelmed. He opened his book and turned to page 5, where a small mantra was written. He read it over and over, trying to calm down from the exhilarating display of her energy. Osor face-bombed as Katsuki moved forward, with Hitoshi flanking him. Momo waited for a moment before she began to walk forward as well, with Tetsu following closely behind her. "Come on, Izuku, you don't want to let the food get cold, do you?" Katsuki said, throwing an arm over her shoulders and guiding her away while Minoru continued to read his book. Thankfully, they hadn't had to put their plan into action. "Come on, grape-head, long-face, big guy, you've earned a big dinner too, we all have." Minoru looked up at Katsuki's back as the blonde led Izuku through the doors of their building, surprised he hadn't faced any backlash yet. The book was really working. "Did you guys see that? A girl smiled at me of all people," he exclaimed, prompting chuckles from Roy and Tsubame. After the events at the clinic and being moved to the dorms, they had formed a friendship with the small pervert who was unafraid to be himself around people with quirks like theirs. "I didn't even stare at her amazing legs and hips." The two sighed as Minoru realized what he had just said, face-palming before diving back into his book. "I am coming through the door like a normal person," All Might announced, holding the doorframe and leaning into Class 1A's homeroom. Izuku cheered along with her classmates as All Might stepped into the room and marched slowly to the desk. Wow, his Silver Age costume from before he became the symbol of peace. It's really rare to see merchandise with that costume, so seeing it in person is extra amazing. Izuku exclaimed, her voice muffled but clear, while Katsuki leaned back, resting his elbows on Izuku's desk. He tilted his head to listen more closely. "What's special about it?" he asked. Izuku nodded eagerly. All Might's symbol of peace costume was made as a combination of his previous costumes, mostly his American Way costume and his Silver Age costume. They took the American color scheme and brightened it while using the gloves, belt, and boots from his Silver Age costume. He also kept the white sides from the American Way costume but focused the symbol on his entire upper body like the Silver Age, rather than just on his chest. She explained, causing most of the class and All Might himself to stare at her in awe. Combined with his increased muscle mass when he became the symbol of peace, the American Way costume fell out of marketing because they couldn't use the same figurine molds. Eventually, the same thing happened to his Silver Age merchandise. A still-packaged edition of All Might in either costume can be worth a small fortune. She looked around and noticed that everyone was staring at her with varying degrees of surprise. "What? Wow, it has been way too long since I heard you go into an information spree. I forgot you did that," Katsuki said as he lifted himself from his chair and glanced at All Might. He briefly wondered why the hero was wearing an old suit. If Izuku was right, and she usually was about these things, All Might's physique should be too large for him to wear his Silver Age gear, so why did it look perfectly fitted? Do you think we could get her to do it again if we asked one of the other teachers to show up in an old costume? The only one I know that even has an older costume is Midnight, and I don't think that would be a good idea. Anyway, I'll be in charge of making each and every one of you into heroes with hero foundational studies," All Might declared, using his boisterous personality to regain control of the class. They all focused on him as he dug into his belt for the battle card he had brought. "I should probably see if I can rush getting my symbol of peace outfit refitted to my now smaller size. If she had gone on much longer, I'm sure they'd all be asking questions. And today's course will be all about this," he said, flashing the card to the class. "Combat training." Katsuki's eyes widened as he grinned, clenching his fists to keep his quirk under control. This was what he had been waiting for, a chance to show everyone what a true hero looked like by getting right up in their faces and blasting them away. Not to mention, if any of them were getting ideas about Izuku, this would be the moment he showed them just how much it would hurt to try. He would make this trial one for the history books. Izuku could barely contain her excitement. She was eager to confront and learn about her classmates' quirks and their combat applications, as well as see just how far her training had taken her. She started running scenarios in her head. How would she respond to Kyoka's ear jacks, to Achiko's zero gravity? Would she get to bring a knife to use her muscle strings? Probably not. Still, she could hardly wait. Shoto's eyes flicked over to Katsuki, his right side getting colder and his left getting warmer. A chance to fight him would prove helpful to his plans. It had taken effort to convince his father to allow him to live in Yue's dorms. Compromises had to be made. His weekends would be filled with training sessions to make up for the lack of daily sessions and ensure he didn't slack off. He would save her, no matter what. Minoru froze in his seat. Battle trials meant fighting, and fighting meant movement. His hands tightened around his trusty book. He had to be able to fight if he was to be a hero. He would have to encourage movement so people would fall into his quirk or get tired enough that striking them directly would be easy. He couldn't falter here, no way. That's right, you'll be learning to fight like heroes, and that means. All Might said as he whipped out a remote and pressed a button. A part of the wall opened up, and a set of drawers slid out. Izuku squealed as All Might finished his sentence. Costumes. All made per the specifications you provided in your application to the hero course. Get changed and see me at Training Ground Beta. Izuku rushed over to the drawers and pulled open the one with her seat number on it. Inside was a box, which she opened with a squeal before running out of the classroom with it in hand. Hey, Momo, did you ever get a look at the outfit idea Izuku turned in? Katsuki asked as he approached his drawer, pulling it open to find a box and two large, grenade-shaped bracers. Momo shook her head as she opened her own drawer, discovering a large book, a belt with a shelf and strap, and a box of her own. Well, this might get interesting. You don't think May would have gotten a look at the plans, do you? Momo blinked and then paled as memories of Izuku casually cutting herself to reach high shelves in the kitchen and once in the library flashed in her mind. I should probably go after her, she said as she gathered her costume equipment and ran out of the classroom while Katsuki face-bombed. Meanwhile, Minoru looked in the box that was in his drawer and grinned for a moment before his expression changed to one of concern. There goes my healthy, I ate a big breakfast, one-liner. Huh, did something go wrong, Minoru? Katsuki asked, peering into Minoru's box. He blinked and then glared at the object inside. What is this? It was supposed to be a belt. Supposed to be who on earth was responsible for your costume? I don't know. Who did they hire to make our costumes? Katsuki exclaimed, a cloud of frustration forming over Minoru's head. Should I be worried about where my gloves have been? All Might just laughed as the rest of the class received their costumes. Shoto took a moment to examine his hero outfit, nodding at the appearance and feel of the material. This exam would be the first step to gaining their attention. Once he had that, he would become their friend, and from there, he would save her from a life of misery and a downward spiral into madness. He clenched his hands around the box, contemplating different ways to showcase his power without appearing too overpowering. Katsuki needed to see him as a rival, not an obstacle, for him to get closer. Izuku approached her locker in the changing room connected to the entrance of Training Ground Beta and began to turn the dial, entering 13-0. Once it was open, she removed her school uniform, revealing a forest green sports bra and boy shorts. She stuffed her clothes into the locker and opened the box, the lid flying across the room. On top of her outfit was a smaller box with a note. To Izuku Midoriya, while we were able to get the equipment you requested made, the support company required a great deal of explanation. If you need any upgrades, please come to me after filing the appropriate paperwork with Nizu, so we can avoid dealing with misunderstandings. As for Mei Hatsum, she will be involved at my discretion, depending on the complexity of your requests. Power loader. Izuku grinned widely as Momo and Achiko approached her. Momo looked at the note with a mix of fear and resignation, while Achiko's eyes sparkled as she admired the outfit underneath it. She opened her own box to reveal her costume. Katsuki tied his eye mask into place and put a hook earbud over his left ear. Thankfully, his costume didn't seem to be made by the same people as Minoru's, who was already fully costumed and writing a request to the support class teacher, Power Loader, to fix his belt. He had sent some revision notes to the school, which were forwarded to the support company before the school year began to make a few changes to his outfit. First was his shirt, a black, sleeveless, V-neck tank top that featured an orange X-shaped bandolier containing essential items like painkillers, ace bandages, and antibiotic gels. He had also upgraded the knee pads he wanted into full greaves, protecting his knees, lower legs, and the upper part of his feet. Small tanks were built into the back of the leg guards that he could use to store sweat and blast opponents with his knees and feet. His grenadier bracers were similar in design, resembling grenades but with an elongated safety trigger that he could use as a weapon during an elbow strike. The top of the grenade opened to reveal his knuckles and hand while still covering the back of his hand, allowing him to grab and hold things while providing a solid surface for backhand strikes against villains. Each grenadier bracer had a safety pin that, when pulled, would release the stored sweat, which he could ignite for a powerful blast without the risk of overheating and damaging his hands, which would hinder sweat production. Arm warmers completed the bracers, extending up to his biceps to keep his arms and hands warm and promote sweating. Finally, he wore a thick, loose pair of rugged breaths that could keep up with his movements, secured by a belt that housed grenades containing small amounts of his sweat for when he needed a small explosion or if a friend had a good angle to attack from but he did not. Wearing the outfit made him feel powerful, more so than he had felt while pushing around the troublemakers in middle school. With this, I can keep people safe. I can keep her safe, he thought to himself as he waited for the other students to emerge from the changing rooms so they could head into the training ground. "Dinin, you look impressive," Ijiro exclaimed as Katsuki admired his friend's outfit. Katsuki wore 2 red shoulder pads shaped like gears, paired with a matching open front, knee-length skirt that had a torn design over black breathes. The breathes were held up by a belt featuring a red R on the buckle. His breathes were tucked into reddish-brown boots with straps instead of laces. Completing the look was a jaw guard that extended over the sides of his neck and looped over his nose, framing his bangs that stuck up defiantly. The 4 fangs extending toward his cheeks gave him an Oni-like appearance. "You look like you're about to walk into hell and turn it into a crater." "That's the idea, so thanks," Katsuki replied, following Ijiro out of the men's locker room. Denki joined them, wearing a white undershirt, a black jacket with white lightning stripes, matching breathes with a single white stripe down each leg, and a white headset. The headset gave him a slightly cool guy look, indicating he had some thought behind his costume design. With that, he could call for help when his quirk wasn't useful, unlike those heroes who had stood back and let the sludge villain nearly suffocate Katsuki. The rest of the class began to emerge from the locker room. Tenya wore a set of blue and silver plate armor with a full helm, reminiscent of his brother's outfit but heavier on the legs for better protection. Katsuki recognized the intelligence behind it. Force equaled mass times speed, so charging in armor like that would be devastating for anyone on the receiving end while keeping Tenya safe. It also gave him a heroic appearance, a true knight in shining armor, though Yuga had him beat in that regard. While Tenya's armor was modern and sleek with aerodynamic features, Yuga opted for a full medieval look. He wore black breathes, gloves, and a long-sleeved undershirt, topped with a full set of knight's armor in violet with gold trim. His armor was adorned with 4 gemstone-like lenses, smaller than the large one on his belt. With his navel laser, Katsuki figured Yuga was going for the shining beacon of hope look, and he was succeeding admirably. Katsuki couldn't quite grasp the direction of each classmate's costume, however. Koji wore a red shirt with yellow sides and sleeves, featuring a set of teeth on his chest, paired with yellow shorts and tennis shoes. Sato donned a large yellow bodysuit that covered everything but his hair and mouth, along with white gloves, boots, and a utility belt. Mashireo had opted for a karate gi with a hole for his tail and a fur half-collar on his left shoulder. Shoto Todoroki was dressed in a white collared shirt with long sleeves, white breaths, and white boots, complemented by a gold combat vest. He was also using his ice to cover the left side of his body and head. Katsuki sensed there was a more personal reason for the ice, as it didn't seem comfortable or practical. Fumikage wore a dark purple cloak and boots, while Mizo sported a light blue sleeveless top and breathes, along with a purple mask that covered his lower face and neck, draping down over his chest. He completed his look with purple boots and a belt featuring a brass ring for a buckle. Finally, Siro wore a black bodysuit with sleeves that reached halfway down his biceps, adorned with a white design that resembled the metal teeth of a tape dispenser and the mouth of a cartoonish skull. He had orange shoulder pads and an orange helmet, all reminiscent of tape dispensers, along with metallic bands on his waist and thighs, finishing off with white shoes with orange trim. "Dude, are you wearing a D-dash? It was supposed to be a belt, I'm not sure what happened." "The ladies have arrived," Mina announced as she burst through the door to the women's locker room. She wore a purple and turquoise, skin-tight, shoulderless bodysuit with a tan fur-collared vest, a white mask, and dark brown boots with tan soles and toes. Next to her floated a pair of gloves and shoes, momentarily confusing Katsuki until he realized the invisible girl was only wearing gloves and shoes for her hero costume. He made a mental note to never let her near Izuku's costume book. The next to emerge were Tsuyu and Kyoka. Tsuyu's suit was quite intricate, designed with a specific goal in mind. She wore a green skin-tight bodysuit adorned with dark green and yellow stripes, mimicking the appearance of a frog. The outfit featured straps over her chest and shoulders, complemented by large collared white gloves, a white belt, and dark green thigh-high boots designed with flippers resembling frog toes. A pair of tan goggles with dark green lenses rested on her forehead, completing the look. In contrast, Kyoka opted for a simpler design. She wore a slightly torn salmon pink shirt, black breathes, and a leather jacket that covered her arms but only extended halfway down her body. A black choker adorned her neck, and her large boots, equipped with stereo speakers, added to the rocker aesthetic she was aiming for. Next came Momo, who appeared to be walking backward. She wore a combination of a leotard and a vest, bright red in color, paired with matching boots and a large yellow belt that held a book on a shelf over her backside. "Do you really need those?" someone questioned. "They allow me to use my quirk without having to carry a knife all the time," she replied. Coming out next was Achiko, dressed in a black and pink bodysuit with detached sleeves, wide pink bracers with handles, and very wide knee-high boots. She also wore a dark pink choker, belt, and a pink helmet that resembled the front half of an astronaut's helmet. "I think Momo has a point. It's a bit unsettling knowing what those do," she remarked. "They let me use my quirk quickly and with more benefits than a knife. It's not like they hurt me, what's scary about them?" Momo defended. Katsuki began to express his frustration but fell silent when he saw Izuku, his voice caught in his throat. Izuku, resembling a green-haired zombie girl, wore a black sailor fuku similar to what she had in middle school, but it was marked with red stitches that crisscrossed the outfit, giving it a patched-up appearance. She wore black Mary Janes with thick soles and crimson thigh-high socks. Metallic cuffs adorned her elbows, ankles, and neck, while boxing bandages wrapped around her knuckles, hands, and forearms, creating a slight bulge where the bandages covered her wrists. A metallic red headband completed her costume, and her hair was tied back in messy ponytails, revealing permanent stitches crossing her forehead and jawline, remnants from her past. Katsuki stared at Izuku's appearance, as did the other boys, while Izuku waved at them, realizing they were there. "I'm not ready. I am not even remotely ready," Minoru exclaimed, putting away the letter he had been writing. He grabbed his book, opening to page 5 and repeatedly reading a line in the middle of the page, blood gushing from his nose. After a moment, he stopped reading, and the blood slowed. "Phew. For a moment, I thought all the smooth, supple skin and wonderful body types on display would be the end of me. Darn it." Katsuki turned and walked toward the entrance of the training ground. "Whatever, let's get going," he said, and the other students nodded, following him as a group. As they approached the entrance to Training Ground Beta, they saw All Might waiting for them in the light. They say clothes make the pros, ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. All Might proclaimed. As they stepped into the sunlight, All Might continued, take this to heart, as of now, you are all heroes in training. He grinned at them. I'm getting all revved up, you all look so cool. Now, shall we get started? Is that a diaper, young man? It was supposed to be a belt, came the reply. Anyway, now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir, this is the fake city for the entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Tenya asked, causing Izuku to smile, realizing it was Tenya. She thought he had picked a cool costume. All Might held up 2 fingers. Not quite, we're moving you 2 steps ahead thanks to how well you all did during the apprehension exams. Most of the time when the news shows a battle against a villain, it's outside, but statistically speaking, most encounters with villains take place indoors. All Might explained. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, underground lairs. True villains stay in the shadows, out of sight until just the right moment. All Might gestured towards one of the fake buildings. For this exercise, you'll be split into teams of heroes and villains to engage in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a bit advanced for our second day? Tsuyu asked, earning a grin from All Might. The best training comes from real battlefield experience. But remember, you won't be facing replaceable robots. You'll be up against real people. At this point, questions began to pour in. Sir, will you be deciding who wins and loses? How much can we hurt the other teams? Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like before? Will we be paired up based on chance or comparative skill? Isn't this a bit crazy? Izuku watched as All Might tensed up at the rapid-fire questions, looking between her classmates, struggling to keep up herself. I wasn't finished talking. All Might managed to say, his words slightly choked. He then reached into his belt and pulled out a set of papers. All right, listen up. A script? Why does he need one of those? Izuku thought, watching as All Might cleared his throat. Did he forget his own teaching plan? The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout, and the heroes must try to foil their plans. To do so, the heroes must either capture the villains or recover the weapon. All Might explained, pulling out a yellow box with the word, "Lots," printed in bold. Likewise, if the villains can protect the missile or capture the heroes, they win. Time is limited in this scenario, so we'll decide teams by drawing lots. Wait, isn't there a better way to set up the teams? Izuku shook her head at Tenya. Not really. In a situation like this, heroes would have to team up with whoever's closest. Waiting for the perfect team could end badly, while having at least a basic team moving in can buy enough time for better-suited heroes to arrive, Izuku explained, causing Tenya to hold the chin of his helmet thoughtfully. I see. By drawing lots, we emulate the randomizing effect that stumbling onto a plot by accident might bring. Forgive my rudeness. No problem, let's draw. Izuku rushed forward to draw a lot, receiving a small piece of paper with a C on it. As she walked away, she wondered who her teammate would be. She knew Katsukis' fighting style inside and out, and working with Momo would give her access to all kinds of useful gadgets. If she teamed up with Tenya, they would be a formidable pair, both being very quick. Achiko's quirk would be challenging to use, but it could provide some advantages by lightening certain objects around the base into oversized weapons. I'm going to be in trouble. He's definitely going to be mad at me after this. Izuku turned to see Minoru holding a piece of paper with a C printed on it. Team A, Achiko Uraraka and Kyoka Jiro. Team B, Mina Ishido and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team C, Izuku Midoriya and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Koji Koda. Team E, Momo Yaoyorozu and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Eijiro Kirishima and Mizo Shoji. Team G, Shoto Todoroki and Tsu Ajui. Team H, Mashireo Ojiro and Hantasiro. Team I, Denki Kaminari and Rikido Sato. Team J, Toru Hagakure and Tenya Ida. All Might announced, ignoring the sound of Katsuki's grinding teeth as he glared at Minoru, who was hiding behind Izuku. All Might reached into a white box and a black box. And the first fight will be between these teams. He held up a black ball with a C on it and a white ball with an E. Team C will be the villains, while Team E will be the heroes. All Might declared. Team C, please head into the building. You'll have 10 minutes to hide the bomb. Heroes, once those 10 minutes are over, you'll be allowed to enter the building however you see fit. You will have 20 minutes to either capture the villains or secure the bomb. Izuku's face scrunched up in thought as she moved toward the building while Minoru stayed behind her, his face buried in his book. True beauty is invisible to the eyes. Ignore what you see, he murmured as they entered the building and found the bomb on the first floor. Okay, I think I'm good for now. So, we're villains for now. It'll be good training, especially if we really try to act like villains. It will help us understand their ideas and mindset, allowing us to better predict their actions in the future, Izuku said as she brainstormed. They were up against Momo and Yuga, with Momo's creation quirk and Yuga's naval laser. Momo's quirk allows her to create objects using her fat cells as fuel, while Yuga can shoot lasers from his navel. Given his hero suit, he can probably shoot from his elbows and knees too, especially since they have lenses now. With my quirk, we could hide this bomb in a corner of the ceiling or somewhere people don't instinctively look. That would buy us some time, Minoru suggested, glancing at the bomb. We should also place it somewhere unexpected, like the second floor. They might not search as thoroughly there, thinking it would be on a higher floor. Izuku placed her hand on her chin, her thumb and index finger pushing her cheeks up slightly. Then she grinned and looked over at Minoru, who felt a shiver run down his spine and turned to face her, startled by her expression. What's with that look? I have the perfect plan. On how to be the scariest villain, she said, beginning to unwind the bandages around her hands. Minoru whimpered as Izuku took a few steps toward him, her shoes clicking against the ground with each step. It's too much. Outside, All Might led the other 8 teams to a viewing room while Momo and Yuga planned their entrance into the building. Izuku will probably be the one to devise their defense. When it comes to quirk analysis and strategy, she's the best in our group, Momo said as she created a pair of gloves with mirror plates on the backs of her hands. Do you think these would reflect your quirk? Yes, though I thought you'd be more afraid of Minoru. Izuku seems very innocent and harmless. Momo pulled on the gloves and then created a metal staff. You're not wrong, she's a very good friend. So good, in fact, that she won't hold back to ensure this is the best possible training for all of us. She twirled the staff, getting used to the grip that the gloves provided. On top of that, her quirk is mostly passive in its benefits, but she knows how to activate it. Combined with the strength and speed she's built up from her training, we'll need to separate Minoru from her and take him out so we can focus on Izuku. Couldn't we just find the bomb? Momo gave him a look. You're implying we'd be able to find it after Izuku hides it, she said, stretching her muscles. Yuga waited for her to explain why they wouldn't be able to find it, realizing that for Momo, the fact that Izuku was planning the hiding spot was reason enough. Anyway, I have an idea on how we can distract Minoru long enough to take him out of the picture. From there, we can focus on Izuku. Lead the way, Yuga said as the lights in front of them turned green. Begin. Where's the bomb? What happened to the 4th floor? Oh no! All Might grimaced and pulled up a small screen just for himself to check the 4th floor cameras. His blue eyes widened as the camera cycled through different settings, revealing what Izuku and Minoru had set up. Who would have thought she'd do something like this? The 1st floor looks clear. Did it always look this old? Yuga asked and Momo shrugged. The pillars and ground were cracked, as if something, or someone, had intentionally damaged the building. Momo wondered why Izuku would do something like that. It would compromise the building's integrity, making it harder for Izuku to go all out without risking the structure collapsing on them. Shall we keep moving? As they reached the stairway, they looked up and saw Minoru peeking down at them from the 4th floor. He made a noise and dashed through the door next to him, prompting Momo and Yuga to chase after him. Remember the plan. We need to take down Minoru first to force Izuku to face us 1-on-2. Momo said, receiving a nod from Yuga as he used his naval laser to propel himself between the flights of stairs. Once he reached the door, which was as cracked as the rest of the building, he grabbed the handle and readied his naval laser. He would open the door, fire an opening barrage to cover himself as he peered into the room, and then shut the door again, allowing Momo to catch up so they could move in together. The plan quickly fell apart when a hand burst through the door, shattering it toward him. He fired his naval laser in an attempt to hit whoever was trying to grab him, but there was no one there. That was when strings reached out to the hand, and it came to life, covering his mouth. Momo watched in horror as Yuga was pulled into the room with a muffled scream, and she chased after him. Peering inside, she paled at the sight, realizing which villain archetype Izuku had chosen, one they had encountered before. The room was covered in what looked like pustules and blood, with a large central area that suspiciously resembled a bomb. She had to dodge as a group of purple orbs were flung at her from the ceiling. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart, she tried to process what she had just seen and retreated to the third floor for some breathing room. Okay, Izuku is definitely in there, along with Minoru. They must have covered the room in Minoru's pop-off hairballs, along with Izuku's blood, to create that look. She is in so much trouble when this is over. Before she could formulate a plan, however, she heard a bone-chilling scream and looked up. Izuku was diving straight at her, her martial bandages trailing behind her, with a row of Minoru's pop-off spheres stuck to them. Momo threw herself back and broke through the door. She glanced up for a moment and saw cracks in the ceiling. Right above her was the fourth floor. All she had to do was get up there, with a superhuman zombie on her tail. She dodged to the side as a bandaged hand, trailing bandages and purple spheres, flew at her. Momo tapped her communication device. Yuga, what happened? I understand why you were scared of her now. She somehow threw her hand at me and pulled me up into one of the little ball cocoons she made with Minoru on the ceiling. I'm quite stuck, and the smell is making me nauseous. Momo ducked down as muscle strings connected to the hand and swung the bandage pop-off sphere like a flail, trying to catch her before it was reeled back into the room. Can you see the floor? Momo asked as Izuku walked into the room, her hands reaching up to her mouth, tapping against her teeth with wide eyes. She swayed as she walked, making sure to put as much weight into each step as she could, causing her shoes to click loudly against the floor. Yes. I need you to shoot a beam. When you do, I'll tell you when to shoot the next one. Immediately after she said that, Izuku broke into a run, launching straight at her as one of Yuga's lasers pierced the ground next to Momo. Count to 2 and do it again in the same spot. Momo instructed as she used the staff she had created to hit Izuku and force her to the side, then blocked the purple spheres before letting the staff go. She angled her hand between the holes Yuga made with his shot and tilted it. Sorry, Izuku. Another laser shot hit her hand, reflecting off the mirror and catching Izuku in the stomach. The zombie girl was launched backward through a wall and down a staircase. Quickly, shoot that area a few more times. Widen the hole so I can get up there, she urged as she fashioned a grappling hook and some rope. Minoru gulped as he realized from the crashing downstairs what had happened. The plan had been terrifying, and he was nearing his limit without bleeding. He had to think of something. As a second laser fired from the cocoon Yuga was stuck in, he came up with an idea. It might make him bleed a bit, but at least it would buy time, if not lead to a victory. Momo threw the grappling hook up and, using her quirk, created a picture of how she would have looked wearing an early design of her costume. It was hardened so she could throw it effectively. With one quick throw, Minoru would be too distracted to stop her from reaching the bomb. As she climbed, she saw Izuku's finger grab hold of the bottom of the hole Momo and Yuga had blasted her through. Darn it, Yuga, can you see Minoru? She called as she started to climb. No, but I did hear him moving something. Be careful. She bit back a small curse as she climbed through the hole and created a smoke grenade, tossing it down in hopes that the smoke would obscure the hole she had climbed through, making Izuku take the long way up. I won't let you win so easily, Izuku Minoru. Neither will I. I won't let distractions get to me anymore, Minoru declared, catching Momo's attention. She looked up in surprise to see him perched atop a couch that swung toward her, held up by 2 chains of purple orbs. I'm going to win this. Momo dropped the picture she was holding and leaped down the hole, grabbing a rope on the way to soften her landing. With a quick tug, she pulled herself back into the main room, where Minoru was throwing ball at the cocoon that Yuga was trapped in. No more lasers from you, Minoru shouted before turning his focus back to Momo. The couch he had used to try to catch her off guard was now stuck to a mass of orbs they had used to transform the bomb into something resembling a fleshy core. She was furious with Katsuki for introducing Izuku to horror games. You heroes won't win. When this bomb goes off, everyone will die, and my virus will reanimate them into a horde, just like my greatest creation. Wait, why are you the mastermind? You're wearing a D-dash. It was supposed to be a belt. Minoru exclaimed, visibly agitated by the reminder of his outfit. He ripped a new set of orbs from the top of his head, causing a small trickle of blood to run down his face. Momo stepped back, alarmed by the expression on Minoru's face as he lunged forward into a pile of orbs stuck to the ground. He sprang toward her, using the added bounce from the ball beneath his feet to move quickly. Momo dodged to the side as Minoru hurled one of the orbs in his hands at her landing spot. Instead of landing in the orb, Momo twisted and fell backward, turning it into a backflip. Minoru bounced off another set of ball and then another, rapidly moving around the room as he plucked more spheres from his head and threw them at Momo from various angles. She quickly formed a shield in each hand to deflect the shots. Yuga, shoot towards my voice if you can. Momo called out as she dropped one shield and formed a more reflective one just in time for a laser to burst through the cocoon. She angled her shield and managed to hit Minoru. He cried out in pain from the impact and was about to crash into a wall when a green and black blur caught him. Momo's eyes followed the blur, and she mentally groaned. Izuku had made it through the smoke. Instead of saying anything, Izuku staggered forward while Minoru climbed onto her back. My creation, and I will put an end to your pesky interference, heroes. Minoru proclaimed, raising a fist triumphantly. Yuga, one more. Momo urged, but no laser came. Yuga? My tummy, came the weak response. Momo suppressed a curse. Managing both Izuku and Minoru while Yuga was recovering would be challenging. Izuku moved first, grabbing Minoru and throwing him at Momo. She ducked and created a new staff, holding it up like a spear just in time for Izuku to charge at her. Momo moved forward and swung, using the staff to redirect Izuku away from her and toward one of the clusters of spheres they had created. Instead of getting stuck, Izuku leaped over the pile and executed a flip in midair. She kicked her legs up toward the ceiling, and Momo watched as Izuku's feet propelled off her legs and up to the ceiling, followed by the sound of metal cracking against cement. Momo winced. She hated seeing that. Izuku had even named the trick Undead Reach. Momo spun her staff around defensively, aware that Minoru would likely attempt something as Izuku's muscles pulled her upward. A few spheres collided with her staff instead of her as she spun it around, while Minoru continued bouncing between various points they had set up. Izuku moved both hands at Momo, and the cuffs on her wrists released a set of blades that cut through the bandages wrapping her hands. The bandaged hands flew forward as Momo swung her staff to bat them away, only to realize that the spheres on her staff would get stuck to the bandages on Izuku's hands. Izuku's muscles reached out and attached to her hands, beginning to pull. Momo prepared to create another weapon as Izuku was drawn toward the staff in her hands. She let go of the staff and swung the weapon she had formed, a sledgehammer. Izuku turned and kicked her feet forward just as Momo swung. Her feet flew forward and slammed into Momo's stomach, causing Izuku to be knocked away with a loud crack. She rolled across the ground, managing to use her staff to avoid getting stuck in a pile of pop-off ball. Minoru bounced off the same set of ball and rocketed headfirst at Momo, who had doubled over from the force of Izuku's kick. He managed to headbutt her arm, getting the spheres still on his head stuck to her shoulder. Izuku felt her body realign her ribs as she rushed towards Momo, who had freed herself from Minoru and was currently holding onto the spheres to keep her attention. Momo threw Minoru off of her, only for Izuku to tackle her, sending both of them crashing into a section of the wall where they had set up with Minoru's quirk, effectively sticking the two girls together. Both heroes are restrained, villains win. All Might's voice announced over the intercom, and Momo sighed. Did you really have to go for a horror genre villain? Momo asked. I am a zombie, Izuku replied as Minoru cheered at their victory. We won, we won. Two amazing girls stuck together chest to chest against a wall. Minoru exclaimed, running around the room. Where's my book? True beauty is invisible to the eyes, ignore what you see. I am so sorry. Izuku stammered as Katsuki shook her back and forth, drawing stunned looks from the class. The moment the two teams arrived in the viewing and grading room, Katsuki blasted over to Izuku and began shaking her by the shoulders, making her head WHP back and forth. Please stop. Katsuki's eyes twitched. I can't believe you. Not only did you actually have guillotine cuffs made, but you bled all over the place before the fight even started. What were you thinking? I don't care if you were on the villain team, that was messed up. Katsuki said, shaking her harder, prompting Izuku to let out a pitiful whine. Todoroki felt his teeth grinding as he watched, disturbed by the situation and feeling that Izuku needed some sort of explanation about how wrong her actions were, but this wasn't what he had in mind. Izuku felt herself getting dizzy from the rapid shaking and decided to see if she could shock Katsuki into letting go so she could run to safety or jostle All Might into starting the next match. She tensed the muscles in her neck to activate her choker. With a sudden snap, the guillotine choker cut through her neck, causing her head to fly off over Katsuki and toward the crowd of classmates. Reflexively, Hanta caught the head and then realized what he was holding as Izuku's dull gaze met his. Oh no! Hanta exclaimed, while the rest of the class reacted with a mix of screams and horrified expressions, and in Momo's case, she buried her face in her hands. Hanta threw Izuku's head, and threads moved from her body to reattach her head. Once back on her shoulders, Izuku's eyes lit up, and she blinked in confusion, looking around and finding herself in Katsuki's hands, his mouth wide open as various muscles in his face twitched. I don't think I should do that again, Izuku said, only for Katsuki's face to contort with rage, making her squeal in terror as he shook her even harder than before. Why, Aya? You shouldn't have done it in the first place. You're going to traumatize everyone. Heroes save lives, not traumatize them. Katsuki shouted. Why do you even have that? All Might then jolted out of his shock and separated the two. That's enough, Izuku. Please refrain from harming yourself. Katsuki, I think she understands now, he said, earning a scoff from Katsuki as he turned away while Izuku pouted at the number one hero. Now, how about we move on to the next bout? Don't worry, we have other buildings. You won't have to fight in the same building as our first group. Izuku, Minoru, Yuga, and Momo found a spot to watch as the next matches began. First was Team F against Team H, with Team H being the heroes. Thanks to Hanta's tape and Mashireo's tail, they were able to enter through one of the high-floor windows rather than the front door. However, Ijiro and Mizo anticipated this and had placed the bomb on the first floor. Once the two realized that and made their way down, Team F revealed its plan, one that made Katsuki laugh uproariously. Mizo was gripping Ijiro tightly by his legs. He dropped down from the ceiling and swung Ijiro like a baseball bat, knocking Hanta into a wall before turning to face Mashireo. Mashireo demonstrated how well his martial arts GI suited his hero outfit, skillfully dodging Mizo's swings, even as Ijiro flailed his arms and body in an attempt to catch Mashireo off guard. While this strategy kept Ijiro from getting hit, it also prevented him from capitalizing on any openings. That changed when Hanta regained his focus and activated his quirk, launching tape at Mizo and Ijiro and forcing them onto the defensive. Mizo threw Ijiro at Mashireo while he charged at Hanta, grabbing the tape as he approached and pulling Hanta closer. Mashireo seemed to anticipate this move, using his tail to slam Ijiro into the ceiling before turning to attack Mizo. Hanta managed to steady himself as Mizo's attention shifted back to Mashireo, sending lengths of tape flying to keep Mizo occupied and make it harder for him to fend off Mashireo before he broke away to go after the bomb. Ijiro managed to get down and rushed to stop Hanta, but Hanta was quicker, using the tape to reach the bomb before Ijiro could catch him, securing victory for the hero team. Next up was Team A against Team I, with Team A as the heroes. Izuku watched as Kyoka utilized her quirk to detect the footsteps of Denki and Rikido, who were hiding on the 4th floor. With this knowledge, Kyoka positioned herself, one earphone jack in the ceiling and the other in the floor. As soon as one of them stepped over her, she amplified the sound of her heartbeat through the jacks, creating a hole in the 4th and 3rd floors that sent Denki tumbling down to the 2nd floor, while Achiko used her quirk to prevent them from falling too hard. Kyoka then used her jacks as grappling hooks to pull the two of them into the room where Rikido and Denki had hidden the bomb, just in time for Rikido to grab Achiko and throw her at one of the walls. "Wrong one," Izuku remarked as they watched Achiko twist in midair, using her specially designed boots to cushion her fall and deactivate her quirk. Kyoka jabbed her earphone jacks into her boots, preparing to use sound waves to hold Rikido down, but he countered by grabbing her face and tossing her down the hole. Achiko rushed toward the bomb while Rikido pursued her, reaching out to grab her and take her down quickly. Achiko extended her hands and caught Rikido's hand, turning him weightless mid-step. Instead of throwing her, he ended up lifting her into the air, and their combined momentum sent them bouncing off the ceiling and crashing into the wall. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Kyoka managed to slow her descent by grabbing the edge of the hole between the 3rd and 2nd floors. She let herself drop when she realized Denki wasn't going to pull her down with his quirk. A quick glance around revealed his position. He had shaken off the effects of the fall and was a few steps away from the stairway. With her earphone jacks still connected to her boots, she unleashed a blast of sound waves by amplifying the sound of her heartbeat, catching Denki off guard. Izuku watched as she brought her hand to her headset and said something, but the cameras didn't capture audio, leaving Izuku in the dark about what Kyoka was communicating. Once she finished, Achiko nodded and moved toward the bomb again after lightly tossing the weightless Rikido off of her and spiraling slowly through the air. She looked pale, clearly struggling as she approached the bomb, and started swaying her head. Just before reaching the bomb, she ended up feeling sick and propped a hand against it to steady herself. "One more victory for the heroes," All Might announced, and Izuku smiled at Achiko's success. As All Might reached into the box, she wondered who would face off next among the 4 remaining teams. Her curiosity was quickly satisfied when he pulled out 2 spheres. Team D will be the villains, and Team G will be the heroes. Katsuki glanced at his teammate, Koji Koda, who appeared a bit apprehensive about playing the villain. He nodded, even if he was meant to be pretending, the idea made him feel uneasy. Still, they needed a plan, so he placed a hand on Koji's shoulder. "Come on, let's show these guys what Plus Ultra looks like," he said before striding out of the viewing room, with Koji trailing behind him. Shota watched them leave as his partner, Tsuyu, approached him with a finger to her lips. "This will be challenging, our quirks aren't exactly compatible," she said, and Shoto glanced at her, curious about her meaning. "My quirk, Frog, makes cold temperatures difficult to manage, and your quirk involves ice. That's fine. You can focus on Koji, I will handle Katsuki," Shoto replied. He couldn't have imagined a better scenario. This was his chance to make Katsuki see him as a rival and to show Izuku that he was strong enough to keep her safe if she tried to escape. A smile almost formed on his face as he walked forward, warming the left side of his face so that both sides were visible. He wanted Katsuki to see him clearly as his team lost, to recognize him as a rival. Then he could get her away from him before he even realized what was happening, perhaps even get him removed from the school to prevent another hero like Endeavor from emerging. I'm curious how his explosions will fare against my ice. Ribbit if you say so. Katsuki pulled a few grenades from his belt and handed them to Koji, who looked at them nervously. "Don't worry too much, they're more bang than flame," he said as he sat down to check his gear, opening the panel that concealed the containers meant to be filled with his sweat. They were empty, which wasn't surprising since he had just received them. He brought his gauntlet over to the containers, placed the nozzle against the opening, and pulled the pin without igniting the fluid. Once both were filled, he resealed the gear and looked at Koji. "Alright, the plan is simple. Since I know you're not the fighting type, this should work well for us. That girl's outfit is frog-themed, and her powers likely come with drawbacks, making cold temperatures a disadvantage for her in a fight. As both an enemy and an ally, I would only weaken her, which means I can either push him too far or he will constantly hold back if we catch them together. Given his behavior, Katsuki is likely aware of your weakness. Your quirk is an animal mutation with a corresponding vulnerability. He will come straight at us, hoping to exploit it. Therefore, you should stay behind and look for a different route into the building. Once you hear us start fighting, move in and search for the bomb and his partner. Shoto instructed as he and Tsuyu examined a basic blueprint of the building, Shoto sketching simple shapes to illustrate the plan. Once you find it, let me know so I can intensify my efforts and take him by surprise. If I can freeze him, it will make our job much easier. Tsuyu nodded and pointed at the 3rd floor. They'll probably hide the bomb here, or perhaps on the 5th floor, but going all the way up will waste time for both them and us. Katsuki seems like he will want as much time as possible to fight rather than wait. They likely know we're setting up on the 3rd floor, and since one is weak to the other's quirk, they'll probably split up. Against that icy guy, you don't stand a chance. You simply lack the firepower. However, Frogger might not expect that you have working grenades, and you can use birds to disrupt her attempts to enter from above, Katsuki said, receiving a nod from Koji as the two of them placed the fake bomb. Koji then pointed upward and tilted his head. You're lucky, Izuku, and I have a mute friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand anything you say. She's coming from above because she can move in quietly, while Icicle Boy won't be able to keep quiet, giving away their position. That's why I'll head down a floor and set up for an ambush, while you use your power to control the nearby pigeons to create a distraction and use explosions to keep her from reaching the bomb. Begin. Radio me if things get out of control. Remember, I'm just a floor below you. If you need help, I'll break from frost and blast my way up to you. Begin. Go, I'll handle him. Shoto rushed into the building while Tsuyu took a few steps back, watching as birds began to circle the structure, trying to determine which window would be the best entry point for her. You don't have to live in fear of him. Stay close to keep others safe while he breaks away at your state of mind, Shoto thought to himself as he let his right side grow cold, ready to form ice at a moment's notice. He wasn't sure when he broke into a full sprint or when he started to see his breath. There was nothing on the 1st floor, and he moved to the 2nd without resistance. However, once he arrived, he heard a spark and formed an ice wall just in time to see a shockwave slam into it, cracking the ice and causing it to break apart. He barely managed to keep himself from being pushed back down the stairs by freezing his feet to the ground. I could have frozen the building, but with his explosions, he would have been able to break out along with his partner, putting me at a 2-on-1 disadvantage. Besides, I knew you and I would end up fighting 1-on-1. I have to admit, considering you beat me in the apprehension test by a single spot, I'm actually a bit excited, Katsuki said, cracking his knuckles as he lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a fight. I want to see the look on his face when I drive him back with my own 2 hands. Shoto thought as ice formed around him. You said you wanted this class to prove itself equal to you and her, right? Well, here I come. Heh, I think I'm going to enjoy this spar, you snowball. Katsuki replied. Kaken, look at what Midnight gave me. Izuku exclaimed. Heh, this should be good, Katsuki said, stopping his practice with the AP shot to look over at Izuku and Namuri Kiyama, also known as Midnight. He nearly choked on his spit. Izuku was dressed in a white button-up shirt with puffy sleeves, a red backpack, black Mary Janes with brass buckles, white over-the-knee socks, and a skirt that stopped just short of reaching her socks, revealing a sliver of her thighs. She wore a hairband with 2 dark green bunny ears, the left one slightly folded in the middle. With a quick turn, she revealed a puffy white ball that was larger than his fist at the waistline of her skirt. Katsuki let out a high-pitched squeak as he gaped at his childhood friend's appearance. Izuku then looked up at Midnight, who was giggling at the expression on Katsuki's face. Oh, by the way, when you use your quirk, are there different parts that are easier to form the mist from? Namuri had pulled a carrot from her black leotard and shoved it into Izuku's mouth. For a moment, Izuku just blinked, her teeth clamping down on the carrot while her lips closed around it. She then reached up with both hands and pulled it from her mouth. A carrot? They're good for you, call it a present, kiddo. Midnight said. Oh, thank you, Midnight. Itadakimasu. Izuku said before chomping down on the carrot and chewing. She then looked up at the sound of a loud thump. Katsuki had passed out and fallen backward onto the ground. Kaken! This is gold! Shoto and Katsuki stared each other down, waiting for the other to make the next move. The room they were in was spacious, giving both of them room to maneuver while still limiting the size of their attacks. Shoto welcomed this. His ice was much better at preventing collateral damage than a series of explosions, so he wasn't as restricted as Katsuki was. With that in mind, he swung his right hand up, creating a wave of jagged ice to try to pin the explosive quirk user down. Instead, Shoto found himself dodging small, beam-like fireballs that pierced through his ice, followed by the ice glowing for a moment and cracking apart. Then it glowed again as a large blast shattered it, forcing him to defend himself from the frozen shrapnel. Dimmin, that's some tough ice, Frosty. I punched holes in it and it still took more than one big blast to break it. I got a bit excited for this fight, so thanks. Katsuki said before throwing his hands behind him and setting off an explosion, launching himself at Shoto. For not holding back. Shoto put his right foot in front of him, sending a rounded pillar of ice at the rapidly approaching boy, but Katsuki used a second explosion to go around it, twisting himself to kick at Shoto's right side. Shoto formed a quick wall of ice, intending to make it grab Katsuki's leg and slam him into a wall. Instead, an explosion blasted from the metal boots Katsuki was wearing, spinning him around and allowing him to redirect his kick to strike Shoto's left side. Shoto guarded with his left arm and reached with his right to grab Katsuki's leg, icing it over just in time to minimize the following explosion. Katsuki then created an explosion with his hands to put distance between them. Shoto knelt down and slapped his right palm against the ground, forming a sheet of ice. Katsuki looked down and saw the ice starting to form spikes. He probably had a second or two before that became an issue. He took one of his grenades out and threw it at the ground before using an explosion from his hands to launch himself back at Shoto. The spikes in the ice grew rapidly, reaching halfway to the ceiling before the grenade went off, breaking them apart before they could block Katsuki's path to Shoto. However, Shoto was more prepared for close combat this time, creating a platform under his feet and using it to launch himself at Katsuki, punching him in the jaw with his left fist, covered in ice. Katsuki retaliated by grabbing Shoto's left wrist and using explosions from his other hand to spin them around, putting Shoto between himself and the ground before placing both palms on Shoto's chest. Is that it? Katsuki fired off an explosion from both hands, sending Shoto crashing to the ground hard enough to crack the ice around him and break apart some of the ice on his left side. For a moment, Katsuki wondered why Shoto didn't freeze his hand when he grabbed the ice, but soon got an answer when Shoto had to bring his right hand over to the ice on his body to fix the broken areas. Why is he only making ice from his right side? His father's quirk can create fire from his entire body. Katsuki thought as he looked at Shoto, noting the ice covering his left side. The boy's head wasn't covered, giving Katsuki a clear view of how his hair was red on the left and white on the right, and that the right side of his face looked a bit more burned from Katsuki's attacks than the left. You've got more than ice, don't you? Better be a powerful ace to be keeping it so close to your chest that you risk a bomb to the face. Shoto narrowed his eyes as Katsuki rolled his shoulders. If you want to see my left side, you're going to be disappointed. I refuse to use my father's quirk, he said, causing Katsuki to stop and look at the iced-over boy. Katsuki popped his neck and leveled a glare at Shoto, then sighed as he raised an arm and pointed at him. You mean to tell me you think you can win by holding back in this fight? Katsuki said, bringing his other hand to steady his outstretched arm. In reality, he was turning a dial on the end of his bracer to set how much of his bracer's sweat to use in his next attack. Using a full tank would be overkill and risk collapsing the building. He broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it, recalling the terrifying moments when he had been trapped by the sludge villain and the lives he had accidentally endangered. You'd better rethink that. There's no way you're winning without putting in a real effort. As Shoto formed another wave of ice, Katsuki set off an explosion in his hand, the cold sweat from earlier enhancing the blast to stop and crack it as he adjusted the dial to 50%. If you think you can insult everyone in the school by trying to be a hero without giving it your all, you're dead wrong. Katsuki shouted, spit flying in his rage as he pulled the pin on his bracer. The resulting blast destroyed the ice and kept going, forcing Shoto to create a second wall, only to shatter through that as well before slamming into him. Shoto nearly screamed as the blast knocked him off his feet and through the door behind him, embedding him into the outer wall of the building. The moment he stopped, he created a dome of ice in front of him, stopping the shrapnel his ice walls had turned into from causing him any further damage. What was that? Tsuyu said through the headset, and Shoto involuntarily groaned as he pulled himself from the wall. That hurt even with a floor between us and it not being aimed at me. Nothing I can't handle, Shoto replied, realizing he probably shouldn't have said that. He thought Katsuki would be impressed that even with only half his ice, they could stand on equal ground. His father would have been impressed if Shoto had been anyone else. This wouldn't go well for his plan. Focus on the bomb. Ribbit, I'm starting to think this is a bad idea. Shoto ignored her comment and extended his arm, causing the dome in front of him to grow into a large group of spikes that launched forward at Katsuki. Between the smoke and dust from the blast, Katsuki didn't see them in time, and a few caught him off guard, slashing his cheek, shoulders, and left thigh. I don't know what problem you have with your quirk, or with the rest of us, to think you can be the best without putting in the effort, but there's no way I'm going to let you win, he shouted, forming a circle with one hand and placing it in front of the other. I'll beat you into the ground. He began firing AP shots, smashing the next set of ice shards and then firing one straight as the smoke dissipated, revealing that Shoto had formed a second ice wall. Katsuki drew his hand back to release the rest of the sweat from his now half-empty bracer. Before he could use it, however, a pillar of ice shot up from the ground beneath him and struck him in the gut, pushing him up to the ceiling. Katsuki coughed before suching which arm he was aiming with. Let's see your ice save you from this, he declared, pulling the pin on his full bracer, the dial set to use its full payload. Shoto sighed from the first floor, having used the sounds of Katsuki's explosions to guess his location and hit him from below. Tough or not, a hit like that should help the explosive blonde see the difference between. The roof shattered, and there was blinding light as Shoto felt a shockwave crash down on him from where the pillar had been angled, slamming him into the ground as everything felt like it was burning. He rushed to form a shell of ice around him, only to feel it crack and melt as it formed. Pieces of concrete began to rain down on him, making it even harder to create a protective shell. Once the blast died down, Shoto noticed that the blinding flash had left him with a significant blind spot. He couldn't see straight ahead anymore, just the edges of his vision, and his ears rang louder than anything he had ever heard before. He could just make out Tsuyu asking questions as he pulled himself out of the ground. Everything hurt. Shut up. I don't care if it's too much. This guy thinks he can take shortcuts to being a hero. Katsuki shouted as he slapped his hand against the ice pillar, pushing him against the ceiling and detonated the sweat on his hands, shattering it and falling down to the first floor. He rushed toward Shoto, who had managed to stand but was staggering and trying to regain his balance. No way in hell. Shoto looked up in Katsuki's general direction. He couldn't see him through the dark spots in his vision, but every hair on his body stood on end, urging him to create something, anything. He threw his hand out, and ice shot forward from underneath him in the form of massive sharp pillars, each one as wide as he was tall. The air rapidly dropped to near zero temperatures as he did, feeling incredible against his burnt skin, and he poured more energy into his quirk, making the ice form faster. Katsuki brought his half-filled bracer to bear once more, storing the excess sweat formed from the last explosion. He clenched the muscles in his wrist to fire the rest of the sweat from the bracer's tanks since he had already used the pin trigger. Ice enveloped the bracer just as the explosion was triggered. For a moment, it seemed like the ice would contain the blast, only for sudden cracks to form, followed by a bright glow before the cracks burst open and fire spewed out from the widening breaks. Tsuyu fell to the ground as she lost her balance from yet another building-shaking blast, followed by All Might yelling into her headset, "Stop! This is too much, you're going to destroy the building," he warned before the building seemed to tilt as another blast echoed through the air. Koji looked ready to start screaming as Tsuyu flung her tongue around his midsection and dragged him over. "Let's go," she said, getting a nod from Koji before the two of them jumped from the third floor, Tsuyu using her tongue to help them rappel down. Another shockwave, weaker than the last, ripped through the air and knocked Koji over just as he found his footing on the ground. He stood back up, picked up Tsuyu, and ran from the building as a red and blonde blur rushed into it. "It," Katsuki muttered, one arm hanging limply at his side, the grenadier bracer that once protected it now destroyed. He pushed himself away from the corner of the room. The ground was littered with broken pieces of ice, some large and jagged, resembling misshapen rocks, others the size of fists and sharp as knives, while the rest had melted into a slushy puddle. His vision was dim and blurry, and a ringing in his ears made it hard to concentrate. Katsuki couldn't help but acknowledge that the blasts he had unleashed might be the biggest he had ever used. Ready to give it everything yet? On the opposite side of the room, Shoto struggled to get onto his knees, trying to stand. He had underestimated his opponent's capabilities and had held back to avoid hindering his partner's ability to fight, resulting in him taking numerous hits. Normally, he could handle both heat and cold without issue, but he had his limits. Katsuki's repeated explosions were pushing him past that limit, especially the last massive blast. Everything hurt, his vision was still clouded with black spots, and the ringing in his ears persisted. Before either of them could act, a loud, ear-splitting crack echoed through the room, causing both to wince. Shoto's eyes widened in horror as he realized he could hear it despite the ringing, while Katsuki looked around, noticing the support pillars of the building were crumbling around them. "No, no!" Katsuki exclaimed, spotting Shoto struggling to regain his footing and looking disoriented. He was about to move when, in a sudden blur of colors and sounds, he and Shoto found themselves in front of Recovery Girl, who stared at them in shock. "Neither team wins, not that it matters. Both of you went too far," she exclaimed. Katsuki scoffed. More like the icy guy didn't go far enough, half-butting the whole fight. The ringing in Shoto's ears subsided just enough for him to hear that, and he glared at the ground. This would complicate things, but it wouldn't stop him from saving that girl from Katsuki's grasp. Izuku was worried. While Katsuki's temper was known, his explosive outbursts seemed out of character. She wondered what had transpired between them while Momo rested a hand on her shoulder. "Izuku. Hey, are you all right?" Momo asked, noticing Izuku's intense focus on the video feed showcasing the destruction they had caused. From the outside, large spikes of ice jutted out from the walls, some having collapsed while others stood tall like thorns on a citrus tree. The surviving feed from inside revealed a chaotic mix of ice and fire, with portions of the walls and exposed support beams burning amid jagged ice and a slurry of water and ice chunks covering the floor. How did Katsuki create explosions with his feet? I understand he had sweat tanks filled for fuel, but where was the ignition source? By clenching the muscles in his legs, he preloads a small chamber with sweat from the tank. A sensor in the greaves waits for him to kick, tracking the muscle movement and a motion sensor to detect the sudden stop that indicates the kick has landed, Izuku explained, momentarily glancing away from the screen. Momo smiled as Izuku's expression shifted from worry to deep thought. From there, it pumps out the preloaded sweat over what's effectively a spark plug from a car, igniting the sweat and creating an explosion. "Those two are incredible," Denki exclaimed, with Minoru nodding in agreement. The camera feed from inside the building flickered and cut out, while the outer camera feed showed the ice supporting the building finally giving way. The large structure collapsed to the side with a crash that echoed into the viewing room. Who would have thought they had so much power? Achiko gulped nervously while Tenya adjusted his glasses. This level of power was what earned a spot in the hero course. Would they be able to keep up? Tsuyu looked at the ice with apprehension. If All Might hadn't cancelled the match when he did, she could have been caught in that collapse. It would not have ended well. Koji stared at the grenade he still held with dread. It might not be as powerful as the direct blasts from his explosive partner, but it was the same material, and he had been preparing to use it. He scanned the area for a place to dispose of it, not wanting something so dangerous in his hands. Suddenly, All Might appeared before them, shaking all the students from their thoughts with a gust of wind that accompanied him. There are still 2 teams who need to take the test. That said, I want those teams to keep what just happened in mind, he said, gesturing to the ruined building on the screen. Neither team won. In this situation, the bomb would have gone off, endangering everyone. This is a test of control as much as it is of power. Now, Team J will be the villains while Team B will be the heroes. Head to the building to the right of the last one and remember that both teams should be fighting with the building's integrity in mind. Yes, sir. Tenya exclaimed as he exited the viewing room, the invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, trailing behind him. Their teammates for this match, Mina Ishido and Fumikage Tokoyami, sprinted ahead to reach the base first. This will be tricky, we're outnumbered for this match. He heard a sound of confusion from Toru. Tenya noted that she was quite vocal, likely due to her invisibility preventing her from using facial expressions to convey her feelings. He also realized that she was not wearing clothes to maximize her quirk's effectiveness, so he made sure not to look. Fumicage's quirk gives him a shadow version of himself that he can command, so we'll be facing 3 opponents, not just 2. He heard an "oh" from Toru, followed by the sound of a jump. Given the position of her gloves in his peripheral vision, he guessed she likely did a fist pump with a little hop. We'll still win. They won't see me coming, and I bet you'll outpace them all day long. You can't beat what you can't hit, right? She said, tugging at his wrist to hurry him toward the designated building. Come on, let's go. We need to impress everyone after the last round. Izuku watched on the view screen as Toru pulled Tenya into the building. They quickly located the bomb before the screen turned off, and she felt a hand in her hair. Leaning her head back, she looked up to see Momo smiling at her. They'll be all right. Just focus on the next match when it starts, she said, forming a comb and a small bowl to help strain out some of the blood that had gotten in Izuku's hair when she had cut off her own head. Part of her wanted to reach over and remove the choker from Izuku's neck to prevent her from doing it again, but she understood that Izuku had a reason for wearing it. She decided to leave the task of correcting Izuku to Katsuki and instead help the zombie girl realize that her friends were just as prepared to encourage her as they were to admonish her when she went too far. Do you think Tenya knows how to clothesline people? Izuku asked after a moment, tilting her head to the side. Timed right, that could end a lot of fights pretty quickly. Momo blinked at the image that thought conjured, Tenya rushing forward with exhaust pipes in his legs releasing streams of fire as his arm caught someone in the neck. That would be devastating, possibly lethal. I don't think he could do that safely. But windpipes can't take a metal plate moving at high speeds. And spines are important. Just how much damage can you take if you forget things like that? Achiko exclaimed, her eyes wide and pupils small as she floated behind the 2. Momo sighed as she finished combing out what blood she could from Izuku's hair and tossed it into the trash can. Izuku might understand that pain exists, but she still tended to forget how lethal some things could be for others. As she walked back over to Izuku, the view screen turned on, showing Tenya setting up using tables and chairs, but Toru had already removed her gloves and shoes. Achiko then realized she was floating and deactivated her quirk, landing on the ground before standing up and heading over to Izuku. I hope Tenya wins. What do you think, Izuku? Mina's acid and Fumicage's dark shadow are pretty powerful in a closed environment. Fumicage and dark shadow can use pincer and flanking tactics without relying on others, and Mina's quirk means that no matter the barrier, she can likely get past it by melting it. On the other hand, having an invisible opponent like Toru in an unknown area, combined with someone as forward and attention-drawing as Tenya, with his quirk's loud effects and metal armor, could make for a deadly ambush, Izuku explained, leaning her head down, her chin resting between her thumb and index finger. It really depends on the first encounter. If Dark Shadow sees in a different spectrum than the rest of us, it's possible he could see through Toru's invisibility, or Mina could use her acid to reveal Toru's footsteps, which would neutralize their best weapon. But if they can take down Mina or Fumicage in the initial encounter or separate them so Toru can attempt a new ambush without being outnumbered, it will lean in Tenya and Toru's favor. After that, both teams had powers that could turn the tide of battle. Taking out Mina still left Fumicage with Dark Shadow, a versatile quirk that prevented him from being at a numerical disadvantage. However, eliminating Fumikage didn't mean Mina was completely out of the fight. Her acid could inflict significant damage and create pitfalls and other tricks to distract Toru and Tenya while she focused on the bomb. Izuku explained, raising her free hand and pointing at the ceiling with her index finger, soon joined by her middle finger. At the same time, taking out Toru means you still have to deal with Tenya, who has extensive family training and a quirk that allows him to move faster than the others. He could win just by playing keep away if pressured. Eliminating him would leave you with Toru, who can use her invisibility and patience to ambush them at the right moment, taking them both out or one at a time when they think it's safe to rescue their partner. It's hard to fight someone you can't see, and if she has training in moving quietly, she'll be able to wear them down. Momo smiled as Izuku devised strategies and counter-strategies for both teams. It was easy to distract Izuku at times, and her knowledge would impress the other students, leading to more friendships. Momo appreciated having friends. Her family had never allowed her the time to make them before attending the clinic. She had spent every moment learning how to be a better hero. However, she understood the importance of friendships in a dangerous profession like being a hero. She was determined to help everyone, including Izuku, become the best heroes they could be, working together to survive and improve the world. As Izuku had predicted, the first encounter was an ambush set up by Tenya and Toru. Tenya waited in a dark room connected to a hallway with a window. As soon as Mina and Fumikage arrived, he rushed forward and grabbed Mina by her shoulders, pushing her back while Fumikage turned to see what was happening. However, as soon as he did, his legs were swept out from under him. Toru was trying to take him out of the fight while Tenya kept them separated. Just then, dark shadow materialized from Fumicage's back, slamming Toru into the ceiling before she could finish tying Fumicage's legs. Instead of being captured, Toru was saved by Tenya, who crashed into Fumikage, sending them both into the darkened room. In the chaos, everyone lost track of Toru as Mina entered the room, breathing slightly. She prepared to help Fumikage, only to have a fist suddenly press into her face. Toru quickly tied Mina's wrists together as her hands came up to her face. "Sir, how is she hiding the capture tape?" "From what I can tell, she might be keeping the roll in her mouth," All Might said before activating the speaker. "Mina Ishido has been captured." The next thing they saw was a large, dark purple hand rushing through the hallway. On another camera, they watched the hand slam into a wall before pulling back, revealing a girl next to Tenya, who was embedded in the wall. Tenya pulled himself out, and they saw dust fall from the girl-shaped indentation, leading them to believe Toru had pulled herself from the wall until more dust was kicked up, showing Toru had fallen to the ground. "I'm not sure what to call this. Toru Hagakure, are you able to stand?" After a moment of silence, All Might nodded. "Toru Hagakure is defeated," he announced as Tenya's engines flared to life, propelling him forward through the halls. Izuku watched him move on the cameras until he caught up with Fumikage, who looked injured while Dark Shadow appeared much larger than during the quirk apprehension exam. The increased size didn't slow it down, making it difficult for Tenya to find a good angle to attack. Part of her still wanted Tenya to win, but he wasn't in the right position to fight back effectively. He needs to make Dark Shadow smaller to have more room to use his speed, otherwise he'll lose. Izuku said as Tenya dodged another attack. "This isn't working. Think, what would Izuku do here?" Tenya thought to himself as he dodged another strike from Dark Shadow. Fumikage was smart and analytical, someone who could break down a quirk in the heat of battle. Tenya needed to stay focused. "Stop, Dark Shadow, stop." Fumikage shouted as his quirk relentlessly attacked Tenya, forcing him onto the defensive. Right now, Fumikage isn't in control. He's yelling for Dark Shadow to stop, and on top of that, he's much larger than he was in the hallway. He was even smaller during the outdoor events of the apprehension exams. "I'll only have one shot," Tenya thought, positioning himself against a wall. He knocked on it to get Dark Shadow's attention and quickly moved as Dark Shadow smashed into the wall. "If he got bigger in this darkened room but stayed small in the sunlight, then to get my window of opportunity, I need an actual window." As Dark Shadow pulled himself from the wall with a screech, light began to shine into the room. Fumikage fell to his knees, gasping for air as if he had been suffocating. Tenya rushed in, kicked him in the stomach, and grabbed his head feathers to prevent him from flying across the room. "It's over, hero," Tenya declared as he threw Fumikage to the ground and quickly tied his wrists with capture tape. "I am victorious. Villain team wins." Momo smiled proudly at her friend on the video feed while Izuku and Achiko cheered, pumping their fists into the air. "That's all for today. I would have you all go over the VIPs for each round, but I need to get back to the recovery girl's office to check on young Katsuki and Shoto," he said. "Everyone, please change back into your school uniforms and come see us about any injuries. If you're too uncomfortable to change first, head straight to her office. And remember the lesson we've learned today. You must keep control in any situation, or you may do more harm than good when trying to help." Katsuki and Shoto sat up in their respective beds, glaring at each other from opposite sides of the room. "So, what makes you think that only using half your quirk in a place that says to use a minimum of 110% at all times is the right way to do things?" Katsuki asked, gesturing toward Shoto, whose glare intensified. Shoto simply glared back, as if someone like Katsuki could understand his situation. He was about to tell him to be quiet when a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps a show of trust would work. He could explain why he held back, and while Katsuki might find it amusing, Shoto could begin to work on getting Izuku away from him. "My father is the flame hero, Endeavor. My mother is where my ice comes from. He bought her as part of a quirk marriage to combine his quirk with one that would nullify its weaknesses, like overheating," Shoto explained. He didn't need to share everything, just the overview for now. "When I was born after numerous other attempts, finally having a split quirk of half ice, half fire, he started to train me relentlessly. Bruises, burns, all of it. My mother disapproved, so she started to get hurt as well until she. He wants me to surpass all might for him since he can't do it himself. That's why I don't use it. I want to become number one without his power and deny him his dream." Katsuki stared at Shoto for a moment, then down at his hands. For a brief instant, he wondered if that was what he would have become before karma decided to collect on the debt he owed. He had been hurting her, snapping at her for not doing what he said, burning and blistering her skin with his explosions when he needed relief from the stress of his mother's yelling and his teachers constantly praising him. Admittedly, the first issue disappeared when he stopped being an absolute JRK. "All right, fair enough," he said, earning a somewhat surprised look from Shoto. "While I can't say I understand, I get the reason. As much as I disagree with it, it makes sense." That wasn't what Shoto had expected to hear. No veiled insult, no laughter. If anything, Katsuki looked thoughtful, as if he were comparing what he heard to something else. "Still, that doesn't mean I can just sit around and watch you hold back. If you're going to only use ice, we need to make sure your ice is just as strong as your dad's fire, even if it only comes from one half of you. Are you coming to the dorms?" Katsuki asked, receiving a nod from Shoto. Katsuki examined Shoto's arms, noting the signs of training, mostly lean muscle, repetition, and stamina training rather than strength training. "Then you're joining our little group for training sessions. If you're going to literally half-butt everything by using only one side of your body, we're going to make sure it's your strong side. Though I bet the moment Izuku finds out what you're doing, she's going to go crazy and start demanding you use your full power." He couldn't believe it, it actually worked. "Why do you say that?" "Because she's fond of quirks, and hers was really late to manifest fully. For someone to have access to their quirk but not use it just to flip someone off," Katsuki said, then snorted. "Yeah, no, she'll start listing every reason why what you're doing is really stupid." Shoto frowned. That might actually be a problem. Before he could dig further, however, All Might burst into the room, with Izuku right behind him. As the teacher went over to Recovery Girl, Izuku rushed up to Katsuki. "You dummy, you could have really hurt someone." "What were you thinking?" she said, her eyes full of tears as she knelt beside his bed, her fingers and chin resting on the edge as she looked up at the blonde boy. Katsuki looked uncomfortable as she scolded him, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You brought down the whole building and scared everybody. You could have been crushed." "Oi, stop crying. I'm fine, aren't I?" If I can't use that excuse when you're mad, you can't use it when I'm smad. What the heck is smad? I don't know. Then why did you say it? Momo's new friend Kyoka said that's what I was feeling while we were making our way here. Oh great, now she's bringing in strays too. Stop calling all our new friends strays, Kaken. Shoto watched as Izuku tearfully scolded Katsuki, who seemed embarrassed about the whole situation and eventually started to apologize. What was this, some sort of ploy to keep her from realizing what kind of monster he was? Why did he suddenly have doubts? No, it was a trick to keep her from running away from his abusive grip. He had his in, he was aware of a possible speed bump in the road to rescuing her, and he'd be able to use the situation as extra training. Maybe it wasn't a mistake to tell him part of the truth. By the way, half and half here is joining us for training, Katsuki said, jerking a thumb at Shoto, who broke from his thoughts to glare at the nickname. Izuku, on the other hand, just looked up at Shoto, then smiled and waved. He's pretty strong. But I think you could punch his ice to bits, so he needs more work. I'm not that strong. It took a few blasts from you to break it. Hi, I'm Izuku. I'm glad you're deciding to train with us. She was still a nice person, a bit odd if her plan as a villain or her costume's ability to cut off her own head was anything to go by, but nice nonetheless. Shoto looked at Katsuki, who was watching Izuku as she stood up, and found himself clenching his fists. Had he hurt her so often that she ignored pain? Was that how she could do such things to herself as if it were normal? Izuku walked over to him and held out her hand, which he took. Should he just shake it or should he kiss it? He couldn't be too forward. Katsuki might start pulling her away from him or, worse, hurt her for allowing it to happen. He shook her hand and bowed his head. The pleasure will be mine. The two of you seem to be quite strong. Of course we are. We're heroes in training. If we were weak, we'd be a joke. Ah, you must be Izuku, such a nice girl coming to see your classmates after a rough session, Recovery Girl said as she approached Izuku and held out a Pez dispenser with a Kamui Wood's face on it. Izuku held out her hands, and the heroine flicked the head, causing a piece of candy to pop out into the girl's palm. These two have mostly recovered, save a few tender spots I left as reminders, and they've both gotten a gummy to help give them a little energy, so you can take them back to class now. As she said that, the bell rang, and she shook her head in amusement. Or to the dorms as it would be. Take care, kids. Katsuki pulled himself from the bed and walked over to the door. Come on, Izuku, we've got homework to destroy and a big dinner to eat, he said, and Izuku walked over to him before turning back to Shoto and waving for him to follow. Shoto nodded and slipped out of the bed, catching up with the two, who were then joined by 4 more people. Hey, are you guys moving to the dorm soon? Tenya nodded. Indeed. Staying at this prestigious school and having access to its training amenities was too good a chance for my family to let me pass up, he said as they made their way through the halls. Shoto nodded. He'd used a similar excuse to get his father to agree. Tenya then chopped the air in front of them. From here on out, each and every step we take will decide what kind of heroes we'll be in the future. How did I know you'd be coming back to the dorms from the nurse's office? Izuku looked at her friends and saw Hitoshi smiling at her, accompanied by Tetsu and Osor. She ran up to them, her hair ruffled by Hitoshi while Osor hopped up and down, excitedly sharing different parts of her day. Tetsu walked over to the group. Hey, a new friend of Izuku's, huh? My name is Tetsu, he said. Shoto observed him for a moment, unsure how to react. Izuku seemed to have many normal friends. How were they ignoring Katsuki's behavior around her? Still, he couldn't risk bringing it up. Some might know and be allowing it, while others might not, and he was new, there was no trust yet. He needed a joke. Am I making the room cold? You seem to be stuttering. Shoto briefly wondered if he had said the wrong thing before he heard a snort, followed by Katsuki bursting into laughter while Tetsu looked at Shoto in shock. What? That's my name, Tetsu, he exclaimed, pulling out a piece of paper with his name written in kanji. They're not the same, they just sound the same phonetically. That was amazing, you half-butted BSRD. I knew there was a reason you're here. Katsuki said, clapping a hand onto Shoto's shoulder. Shoto fought back a wince. He wasn't used to being touched, and his shoulders still hurt a bit from the fight. But here gave me a good fight, so I invited him to train with us from now on. I'll be living in the dorms with the rest of you. Hitoshi looked over at Shoto and nodded. Alright, what do you like to eat? He asked, getting everyone to look at Shoto, waiting for an answer. Cold soba. The purple-haired boy nodded and pulled out his phone, texting someone as he did. So, anyone else in the dorms? Hitoshi asked as he typed with his thumb. Achiko raised her hand. I am. It's a lot cheaper than renting an apartment nearby. Oh, I just had an idea. Maybe you guys could show us your dorms. It might give us an idea of how to set ours up. She said, clasping her hands together. Katsuki looked at her before shrugging, while Izuku and Osor excitedly gestured to each other at the idea of showing off their rooms. Momo looked thoughtful before nodding at the logic, while Tetsu and Hitoshi exchanged glances, slowly realizing something. None of them had seen Izuku's room yet. I say, Katsuki should go first. You don't start with a bang, you end on one. Pass. I can go first, Izuku said, grabbing Achiko's hands as they ran toward the dormitories. Once they did, Katsuki looked at Hitoshi, who seemed thoughtful. Hitoshi nodded after a moment before smirking. So, first things first, I guess. Keep an eye out during lunch tomorrow. That competitive guy from our class realized we're friends with you guys and wants to make a scene to prove Class 1B should only trust its fellow classmates, Hitoshi said, earning a scoff from Katsuki, only for Hitoshi to raise his hand. In addition, he's started planning for the sports festival. He plans to use his copy quirk to get an idea of everyone's abilities, as well as try to show off how much better he is, as he put it. A for effort, F for the fact he's seriously underestimating us if he thinks a moment with our quirks is enough to outdo us, Katsuki said, popping his neck. Anyone else to worry about? Honestly, no. The rest of them feel more in line with friendly competition than an outright battle between our classes. And sent, Hitoshi said as the group entered the main dormitory building. Shoto wondered who he had sent that to, who would care about something like his favorite food. Did Hitoshi know the cooks? Were there even cooks? The group entered the third floor, and Shoto followed them, where Achiko was staring into an open door. Have any of us actually been in Izuku's room these past 10 months? Tetsu shook his head. Not me. Osor? He asked, only to receive a shake of the head from Osor. Momo began to sweat a bit, and Katsuki looked at her along with Hitoshi as Tenya rushed over to Achiko and looked into the room, only to freeze up as well. At this point, Shoto was slightly worried. Was there blood? Signs of abuse? A knife next to a sink? He walked forward with purpose and looked between the two, only to go rigid as he realized what had shocked the others. Izuku was sitting on a thin mattress set up on the bed of a mortuary cooler. This is where I sleep. There's a set of handles inside I can use to pull myself in and push myself out. It keeps my bed nice and cool, Izuku explained before Katsuki shoved past both of them and walked up to him. She looked at him for a moment before lying in the bed and pulling herself into the cooler. Katsuki grabbed the handle of the cooler and started to pull Izuku back out, quickly realizing that he was resisting. Izuku is currently sleeping. Come back when you're not going to shake her around. Izuku, I swear, where did you even get this thing? Momo walked in with a curious expression, then picked up a large stuffed gunhead with guns in its hands. Hey, this is pretty cute, right? She said, earning a facepalm from Hitoshi as Achiko and Osor came over to look at the stuffed hero just in time for its eyes to light up. Katsuki continued to rattle Izuku's mortuary cooler bed in her attempts to pull him out while Tetsu browsed through the girl's hero journals. Shoto observed a different scene from the rest of them. A hero with guns, a bed designed like a mortuary that kept her safe from harm. His fists clenched tightly as he recognized the call for help. She thought the only way to save herself was through death, believing that it would keep her safe. He would show her a different way, but for now, he had to play along. So, I shouldn't get her a sleeping bag designed like a body bag, Shoto said, only to receive a dull look from Katsuki and a raised eyebrow from Hitoshi. He felt like he had said something wrong, but it was a legitimate question, right? After all, she was sleeping in a cooler. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and walked over to Katsuki and Izuku. Meanwhile, Tetsu approached him after putting a book down. "Did I say something wrong?" Tetsu shook his head, barely containing his laughter. "No, that was great." Just then, Izuku's bed shot out of the mortuary cabinet, knocking Katsuki to the floor with a blow to the cheek while Hitoshi buried his face in his hands. Momo came over to pat him on the back as Osor struggled to wrap her arms around the gun-toting stuffed gunhead while Achiko reached over and activated her quirk on it. "I just don't think anyone expected you to be the funny one in our little group," Hitoshi remarked as Momo continued to comfort him. "He could have been a voice of reason," Hitoshi lamented, receiving a gentle pat from Momo. "Someone to keep everyone from being foolish. Instead, he's the one throwing punchlines when ridiculous things happen." There, Hitoshi." Meanwhile, Kurogyari stood at the bar, washing out a glass to keep his hands busy while Tamura sat in front of him, playing a handheld game system. Exaggerated sounds of metal clashing and roaring fires emanated from the device. They had called Himiko in for a job, some prep work that needed to be done before the attack on the school could proceed. She wasn't late exactly, but Kurogyari could tell Tamura was growing impatient as his button presses became louder, and he didn't want to deal with the fallout if Tamura accidentally disintegrated the game. "Hello," Himiko Toga said as she entered the bar, waving with a knife in hand. She wasn't late, but having worked with the two for a while, she knew Tamura was upset with her. She enjoyed playing games with him, despite his tendency to act like he was in charge. Many of the villains they worked with respected Kurogyari more, as well as Jiren, who was generally reliable when money was involved. They feared Tamura, mostly because they assumed her actions were his idea, not her attempt to protect Izuku. Kurogyari looked at her. She was dressed in a black bodysuit and wearing the blood-draining equipment they had provided. She had been aware enough to prepare before arriving at the last moment, which meant she had done it on purpose. Kurogyari didn't like that. Tamura was already difficult to manage, and her attempts to provoke him only made things worse. However, she was useful and would make acquiring what they needed much easier. They just needed the right blood for her to use. "Kurogyari, warp us to the objective," Tamura said as he stood up, saving his game and placing the system on the counter. Kurogyari nodded, and the mist that made up his form expanded, filling the room and creating a warp point between their location and an alleyway near a local news station. Once they arrived, he pulled himself back together, and Tamura turned to Himiko. "All right, we need to get into UA at the right time. That means we need to obtain the current schedule so we know the best times to show up," Tamura explained, scratching softly at the scarred flesh on his neck. "We need a disguise, and this news station has the perfect one. A general studies student who just graduated and is eager to report on All Might being a teacher." Himiko nodded, checking her draining system to ensure it was clean. While old blood wouldn't ruin the effects of her quirk, she wanted to avoid any clots in the pipes. Everything looked good, and Kurogyari continued where Tamura left off. "We had some of the others investigate. It turns out the student, to Otoko, has files in the high school that prevent the system from sounding an alert when he's inside, a result of a villain attack that launched him over the UA walls. An attack we set up to see if old students could walk in." Tamura pressed his hand against the wall, causing it to crumble away. "Find him and bring him here quietly." She grinned and dashed through the hole in the wall, having broken in through the bathroom. Spotting a vent, she shook her head. Office ventilation systems weren't big enough. Instead, she focused on her quirk, transforming into the form of the gentleman thief, whose blood she had consumed after he attempted to help the League of Villains with his hypnosis quirk. She had decided he was too useful to let go, but on the bright side, his outfit was a three-piece suit. Once she had taken on that form, she moved through the building. "You all better start learning some respect. Soon I'll be bringing in the biggest scoop of the decade, maybe even the century," she heard someone say, and she grinned. This sounded like an easy target. Following the voice, she found a young man with pale skin, curly brown hair, and dull mud-colored eyes. He wore large circular glasses, a white suit and breathes, a black vest, and a red tie. "Excuse me, to Otoko, right?" she said, her voice transformed to match her disguise. The man looked straight at her, his glasses reflecting the light from the nearby window. She assessed him again, skinny, unassuming, with boring black loafers. She could work with that. Could you follow me? I'm from UA, and we were wondering if you'd like to come in for an interview with the staff. A boring man looking for excitement, his confidence boosted upon realizing he had a chance to obtain thrilling information, and now he was being offered an easy way to get it. Just as she expected, he didn't ask questions, walking up to her with a big grin as he glanced over his peers before following her. There are cameras everywhere, so we're going to step outside for some fresh air, Himiko said, leading him out of the building and into the alley. He noticed the hole in the wall too late. The fear in his eyes intensified as she spun and jabbed a syringe into his neck. As she drained him, Tamura emerged from hiding and placed a hand on his back, causing his skin to rot and disintegrate. Kurogyri opened a warp portal above the man's head so his screams would go unheard in an empty room back at headquarters. Soon, Otoko was gone, and Himiko stood in his place. Stay here and get comfortable. Tomorrow, we'll set up a break-in for the reporters to use. Go in with them, then break away to get the school's schedule, Tamura instructed. Himiko nodded, placing the syringe between her lips and drinking the blood it had just drained as Kurogyri warped himself and Tamura back to base. Now she had some private time to imagine what it would be like to play with Izuku's body. She walked back into the office and found his desk. It was rather plain, except for a wicker bowl and a small wind-up toy puppy the size of her thumb. She twisted the wind-up key and set it down in the bowl, letting it roam around as she did busy work to keep herself from getting caught. She had a big day tomorrow, so it was time to get ready. Izuku swung her legs a bit as she sat behind Katsuki, waiting for homeroom to start. She wondered what Shota would cover before they moved on to their daily classes, figuring his absence from the desk in his sleeping bag meant he was dealing with something outside. Across the room, Achiko and Tenya were engaged in conversation, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. Minoru sat behind her, his book open on the desk as he reviewed his homework, making sure he had everything correct. How did I mess that one up? He exclaimed, pulling out a pencil to redo one of the problems. Momo, who was seated behind him, leaned over to take a look. After glancing at his work, she pulled out her own homework and found the same problem, nodding before putting it away. Shota was writing in a journal, something Izuku hadn't seen him with before, but she had only known him for about 3 days. He occasionally glanced at them as he wrote, perhaps documenting his observations about the people around him. Great gods, it's a madhouse out there. You'd think it was another training exercise by Mr. Aizawa if he didn't look so annoyed, Denki remarked as he entered the classroom. His uniform was a bit disheveled, as if someone had grabbed him roughly, and his hair appeared a shade darker than usual. Looking around, Izuku noticed that most of her classmates seemed to be in the same state, as if they had all been tugged at or pulled. Can you blame them? Those reporters were kind of scary, even the one in the suit, Denki continued. Did something happen? Izuku asked as Hanta sat down at the desk next to her, leaning forward and resting his chin on the desk. He looked annoyed, but she wasn't sure why. He turned to her, realization dawning on his face. Right, you live in the dorms. You didn't have to wade through all those reporters just to get here. Maybe I should mention that to my parents and get into the dorms too, Hanta said, straightening up and adjusting his uniform. Outside the school, there's a horde of reporters and camera crews waiting to get the next big scoop with All Might working here as a teacher. Izuku blinked at Hanta while Katsuki groaned, understanding what was keeping their teacher. Just then, Shota entered the room, looking more tired than usual. All right, everyone settle down. I probably don't need to say this, but don't worry about the reporters. Just ignore them if they talk to you. If they make getting home a hassle, just call the school and one of the teachers will be dispatched. He pulled out some papers from his scarf-like capture weapon. Now, onto a quick review of yesterday's hero activity. Shoto, Katsuki, both of you need to learn when you're going too far. There's a time to ramp up the power and a time to strategize rather than just make it bigger. All Might may have been slow to reach you, but he won't be next time. Momo, Aoyama, you two did well reacting to a bad situation, but it wouldn't have escalated if you had taken a moment before the fight started to realize Izuku and Minoru were setting up an ambush. You were too quick to rush in, and it ended up leaving one of you barely able to do more than pray and shoot. He then turned his attention to Minoru and Izuku. As for you two, while I appreciate that you tried to act like villains and created a villainous aesthetic, the fact that the blood was real, Izuku, is a bit much for a classroom setting. Minoru, using your pop-off quirk to the point of bleeding is also an issue. Not to mention, while bouncing around the room was clever, one miscalculation could have resulted in a serious injury. That's a bit ambitious for a day one maneuver, scrap it for now. He continued, pointing out what they did well and what they shouldn't have done. Finally, Ijiro Mizo. I can't say much about your strategy's failings except to keep a closer eye on your enemies. It wouldn't have gotten difficult if you had ensured Hanta stayed down. That said, please refrain from using that method again. Sekijiro spends too much time on the internet, and most of the staff couldn't stop laughing after he called out, "Look at him, he's gonna beat those guys with another guy." Katsuki burst into laughter at the thought while the rest of the class held back snickers, including Izuku. "Alright, calm down everyone. All have an assignment today," Shota said as the laughter died down. Izuku wondered what the assignment would be: teamwork tests with Class 1B, remodeling their costumes after experiencing battle for the first time, or sparring with the teachers. You all need to pick a class president to represent Class 1A. Everyone in the class shouted, expressing their excitement about the idea. "Pick me, I can do it," Hanta said, grinning widely. "No me. I'm the most dazzling." Aoyama was interrupted by a pair of pink hands pushing him face-first into his desk. "I want to be the class president," Mina said, leaning over Aoyama. "Obviously it should be me." Toru chimed in, her uniform bouncing around. "Let me be the representative. I promise to impose rules that help keep everyone from looking at our female classmates inappropriately. As someone trying to improve, I know all the things boys shouldn't stare at," Minoru declared, standing on top of his desk. "Dude, where's your pride? If I were president, I'd make a rule that says all skirts should be no more than 30 centimeters long," Denki said, earning a mild glare from Kyoka. Izuku laughed nervously as everyone started to argue with each other. The situation was getting hectic. Katsuki turned to Izuku and noticed the look on her face, then glanced at Shota, who seemed ready to intervene. Katsuki raised a hand, palm to the ceiling, and activated his quirk. "Boom. Shut up and calm down, you idiots," Katsuki shouted as everyone winced at the loud sound his explosive quirk created. "We're all heroes in training, not kids squabbling over a toy in a sandbox. Act like it." Tenya stood up at that point. "That's right. While I disagree with Katsuki's choice of words. Oh, come on, Four Eyes. I do agree that we should approach this in an orderly fashion. Heroes exist to bring an end to chaos, not to be the cause of it," he said, raising a hand and chopping down at the air in front of him, pointing at Shota. "That's why we should decide this with a democratic vote, right, sir?" "Do whatever you want, I'm going to sleep," Shota replied, wrapping his sleeping bag around himself and zipping it shut. There was a moment of silence as they watched their teacher drop to the ground and close his eyes. Then Denki spoke up. "While it seems like a good idea on paper, only a few of us actually know each other. Instead of a fair vote, we'll just see the majority vote for themselves while one group of friends decides amongst themselves who would be best suited for the job," Denki said, gesturing toward Izuku and her friends. "The rest of us wouldn't actually have a chance." Shota looked up from his journal and closed it. "Perhaps that's what makes them best suited for the position. They've made friends with students from other classes already. They've started representing us in a way that fosters camaraderie between classes rather than hostility," he said, placing the journal he'd been writing under his desk as the class focused on him. "We need a representative who shows how much we want to become heroes to the rest of the school but also doesn't intimidate or scare other students. We can be the best students UA has ever seen, but if we graduate disliked by everyone, we'll never make it past minor sidekick." He has a good point. Endeavor currently has a more active track record than All Might and is close to overtaking him for the sheer number of crimes stopped, but he's number 2 in the polls due to having the worst public image, without getting into legal trouble anyway, Rikido said, causing Minoru's head to spin toward him. Wait, legal trouble? Does that actually happen? Izuku nodded at Minoru's question. It does, though it's pretty rare, as most governments and hero agencies will go as far as they can to protect their heroes and prevent truly awful publicity to make heroes seem infallible. It's only been about 100 years since quirks first manifested, but there's always been at least one hero of the generation who turns out to be problematic. She said as she grabbed her backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out one of her journals, titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 9. She flipped through the pages until she found Captain Celebrity's page and held it up. Captain Celebrity is the most recent case. He was the top-ranking hero in America before it was revealed that he was a major pervert who used the publicity of taking down big villains to hide the fact that he would try to win favors from the women he saved. He moved to Japan after a number of women, and some men, banded together to expose what he had done, forcing the government to take action. Shouldn't he be in jail then? Mizo asked. Izuku opened her mouth to respond, but Katsuki spoke first. For that to happen, America's leaders would have to negotiate to extradite him from our shores. It might not seem like much, but when you consider that Celebrity was their best hero, how difficult it is to capture a flight-capable hero with super strength, and the time and money it would cost to gather enough heroes, equipment, and secure transport, all while keeping it quiet to avoid reporters ruining everything, it makes more sense to let Celebrity continue being a hero with his true colors exposed. This way, he can't deceive people anymore, and he'll have a permanent mark on his record, ensuring he always earns less than any other hero for the same work. Kyoka grinned as her earlobe jacks perked up toward Denki. So, what was that comment about our skirts? Hey now, that was just a joke, ow. We're getting off track. How are we going to decide who's best for the job of representative? Achiko said, standing up and slapping her hands on her desk before looking down and tapping her fingers together. We'll look really bad if everyone else has one and our class can't stop fighting long enough to pick one. Why just one? Izuku suggested, drawing everyone's attention. She put her journal back into her bag. If the problem is that those of us in the dorms will vote for each other while the people housed outside will only vote for themselves, then why not have two representatives? One from the dorms and one from outside? 2 sets of votes. It's perfect! Tenya exclaimed. Of course, it would allow for 2 viewpoints, from inside the school and outside of it, to be taken into account. Your ability to see the bigger picture is as flawless as ever. I'm not that great. It's settled. We'll start with a vote for an interior representative, then vote for an exterior representative. Tenya said as he rushed to the board and began writing down names. Please, cast your votes. Izuku looked at her friends for a moment before writing a name down on a piece of paper and handing it to Tenya. Others followed suit, and soon the votes were being counted while the process was repeated for the second set. Alright, so representing our class will be Izuku Midoriya and Tsuyu Azui. Me? Izuku exclaimed as she looked at the results. She had 3 votes and Tsuyu had 2. Tsuyu walked to the front while Tenya, realizing he hadn't received a vote, returned to his desk. Momo looked at the votes and saw she had 2. If she hadn't been in the dorms, she might have been vice president herself. Why me? Come on, get up there, Izuku, Katsuki said as he stood up and half-dragged her to the front of the classroom. He could guess who voted for her, and he didn't blame them. Still, if attention was going to be focused on Izuku, he needed to step up his game, making sure people were either intimidated or held her in such high regard that they didn't try to get too close. It was your idea. Izuku looked at her feet as she stood in front of everyone, Tsuyu beside her. She thought Momo or Tenya might be better options. She didn't feel ready for this responsibility. What if she messed up? She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Tsuyu reassuring her. You'll be great, Ribbit. She certainly hoped so. Himiko grinned as she walked through UA's administration building. Thanks to her disguise, still wearing a UA uniform, she looked like a student, albeit a rather large one. Not that anyone could use that against her, she could claim it was a mutation of her quirk. All she needed to do was wait. Soon an alarm would go off, and she'd be able to inform Kurogiri of her location. He would warp in, and they would get everything she needed, where to find Izuku, where to capture her, and where to play with her. She could hardly wait. Where was Tamura's overzealous need to cause chaos when you needed it? She heard the bell ring for lunch and giggled to herself. Showtime. Wait, both of you voted for me? Izuku asked, looking at the large hem shank in front of her, complete with a small bone that she could use as a handle. On the other side of the cafeteria table, Tenya looked somewhat embarrassed while Achiko nodded happily, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed her rice. Why me? I mean, Katsuki's a lot more pushy about making people train, and Momo's literally trained for this sort of thing. Achiko swallowed as Tenya adjusted his glasses. Maybe, but where Momo is trained, you aren't, yet you still manage to know what to do regardless. I decided to follow my heart in this situation rather than my mind, since it led me astray during the entrance exams. Tenya explained, while Achiko nodded and used her chopsticks to grab another clump of rice. Plus, Katsuki isn't exactly good with people. He'd probably use his quirk on the other representatives, Achiko added before popping the rice into her mouth. Izuku pouted a bit. While she wasn't unhappy about being class representative, the responsibility felt overwhelming so early in her time at UA. Was she ready? By the way, Tenya, you always seem really articulate when you talk. Are you from a wealthy family? I was hoping it wouldn't be noticed, he replied as Izuku bit into her ham shank, her eyes widening as the taste of pork hit her tongue. She began tearing into the large chunk of meat, chewing noisily as Tenya cleared his throat. Indeed, I come from a line of heroes. Every member of my family has taken up the mantle of hero or heroine, paving the way for a better future for us all. For example, do you know of the hero Ingenium? Achiko nodded as Izuku tore a large piece of ham from her shank, the piece bigger than her head. She chewed slowly, pulling it into her mouth with her lips and teeth as she swallowed small bites. There was murmuring around them as people began to notice how Izuku was eating, while Tenya and Achiko remained engrossed in conversation. Well, he's my older brother. Wow, that must be amazing. Oh my gosh, Izuku, you're going to choke. Achiko exclaimed as Izuku ripped the last chunk of pork from the bone, chewing and swallowing simultaneously as the long strip of ham disappeared into her mouth. Just then, an alarm blared through the cafeteria, snapping Izuku out of her eating frenzy. She looked down, realizing some pork was still sticking out of her mouth, and started chewing again. Izuku! What? I can't talk with my mouth full. Izuku mumbled before Tenya grabbed both her and Achiko's arms, spotting a senior student. Excuse me, what is that alarm for? He asked. It's a level 3 alert. It means someone's broken into the school, the boy replied as Izuku swallowed the last of her meat. Broken in? Izuku questioned, but Tenya was already pulling them toward the hall. Wait, stop. We're going to get stuck. Tenya halted and looked at her, his eyes widening as he glanced toward the hall outside the cafeteria. As Izuku had said, everyone was trying to push through but getting trapped by one another. He gritted his teeth. Why didn't I think of that? She pulled her arm from Tenya's grip and ran over to the window, curious about what could possibly break into UA, which had always seemed like an impenetrable fortress. Izuku pressed her face against the glass and looked around, but saw no villains, only a woman who appeared a bit lost. Then the woman noticed Izuku and took a picture. The media? Izuku said, thoroughly confused. She turned to Tenya and Achiko. It's just the media. They're panicking over nothing. Someone could get trampled by overzealous reporters. We have to let them know, but how? Achiko asked as Tenya scanned the hallway. There was a surprising lack of larger students. They must have used their size to escape. Without them, he had a clear shot at the ledge formed by the doorway. He could get their attention from there, but without a ramp, he would just get stuck in the chaos. Izuku could reach the ledge with her quirk, but he feared her flailing hands would only increase the panic. He remembered his grip around Achiko's arm and let go, instead grabbing her hands. Achiko's eyes widened at the gesture as Tenya pulled her closer and placed her hands on his chest. Please, activate your quirk and throw me over the others. I can get their attention from the doorway. Sure, whatever you say, just let go of my hands. Achiko replied, her face turning as red as a cherry as she found herself feeling Tenya's chest and noticing how tight his uniform fit. "It's like concrete." Achiko pushed Tenya away, her face still flushed as the somewhat confused Tenya floated above the heads of the other students. Izuku watched him flail a bit before he activated his quirk and began spinning like a saw blade toward the exit. She relaxed, realizing Tenya would be able to calm everyone down. A blue-haired speeder spinning his way to the finish line. Do I even need a punchline at that point? Izuku blinked and turned around with Achiko, noticing a fellow student behind them. He had blonde hair parted on the left and blue eyes with white pupils. He looked smug, and Achiko instinctively stepped forward, ready to put herself between the boy and Izuku. "Hey now, I'm just happy to see someone is smart enough to realize the exit was going to be clogged with idiots. My name is Nito Monoma, and you're Izuku Midoriya, right?" he said, receiving a nod from Izuku, which made his grin grow wider while Achiko remained guarded. "I wonder, are you happy? Huh? With all this chaos you've been causing?" Nito gestured around them. Itsuka had organized the rest of Class 1B to move through the hall in an orderly fashion, only for the other students to disrupt it. He extended a hand toward Izuku. "Sure, All Might is here, but would they really be this bold unless they knew there was more than just him? However, there's also the story they all missed nearly a year ago, Izuku Midoriya's fateful origin story, filled with blood." Achiko moved between him and Izuku, swatting his hand away, but he grabbed her, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness enveloped her before she was tossed aside. Hey, what's going on?" Nito closed his eyes for a moment, processing the minor changes in his mind. He felt the fear of falling disappear, the idea of floating among clouds becoming mundane. He opened his eyes and refocused on Izuku, who looked frightened. He decided to continue. "I have to say, they really seem to favor Class 1A with those, the son of Endeavor, the explosive boy whose parents had just the right quirks to give a boy from a place filled with worthless quirks a chance at stardom, the youngest scion of the Ida family, and the little girl who managed to survive a literal horror story, soaked in blood," he said as Achiko tried to deactivate the anti-gravity quirk Nito had copied from her. Izuku shook her head, recalling running through bloody halls with Kaku and encountering Rakshoni before they could find safety. "Despite the main villain not only surviving but becoming interested in you, you get a room at UA, a spot in Class 1A, All Might becomes a teacher just in time to teach you, and you're surrounded by all of the recommendation students. Man, what I wouldn't give to be in your position." Tears rolled down Izuku's cheeks as she remembered Rakshoni throwing her against a wall, the back of her skull cracking for a moment before muscle fibers reinforced the area to prevent further injury. She closed her eyes. "No, it was horrible. You must have a luck quirk to get such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove yourself to the pros." She could practically feel the rotten taste of Rakshoni's flesh as she relived biting into his shoulder to keep him away from Kaku, the sensation of his fingers wrapping around her body and a sudden tightness around her stomach as he began to pull her apart. "It must have been the best day of your life." Izuku's eyes flew open, wide with shock as she flashed back to Kaku's terrified and broken face, heartache in her eyes as Izuku felt her stomach and spine finally give way, cold air enveloping her before a sudden crushing pain left her in darkness. Everything returned with the taste and smell of iron, Kaku's dull and lifeless eyes staring at her, her killer complaining about pain. "Why do I get to come back? I bet you were excited to fight them, weren't you?" Izuku snarled, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes glossy as she buried a fist into Nito's stomach. "Shut up," she shouted. The impact bent Nito around her arm before he flew back, crashing into the nearest cafeteria table and breaking it in half before bouncing off the floor and slamming into another table. The air bent and spun from the force of the blow, pushing Achiko further away and causing her to scream in panic. Hitoshi glared angrily at the second-year student who was trying to push past him. "Everyone, please give me your attention," Tenya called out, prompting Hitoshi to look up and see the blue-haired boy using the rods and ledges of the door to elevate himself above the crowd, resembling a silhouette on an emergency exit sign. Miraculously, everyone actually calmed down, Hitoshi suspected it was Tenya's quirk that influenced people's minds. It's just the media, we're not in danger. Please head back to class in an orderly fashion. Hey, he's right, one student shouted. Hitoshi couldn't see much, but based on the voice, the boy was likely pressed against the glass. Seriously, what the heck? Hitoshi exhaled as people began to move through the doors without shoving. Then he noticed Itsuka looking confused. Hey, is something wrong? He asked, and Itsuka looked annoyed. Hitoshi quickly counted heads and realized what she had noticed. They were missing someone. They were missing the last person who should be left alone during a potential crisis. Yeah, is Nito near you? Shut up. He heard the sound of flesh hitting flesh, followed by metal and concrete. That was Izuku's voice. Oh no. That reckless idiot. Hey, you all need to move. Hitoshi shouted, preparing his quirk as he turned around and gestured rudely at everyone between him and the cafeteria. The response was immediate, much to his relief. What was that? Screw you. Take that and get out of the way. Move, he shouted, feeling a major migraine coming on as the overuse of his quirk began to take its toll. Get out of my way now. I swear I'm going to kick that idiot. Hitoshi, what are you? Tetsu started before Hitoshi grabbed the collar of his shirt. Nito's back there with Izuku. Nito struggled to get back up, coughing up spit and bile. Everything hurt, and his mind was spinning in confusion. Why did it hurt so much? It was just a punch. Why did he feel so fragile, as if death was a real possibility? Death is just another experience, not an end. Why did everything hurt? It wasn't fire, just a punch. His thoughts halted as something struck his face, throwing him onto his side, where he began sliding across the floor. Despite the ringing in his ears, he could hear screaming, chaotic and mindless. Suddenly, an extreme weight pressed down on his chest, forcing all the air from his lungs in a bloody spray. Something cracked. Why weren't his muscles healing that? Since when did muscles not fix things? Since when did death matter? Since when did punches like this hurt? Nito's eyes widened as he realized something. He had copied Izuku's quirk but hadn't gained any powers, only a reckless disregard for injury, expecting his body to heal itself. But it wasn't happening. Was there an activation method he wasn't using? Was it a berserker quirk, regeneration, something he needed to focus on to activate? All I need to do is die, then everything will be all right. Why did he just think that? Any further thoughts were cut off as Izuku's fists came down, pummeling him. All he could do was try to activate Tetsu's quirk, having brushed against him as he separated from the rest of the class to confront the isolated Class 1A students. Achiko watched in horror as Izuku pinned Nito's arms down with his shins and sat on his chest, swinging his fists down on Nito's chest, shoulders, and face like heavy flails. Izuku was screaming in rage, but there was more to it. Achiko felt tears prickling at her eyes the more he screamed. It was more than rage, it was horror, sorrow, pain. Izuku, please stop. Achiko pleaded, barely able to hear herself over his screams. She began to sob. But Izuku didn't listen, continuing to strike the blonde who had instigated this. Izuku! Katsuki's eyes widened when he heard Izuku scream for someone to be quiet. He turned and used his explosions to leap over the students trying to escape from the alarm. His body shivered as he heard Achiko's scream. She's hurt. He used another blast to propel himself out of the hallway and into the cafeteria, with Hitoshi pushing his way into the room alongside Tetsu. He could see a floating Achiko screaming for Izuku to stop attacking some kid. He heard Tetsu curse as Hitoshi looked at Izuku. Hey, what the heck? Katsuki shouted, and Hitoshi ran forward toward Izuku while Tetsu turned to Katsuki. Remember the competitive guy we mentioned? I'm pretty sure he just decided to start pressing random buttons to see how Izuku would react. Tetsu exclaimed, earning a low growl of frustration from Katsuki. He knew he couldn't get close when she was like this. She needed comfort, and that wasn't his strong suit. Hitoshi could barely hear himself think over Izuku's screams. He hoped Nito wasn't seriously hurt because he could see blood flying at this point. Izuku! He shouted, rushing towards her and grabbing her arm. She turned to him, her scream directed at him, and he recognized it as a signal to take control. He let his quirk activate, relinquishing control over the other students. In the past, he had felt pain from the sheer number of minds he had to manage, but this was different. It felt like being buried in snow, as if his blood had turned to ice water while his heart burned with rage. What had that idiot said to provoke her into such a furious state that he could feel it so clearly through their connection? "Calm down, come here," he urged, feeling a strain on his mind as she resisted his quirk. How had he gotten Izuku so angry? An image flashed through their connection. A bloody, broken Kaku, their physical instructor from the clinic. That was unacceptable. His own anger ignited as tears welled in his eyes. Of all the things to taunt someone about, why that? Now he understood, but he couldn't let her continue down this path. "Down," he said, forcing the words out as if they physically hurt. It felt wrong to ask her to stop attacking the person who had pushed her into such a panic. She began to stand and walk toward him. He felt her anger start to fade, but he maintained a firm grip on her mind as he pulled her into a hug. "I'm right here. It's over," he reassured her, gradually releasing his hold as her anger transformed into despair and sorrow. Achiko collapsed to the floor, and Hitoshi glanced at Nito, whose skin was returning from metal to normal, though it was cracked. As he released Tetsutetsu's quirk, those cracks turned into cuts. A warm, wet sensation spread across his back as Izuku clung to him tightly, bursting into sobs. The blood had been her own, the result of her beating her arms in a futile attempt to hurt whoever she thought was responsible for her pain. They would have a serious conversation about this. It was beyond mere competition. What happened? Oh my god, someone call Recovery Girl now. Hitoshi looked up to see Midnight and several other teachers rushing into the cafeteria. He held Izuku tighter as they approached. They would definitely have words. Meanwhile, Himiko skipped into a nearby alleyway outside of UA, still wearing her reporter costume. Kurojairi had decided to drop them off a bit of a walk from HQ. After walking for a while, he would warp them again and again until he finally transported them to the base. In her hands was a set of papers detailing All Might's schedule as well as Izuku's. It turned out they had the perfect opportunity to capture her soon. She grinned as her disguise melted away, enveloped by Kurojairi's fog as he transported her to a different alleyway. She wondered how Izuku would react. The plan was beautifully crafted. They would all come to kidnap Izuku. All Might would appear only to meet his end before her eyes, and as Tamura cackled, forcing her to witness the hero's last moments, Himiko would save the day. She envisioned herself slashing the boy's throat before drinking All Might's blood and becoming him. Himiko would be reborn as her hero, defeating the weary weapon and taking Izuku away to the shadows, revealing her true self. Izuku would belong to her, and she would be his protector, his friend, and his safety. You've done well for yourself, becoming such an integral part of Tamura's plan, evolving it, and finding him followers. Kurojairi said, interrupting Himiko's daydream. She growled and glared at him, annoyed that he had interrupted her thoughts about Izuku, her favorite subject. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she grinned up at him, sensing that if he had eyebrows, he would be raising one in curiosity. And now this, perfectly executed. Tell me, what are you really after? He could at least try to make it difficult. I just want my Izuku, my precious, appealing Izuku. I want to play with her, I want to be her. Himiko exclaimed, causing Kurojairi to wince. True, he was a villain and had no qualms about harming others, but Himiko's open longing to hurt a fellow young girl was unsettling even for him. She really is appealing, covered in blood and cuts. I see. Himiko giggled, though Kurojairi truly did not understand. She let him think that, mostly because she wasn't sure how to eliminate him yet. Another warp gate formed, and she walked through without fear. She knew they needed her. Too bad for them, really, needing someone who would betray them for another. It was so sad it made her want to laugh, and she burst into laughter as she handed the papers to Tamura, who held them as though they were sacred texts. Soon, his laughter joined hers, and she imagined how it would sound when her blade forced blood into the mix. A few days had passed since the incident. Izuku stood outside the main school in her hero outfit, flanked by her classmates, with Tenya and Tsuyu at either side of the bus entrance. It was time for foundational hero studies, and according to Shota, they were going to a special location to learn from him, All Might, and another hero. Everyone, please form 2 rows. Tenya instructed, with Tsuyu standing next to him as they prepared to board the bus. Izuku fell into line, recalling how Tenya had become class president. Izuku sat outside the nurse's office, her friends surrounding her, each trying to cheer her up and assure her that everything would be all right. She knew better. She had lost control of her temper, a temper she didn't even know she had, and had attacked a fellow student. Soon, the door opened, and Nizu emerged from the nurse's office. He looked at Izuku, who met his gaze. Nito Monoma will make a full recovery. His ability to copy Tetsutetsu's quirk allowed him to withstand the brunt of your assault. Most of his injuries came from the initial hits. That said, what exactly triggered this episode? You're not the sort to attack someone, Izuku Midoriya. Sir, I asked Ms. Midoriya, Achiko Uraraka, to allow her to speak. Izuku choked back a sob as she curled into herself, images flashing through her mind again. He started talking about the clinic, calling me lucky to have been there. Said I must have been excited. Nizu nodded, then pulled out a cigarette and held it up. Her friends stared at it for a moment before Nizu rolled his eyes and pulled out his own lighter to ignite the tip. I figured as much, but I needed to hear it from you, he said, taking a drag from his cigarette and blowing the smoke away from the students so it wouldn't get into their lungs. However, this still can't go unpunished. As such, you will be on probation for the next week. One false move, and regardless of the reason, you'll be suspended or expelled. Additionally, you will no longer be Class 1A's representative. Instead, I'll be bestowing that honor onto you, Tenya Ida. What? Nizu nodded. Your actions in calming down the students were a fine example of how a student representative should act. Therefore, you will be Class 1A's representative from now on. He looked at the students before focusing on Izuku again. Now, I think it's time you all went back to class. We'll be ending the school day somewhat early so we can revise the school's defenses. Take care now. So now she was just another student again, sort of. She was still on probation. Thankfully, that had been an isolated incident. Nito hadn't bothered her again, nor had he gone after her friends. She rubbed her neck where her guillotine choker had been. Katsuki had pulled it off her neck the moment he saw it and destroyed it. He didn't seem fond of the idea that she had equipment designed to harm herself and took matters into his own hands. Momo had given her a red cloth choker to replace it. They climbed onto the bus and saw it wasn't a school bus but a public transit bus. She guessed it. Had been chosen so reporters wouldn't notice it on the road and start chasing them. Still, Tenya seemed angry with himself for not realizing it would be a public bus instead of a school bus. Everyone found a seat. Izuku sat near the front on a cushioned bench against the wall, with Tsuyu and Rikido beside her, while Ijiro sat on the other side of Tsuyu. On the bench across from them sat Tenya, Mina, Aoyama, and Denki. The back of the bus had regular front-facing seats, allowing 2 people to sit next to each other, with 3 sets of seats on either side. Katsuki took a seat in the first of those sets, looking over at Izuku with Kyoka sitting next to him, plugging her quirk into an MP3 player. Behind them, Shoto sat alone, appearing to take a nap. In the back seat behind him were Mizo and Hanta, who seemed to be trying to relax. On the opposite side, Koji and Fumikage occupied the seats that overlooked Tenya and the others on the bench, while Mashireo and Toru sat behind them. Finally, in the back seats across from Mizo and Hanta were Momo and Achiko. It was all for nothing then, Tenya exclaimed, leaning over and holding his face in his hands. Izuku chuckled softly while Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Pretty much, Tsuyu replied before turning to Izuku. By the way, Shoto mentioned you have friends in the other classes. Who was he referring to? Izuku smiled at the question. Well, there's Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Osor from Class 1B, Minoru knows Roy and Tsubaime from Class 1B2. We were the first residents of the UA dorms along with Momo and Kaken. She felt a sense of pride as she listed her friends. She hadn't had many friends in middle school, so she enjoyed having a circle of friends now. Momo and Osor are the ones who suggested tying my hair up in ribbons, and Momo taught me how to apply makeup. I need to start doing that more often. You didn't know how to before? Izuku shook her head. Not really. My mom helped me with makeup once, but one of the girls at school disapproved and forced it off with a toilet. She recalled the incident, and Katsuki clenched his knee as he remembered that day when a group of girls had gleefully bullied Izuku during their junior year. A mild tingle ran through his hand as small explosions began to burst, creating a soft sizzling noise that was easily drowned out by the bus's sounds. Katsuki smirked at the memory of catching those girls in a hallway and deliberately getting them to bump into him so he could deliver a bit of karma. They never really bothered me after that. Maybe they just didn't like makeup or something? Rikido raised an eyebrow at her. Couldn't you have just, I don't know, thrown her off and made her endure a swirly instead? He suggested, poking Izuku's arm. You're really strong. Izuku looked up at Rikido and shook her head, then pointed at the stitches across her hairline. Nope, my quirk wasn't activated at the time. I wasn't a zombie until a little under a year ago. There it is again, calling yourself a zombie. Ijiro remarked, curious about why she always used that term. He was, as far as he knew, the newest member of the group of friends aside from Shoto, possibly Minoru too if you counted him. Sure, she was a bit colder than most people and her skin was very pale, but surely she had more ideas than just zombie. Why is it always zombies? Do you like them or something? Izuku looked at Ijiro while Katsuki straightened up, ready to intervene. Oh, that's right, you don't know, Izuku said, grinning at them, which earned a horrified look from Katsuki. Was she really about to explain it? I didn't have a quirk until I died. You what? Tenya exclaimed, while Shoto's eyes shot open as he sat up. Did he hear that right? She died? Katsuki sighed, while Achiko looked to Momo, who nodded in response. Why you died? I am a zombie, Izuku stated as the class stared at her. Katsuki leaned back into his seat, not enjoying the reminder. Tsuyu reached out and placed her hand around Izuku's wrist, causing her to twitch slightly. The frog girl noted that Izuku's skin was cold to the touch and felt wrong. There was also a distinct lack of a pulse, so she placed 2 fingers over Izuku's jugular, still finding no pulse. I can't find a pulse, she said, while Ijiro paled a bit. Yes, they had been calling her a zombie for a while, and her quirk was Patchwork Zombie, but he never thought the friendly girl had actually died and come back. He didn't even know quirks could do that. I also don't feel any heat from her, it's like she's room temperature or something. Shota listened as his class processed the revelation that Izuku had died at one point and decided to help explain. Her quirk falls under a special category. Most people only know about the 3 primary classifications for quirks: mutation, transformation, and emitter. However, anyone with half a brain will realize that quirks are a bit more complex than just 3 categories can explain, he said, capturing the class's attention. For example, Mina, your quirk is acid and is classified as emitter, but I'm sure most would agree you're also a mutant, given your pink skin, black scara, and horns. Mizo has a mutation quirk, but it also allows his arm to transform parts of his body. Fumikage has Dark Shadow, which is well beyond just an emitter, as Dark Shadow is at the very least semi-sentient in its own right, and Fumicage's feathers and beak aren't exactly a removable transformation. At the same time, there are various types of quirks. For example, invisible quirks do not only refer to Toru's invisibility. Ironically, Toru's invisibility is classified as a visible mutation. Invisible quirks are abilities that do not change the appearance of the person who possesses them, even when active. There are other classifications as well. Natural state quirks are abilities one is born with, such as Toru's invisibility or Mashireo's tail. Quirks that are primarily mutation-based generally fall into this category, along with a fair number of emitters. Others, like Katsuki's explosion and Ijiro's hardening, are growth-activated, manifesting later in life when the person's body is capable of handling them. This is where most quirks with emitter or transformation effects are found. Shota gestured to the students he had mentioned in his explanation. Another type is situationally activated quirks. These kinds of quirks lie dormant until certain requirements are met and are almost always a transformation to mutation type, with the occasional emitter. For example, the long classification for Katsukis quirk would be growth activated, visible emitter primary, invisible mutation secondary, while Izuku's would be situationally activated transformation to mutation, visible mutation primary, visible unconscious emitter secondary. Her muscle strings are formed by emitter-type commands she does not consciously activate, but her body is heavily mutated on the inside while her skin and eyes have cosmetic mutations that classify it as visible. Shota let the names sink in for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, there is also a scale of instability for each quirk, with level 1 being a quirk that has little effect on a person's psyche and level 10 being a quirk that induces insanity for the person unlucky enough to activate it. Mine is a class 3. I tend not to blink without prompting, and the idea that staring is rude is foreign to me. The only reason it's not a class 1 is that I get a bit of a kick out of watching people flounder around powerlessly, a temptation that makes using my quirk easier. Shota said as he dripped eye drops into his eyes. Similarly, Present Mix quirk is listed as class 2. His quirk makes him longing to be heard and completely removes his understanding of indoor and outdoor volume changes. He is always loud. We have the lowest instability classifications among UA's staff, and Principal Nizu has the highest classification at class 7. I think Gunhead said my instability measured at class 8, mostly due to the fact that my mind does not grasp the idea of death being a bad thing, Izuku said, to which Shota nodded. Any quirk that allows for suicidal thoughts is going to be class 8 at minimum. Class 10 has only been recorded twice, both of which turned out to be villains. As such, anyone who gets a class 7 or higher is placed on a watch list by law, and yes, I know everyone's classification, Shota said before a question could be asked. None of you are class 1. Only one of you is ranked at class 2, and most of you are class 4 through 6. No, I don't think any of you can guess who the class 2 is. Koji. Class 5, try again. His quirk is talking to animals. How does that end up as a class 5? Denki said, looking at Shota in disbelief. The man snorted in amusement when he realized none of them believed him. He can mind control anything that isn't human. How do you think his mind is warped enough for class 5? Shota said as the bus slowed down, and everyone gave Koji a mildly wary look, to which the peach-skinned boy just waved in response. All right, get ready everyone, we're here. Izuku stepped off the bus with everyone else, looking in awe at the large domed building in front of them. It was practically the size of a theme park, and Izuku immediately thought of Universal Studios Japan. The class was led into the building by Shota, and waiting for them was something Izuku could only describe as absolute chaos. There was a burning building, a flooded second floor with a large yacht, a small section of a city experiencing a torrential downpour, a shaking fault line, and even a farmhouse with a tornado passing over it. Between them and the stairs to this chaos stood a large astronaut, the Space Hero 13, a rescue-type hero with one of the most dangerous quirks in recent history. Izuku squealed and pulled out her notebook from her backpack. She had entered her notes on the hero in Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 10, page 130, and she couldn't wait for them to sign it. It's Space Hero 13. Achiko exclaimed, receiving a happy nod from Izuku. Shota looked around and noticed a certain teacher was not with them. He approached 13 and raised an eyebrow at them. Hey, where's All Might? Isn't he supposed to be joining us? 13 held up 3 fingers and shook their head. It seems he hit his limit on the way in today. There's been a bit of a rise in crime around the area. 13's response elicited a groan from Shota. It was frustrating that All Might, who had taken on a teaching job to save time, was wasting it during his commute. Of all the illogical. All right, let's get this over with, Shota said before turning around and walking back to the students, with 13 walking beside him. All right, I'll let 13 take it from here. Listen up. Hello, I've only really got one thing to say, or 2 or 3. Well, you all probably know about my quirk, Black Hole, 13 said. Izuku nodded along with Achiko, who was about to speak when she jumped in first. It lets you SCK up debris from disasters, freeing people trapped under rubble that's too heavy to move. Achiko exclaimed, earning a pout from Izuku. There was so much more to 13's quirk. Still, the astronaut nodded and held up a finger, showing everyone how the tip of their finger was a different color from the rest of their suit. Right, with it, everything that gets close enough is reduced to mere atoms. As you can imagine, it's great for rescuing people. But it can also be used for mass destruction. 13's words brought the mood down. Izuku understood the point. Powerful suction leading to atomic disintegration was a power any villain would want. How does one overpower a black hole after all? The same could be said for each of your quirks. For example, Denki Kaminari, your quirk is electricity. It could save lives by the dozens in a medical emergency with just a bit of control. You could be a walking defibrillator, or you could fry someone's brain and instantly kill them. Kyokajiro, with the right frequency, you could create a powerful sonic weapon to disable opponents. Or you could use the vibrations to destroy buildings with families still inside, crushing them in the collapse. Koji Koda, you could command animals to find people and bring them to safety, or have those animals attack whoever they find. To help young heroes realize their potential to save lives rather than just fight, I built this place. A building full of the sorts of natural disasters heroes need to be ready for. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. 13 announced, receiving looks of admiration from Izuku and the other students. By the time you're done here, I hope each and every one of you will have figured out a way to use your quirk to save lives. Now, each of you will be set into groups of 3, taking turns as heroes, villains, and victims, Shota said before a large dark mist formed in the middle of the building. Izuku looked at the rapidly growing mist in confusion and alarm, while Shota regarded it with anger and apprehension. Izuku glanced at Shota for guidance and noticed a change in his posture before his capture tools sprang to life around him, and he pulled his goggles over his eyes. She wasn't looking at her homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, anymore. She was looking at the erasure hero, Eraserhead. 13. Protect the students. What is this, some sort of training exercise? Ijiro asked, trying to get a look before Eraserhead roughly shoved him back. Hey! Pipe down, this isn't a drill, those are actual villains. Eraserhead said as villain after villain emerged from the mist. His hands moved to his scarf, and Izuku's eyes widened as he prepared to attack, despite being heavily outnumbered. 13 corralled the other students back, but Izuku called out to his teacher anyway. Sir, they really outnumber you. Your specialty is one-on-one ambushes. This is dozens against one in an open field. Eraserhead scoffed. Thanks for the concern, but a hero lover like you should already know I'm no one-trick pony. He said before rushing down the stairway as the mist began to dissipate. The first of the villains to enter took aim with their quirks, only to find themselves systematically shut down by Eraserhead's quirk and his capture weapon working in unison. In the middle of the mist stood 2 figures, a man with messy, light blue hair wearing black clothes with multiple blue hands reaching for him, and a blonde girl, the same age as Izuku, in a black bodysuit with syringes strapped to her arms. Izuku's green eyes locked with the blonde girl's golden eyes, and she grinned widely. Here I am, my precious Izuku. Himiko said, her eyes gleaming with excitement as Tamura grinned beneath his mask. She could see her prize so close, so utterly close, yearning to be drawn into their world. All she needed was for Kurogiri to do his part, and then she could finally play with her wonderful, appealing. Izuku. No All Might, huh? Well, what's a final boss without some trigger conditions? Tamura mused as he observed Eraserhead taking down the lesser members of his League of Villains. He wasn't sure what he expected, but he knew that if a few of them managed to land a good hit, it would only make his secret weapon's entrance that much more satisfying. Take him down, break him apart, and finish him off. We'll shove his face into All Mights as we bring him to his end. Normally, he would be frustrated, but he understood why All Might wasn't there yet. It made sense. When a mission had a bonus objective, they were given time to focus and prepare before the final confrontation, as well as weaken the defenses before the main opponent could even arrive. They would capture Izuku, break the students, and make him understand despair before turning him to dust. It was only a matter of getting it all done before All Might showed up. He was ready for the challenge.